Well, wouldn't you know it? The good old Fed coming in and knocking this market down. Now the question is, will they really knock it down? Will we get a bounce? What can we look for? Maybe some short opportunities or maybe catch some reversals on the longs. We're going to have to take a look. Of course, I got my man Zunaid, Lord Ryan in the back. You guys smash the like. Let's get right to it. You guys know where you're at. Live trading. Hit the like button. Let's get it started.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. I mean, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
All right, team, let's get right towards the trading action. You guys, like always, throw up stocks that are on your radar, and we'll get right towards the action. Today is going to be a fun day because the markets are moving, and they're actually moving towards the downside. But I'll jump in right into it here. I'm going to bring up my charts here to take a look at some of the stocks that I'm going to be trading today, and then I'll let Zunaid get into some of his. Now, one stock that I will be looking for potentially a short, Beta has been getting a nice little lift, trying to fill in some of the gap. But I truly feel like it's been kind of pushing up here on nothing. And when we push up on nothing, a lot of the times, yeah, we can keep going, but eventually we crack. Now I feel like we've cracked. Now we got to look for some little bounces to get into this because, of course, like always, I'm not going to try to just jump into the trade right here on the low side. Need to see at least a little bounce in this name towards the open for me to want to get short. And that's going to be a bounce towards, let's say, 111.25s or 111.50. We could get a bounce there, but we'll see what happens. Now, I did jump into that wealth-based competition with AB, right? And so I did take some positions on that competition account that we talked about. So we'll get into that right now. But definitely the fantasy trading challenge, what I did on there was I went long on BJ. And so BJ not looking too bad off of their earnings, but they're getting pulled down now because of the overall market. Going to look for a spike to get out to some profits. Still in a good profit there in BJ, but if I was able to get out in the morning, I definitely would have in the competition account. But I also shorted XOM. Look at oil coming down. So look for maybe those trades. I'm going to be looking for those trades to continue. Stocks like, of course, you guys can day trade, maybe drip. But look at Oxy already coming down. Chevron has been one of these that holds up, but even that's coming down. So you got to be careful there with some oil names. I do think that we could see some drag down in those names. Another name that I went after it on the short side was Goldman Sachs. A lot of this based off of the daily chart. You're seeing right here, rejections from trying to get up towards the 388. I thought we could break the support and come through that, going back into this gap zone. That's a move back towards 370s. So I'm going to be looking at shorting maybe some banks today also. JPM, Bank of America. These are my style of shorts. We'll see what happens there. WFC. A lot of these could start coming back down. And even stocks that had made like big jumps like Visa, that we're trying to make another move up there through the resistance. Be careful. They could be pulling back a little bit, even though this one looks a little bit stronger than, let's say, like JPM or Goldman Sachs. We'll see how these start pulling back today. They have been making big runs. MS, you can also look at Morgan Stanley, BlackRock, right? Will these start turning back towards the downside? We'll see what happens today. There's a lot of action going on. FSLR is announcing that they are starting their production of the Ocean. We'll see what happens out there. Tesla, oh man, that news out there about James Murdoch. We'll talk a little bit about that a little bit later, Zunaid. Looks like somebody might be, looks like Elon might have found a potential successor to lead the company, reported by Reuters. Doesn't mean now, but if Elon goes from Tesla, how will Tesla go? That's where I get a little bit more concerned about the stock. And we've seen the action lately. It's definitely been to the downside. We'll see what happens today. Baba came out with earnings, so that one could also be coming right back down. Macy's had earnings today. KSS, look for that one to maybe find some bounce there. We'll see what happens. Market's definitely getting hit. NVIDIA with a tough stock starting to pull back. And it already run pretty significant amount. So we could see that pullback even eventually come towards 155 and 150. We'll just have to wait and see. All right, I'm going to go to Zunaid now and take a look at what he's taking a look at. Of course, like always, team, if you guys got stocks that it's on your radar, throw it up in the chat and we'll get right to it.
Yeah, appreciate that. Just a quick look at Tesla here. I removed the watermark in the back because it was distracting me from my candles and viewing capabilities. So if that actually is a bother to you guys in the chat, let me know. And during this show, I can put it back on and then remove it when I do my trading later on. So let me know. On Tesla, though, this is ticker TSLA. You can also see it on the top left. Taking a look at the 180 level to possibly act as support. You can see that here on the 10th of November, that 180 provided a beautiful, beautiful support level. And we can see if that one wants to go ahead and get tested one more time. So we can kind of go ahead and come on. There you go. All right. Switch the accounts. Thank you. We can go ahead and kind of buy some shares here and see if we want to go to the upside on this one. Buy 50 shares, risk about $50, look for a profit on 100. Looking on that for Tesla there. So my stop loss is about 179.21. Looking to take gains at about 180, 221s, I believe it is. So we're a few bucks away, but that's what I've got there. Taking a look at Netflix. I'm a little annoyed because I tried to short this one yesterday below BWAP. It gave us the move, but it didn't quite break. Then, of course, the previous close, as always, or not always, but what we talk about can act as a resistance, and it sure did there on that one. And now it's below. A part of me wants to wait for it to kind of test 300, and then we can go ahead and go short off of that 300. But I don't really feel the most confident on it, so I'm gonna leave it alone. But definitely 302.50. You can go ahead and find a little bit of resistance area since that was support just a couple of days ago on that one. Taking a look at Amazon here, I wanted to go ahead and try to short it if it got to 100 yesterday, but it did not. Continued to stay right below 98s or so. So keep an eye on this one. Maybe if it breaks 95 here, if it breaks 95 and comes back with the retest, you can think about a short. Yeah, right over there. Looks like you got 95-ish. But again, unfortunately, I'm not going to lie. When I was looking at stocks last night, there wasn't a whole lot that I liked on my radar here, but you've got this one here that's popping up. That's ticker ARDX. If it can crack 2 and hold, we can get a nice little move to the upside on this one. Let me see. Okay, I just wanted to check the comments, see if anyone had anything. And then taking a look at Tesla here, or excuse me, taking a look at Meta here, ticker META, the 114.34, beautiful breakdown, held short once again off of the VWAP there. This is what we played yesterday, and we made some money on this one. Now we kind of testing this 110 level. Is it going to hold? Is it going to falter? You can see you've got, matter of fact, a nice little support right here. I'm going to go ahead and mark it at about 108.81. So if Meta wants to come back down to this area here, I'd be interested. And let me actually grab, say, 50 here. And I'll go ahead and grab some more shares right there. So kind of scale into this position if Meta wants to come down. So looking for my average price to be around the 109 area. Let's go ahead and check out the SPY here. The SPY once again rejected the 400 a couple of days ago. It could not get it above pre-market highs where it did reject again. And so now we're well below it. We're at about 290s or so. The next area that I see for support could be approximately around 389s if it wants to come to the downside. But I'm going to pretty much let it kind of play out, see what it wants to go ahead and do, and then we can go ahead and try to take a play on it. A lot of stocks that I'm going over, typically I have trades ready to go right at the bell. But right now, it's kind of like a wait and see type of game for me. Just wait, see how the market opens up, see if we kind of immediately find any supports and things like that. Coin is something that I wish I played yesterday. Unfortunately, I did not. You can see the $50 ended up being rejection a couple of times afterwards, once, twice, and then 3 times, and they just continued its way down. I believe the CEO has sold some shares of Coinbase, about approximately 1.5 plus million. So this is definitely something that's going to be on my watch list if it can crack the 46s here. Matter of fact, we're going to go ahead and put the level right here. If it can go ahead and crack the 46s, I would be interested to the downside. And then, of course, you've got the big level here at 45. So 46 and 45 are levels to kind of keep an eye on right there on Coinbase. And if it wants to come back up and maybe test this 48, You could possibly have that as resistance, but I'm not the biggest believer in that one. I'd rather wait for like the 50s and things like that. So I'm actually going to go ahead and delete this one, move this level over to the 50s, and that's how I'm going to rock for that. My main concern is getting the best entries that I possibly can into the short side. That is where my bias is. So that's, full disclosure for y'all. Wanted to go ahead and short Apple at 150 yesterday, but unfortunately, I missed my entry by approximately 10 cents. And then it was a beautiful trade to the downside that I did not get to participate in. And here we are on Apple, well below that level. If Apple wants to come back and test this 147.38, I think that could go ahead and act as resistance on it. So if you're looking for a short, maybe 147.41s, and then maybe you give it up till about 60 cents or so to the upside. But I do believe we'll get some downside movement on the markets. However, the move has kind of already happened. I'm not saying it can't go lower, but like here's a 6-point move. I was, of course, like a true degenerate shorting yesterday on the here, let me go ahead and just actually show you guys what I played yesterday on apply. Okay. Hey, where am I? Oh, I gotta switch accounts. Lovely. Yeah, look at all those. Look at all those executions. I'm just donating fees. But excuse me, I went long last night at what was this? What time was this? 11:15 p.m. because true degenerate. Why not? And then I went long again. I sold for just a couple of points, maybe about what was this? I bought at 39.75 and I sold at 79s, I believe. So for 5-point move, I went ahead and took, and you had a nice rejection off of the 39.90s. And then to the downside, we came, and I kind of even went ahead and put the levels on. Let me go ahead and take those disgusting trade executions off now. Thank you. I even drew some levels on the dailies, and I was like, hey, cool. Like, I'm going to wait for these areas to break. And then I wake up in the morning, and I'm like, all right, well, the move already kind of happened, so I'm not quite sure what to do now. So I'm going to go ahead and wait and see what the market wants to give us. Unfortunately, we already kind of dropped about 50 points there overnight on the futures. So we'll see what type of action we get. I don't really have the best game plan besides maybe the 49.50s if they want to go ahead and test it. If you want to go ahead and check out the 49.50s, here it is. So we broke below, we tested it, rejected, came back, tried to get up there. We missed it by a couple of points and then just rejected once again. And there was the flush to the downside. So that's what I've got on the futures. We'll see what the game plan is. Unfortunately, Google didn't give us a chance to go and short it at 100 yesterday. You can see once again, it missed it by 40 cents. But 2 days ago, it did give us that chance, to which I unfortunately could not take advantage of because I was not paying attention. Taking a look at NVIDIA here. If NVIDIA wants to come on down to about the 155s and crack, I'd be interested in going short NVIDIA. So I'd be waiting for the 155 crack and then possibly a retest on this one. Or if you're looking to go long bias, right? Obviously, these levels you can possibly get a bounce. If you're looking to go long, maybe the closer you get it to 155 with a stop loss about $1 could work to your benefit. Similar thing with Amazon. If you believe that 95 is just going to hold, you can kind of start a smaller position and then kind of scale in as it goes. But most importantly, make sure you adhere to your stop loss. This is the ticker INM that was in play yesterday. I took this one long. I got a little greedy. That's been my biggest problem, where I'm in the money 1-to-1, but I don't scale out. I don't sell. I look for that big move to $5. Unfortunately, I didn't get it. So I took a loss on this one there. But you had a beautiful bounce from $4. And then, of course, the second time it just flushed on through. So if you're looking to go short this one, $4 is your best risk reward for a rejection on ticker INM. Let's go and take a look. If there are any other tickers y'all have in the chat, feel free to let me know. Looks like Shelly said I'm long. Well, I'm short in real life, and also what my bias is coming into the market. Taking a look at Baba here for a second. This one's been wildly barcoding, but if it can crack this 75, I believe we can go ahead and see some downside. So matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and have Baba right there. If it cracks 75 and then it has a retest, you can go ahead and move to the downside. IWM, I don't believe ever in my life have I played IWM. But let me go ahead and take a look at it for you here. Let's go to the daily first and see if there is anything that we like. Well, so it's already coming to test this support area here from a few days ago, right? So this is in November 10th. You had support there on about 181.20. So it's kind of coming to test that maybe in about a point or so, less than that. I'm not quite sure how to play this one. I'll be honest. Let me see if there are any. Let's turn on this. Yeah, you've got that gap. That's the only thing I was looking at. So you've got that gap. If it goes ahead and breaks this low, which is about 181.13, which it's going to do in about 50, 60 cents, maybe if you have a little bit of a trend, you can possibly try to go ahead and fill this gap to 178.69. Good morning, Richard. So keep an eye on that for us right there. If you're looking at that, keep an eye on gaps. Keep an eye on the gap fill on IWM to the downside. Take a look at, what was that ticker? something? MMAT. MAT. Let's go ahead and, okay, what just happened here? Why is there, well, that's a big old gap. That's what it is. Well, that's not what I want. I want to kind of take a look at this a little closer, please. All right. On this one, I think you've got a bit of support here at 166, right? Currently trading about 175, or excuse me, 174. And of course, a $2 break is the easiest thing to take a look at in the world here. So $2 break is going to be huge. If you can get that break and then a retest, that is the way that I would go ahead and play MMAT to the long side. Let's go ahead and take a look at the 15-minute if we can. Would not be surprised if this one wants to test the 150s, but at the moment, it looks like the 170s or so are holding, but keep an eye on that $2. That to me is where I would try to get in. Break of 2 and then the retest. That's where I want to get in. Give it about 10 cents or so. Carvana is another one that I was taking a look at last night. I really wish I would continue paying attention to this one because it's a fun ticker to trade. It moves. It kind of respects whole numbers and things like that. As you can sell, it kind of, where'd it go? I think it was like at 12.50 or something like that. I rejected at 12, then rejected at 11, and then obviously didn't even give us a chance to go and reject it from 10, just continued to the downside. And now we're below this level that I had here, the 837s. We're well below that to the downside by about, what is that, 27 cents or so. Maybe it bounces at 8. Maybe it finds a little bit of love and a little bit of support. I'm not quite sure, but I'm not going to try to play it because I don't have the biggest conviction on this one. But I'm just going over a couple of tickers since it's just me, myself, and I are at the moment. Yeah, I agree with you. If SPY can't hold the 390s, it can get ugly. But, it's not. You have the break here. We're well below, right? So here was a level that we had to support yesterday. We're obviously well below that here. Would not be surprised if we continue to have a trend day and maybe even paint the gap fill here to the downside. Would not be surprised whatsoever. But you want to go ahead and make sure you have your level set. Make sure you have your support resistance, all of that ready to go. Massive gap. Oh, look at that. Bet we're on the same page here. You're talking about this gap fill right here, which needs to be taken care of. So yeah, I agree with you 100%. And by the way, it's a cool little indicator I found. It's just called gaps. What's up, buddy? Welcome back. You've got a couple of minutes, so the floor is all yours. But yeah, it's a cool little indicator here on the gaps. And that's what I've got on the SPY. Anything else you want to go over, pal?
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm late here. I know we got 2 minutes. I'm going to do it real quickly. We're just going to go through a couple of stocks that I saw here in movers. First one is going to be ARDX. This is Ardelyx shares trading higher because of the FDA advisory committee voted 9-1 that the benefits of one of their drugs outweigh the risks. So this is one of the same things that we've seen before, one of the biotechs that's popping on data. We popped as high as 244, but we've really kind of pulled back here. So we're just going to wait for a long side setup. Nothing right out of the gate here. Next is going to be CTMX. This is another one. This is CytomX Therapeutics. This also is popping and has a headline here. The company and Regeneron announced a strategic research collaboration for a treatment of cancer. So this same deal. We popped about as high as 169, 165 to 169 looks like resistance area here. We've kind of come back. Same thing here. Want to wait for a setup. Next here is going to be IMUX. We've actually seen this on the scanner before. This actually got a new price target here this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see if I've got it in here. I don't see it in the news feed, but I was going over this before. It looks like we've got new data from phase 2 trial here. So IMUX gapping as well. This actually did have some pretty big price targets. If we go to the analyst ratings tab, let me see where those price targets are. See, one of them is as high as $71. So interestingly enough, IMUX back on the movers list here today. I'm going to watch for relative volume here. This one I think might actually kind of simmer down. And then we also had Macy's this morning report earnings, and Macy's is up here. So this one we might be able to play with options. Would love to see a bust above 21.25 and then a move towards 22. So that's all I got. Hey, right as we get the bell. Pretty good timing. How about that?
Nice way to close things out. And here we go. Let's see what type of movements we get. I believe I'm on the futures. Yeah. I'm going to wait and see. Let's go back to the equity side of things. There we go. All right. Good luck, y'all. Be smart. Be safe. Preserve capital as needed.
Good Lord.
What's up?
Freaking BJ. It was up in the pre-market, decent earnings. Couldn't sell in the pre-market because of the competition account. You can't sell there. And now it's down. Now I'm down on the position.
Gotcha.
That one just freaking blows.
Is that the trading competition or the fantasy?
The fantasy one.
Oh, and you can't sell pre-market yet.
Yeah, so I got screwed with BJ there. I mean, Goldman Sachs and XOM short are looking good, but that BJ's is just screwing me.
ARDX first move here out of the open is down, going right to that 183 level, 175 next on the downside. We'll wait and see if that sets up.
And it was looking so good. It was up to 82, 83s, 82s. Damn Fed!
Yeah, we had comments from Bullard this morning, right?
Yeah, we have 10 Fed speaking today. That's all they do. It seems like that's all their job is. It's not
When
look
the
at
Fed
stats,
speaks,
but talk.
the market leaks.
Nice.
I swear, do these guys do anything else but just have speeches?
I'm potentially here waiting for the break of 390s on the SPY. If it gets to around 292, I'd be interested in a short as well. But for now, let me actually go ahead on the SPY here.
The only thing at least I'm happy on is at least it's that fantasy competition account, not my real account. I should have been pissing me off on BJ's. But that's why I don't play earnings much on real money.
Yeah. Earnings definitely a gamble.
I mean, it was up. It was looking good. But you can't know when the market's gonna blow against you, you know?
All
Yes.
the spreads on SPY Januaries are a little wonky, so I might try to go to December. Yeah, maybe the 390 puts. All right. All right, I'm just waiting for a crack of 390 to the downside on SPY. That's the main thing I'm kind of focused in on at the moment.
I like to pull back here on XOXS. Being tongue-tied today.
Ooh, NVIDIA rejected that previous close hard. Nice.
For a nice pullback here in SOXS to join the party here.
Checking out the Twitter streets. Don't really see anything here. Anything new.
Come on, SPY. Come on down. Checking out the Qs. Yeah, they're all coming up to like the VWAP here and see if they can break above. Netflix just straight down. NVIDIA tried to test the previous close, but then that one was rejected.
I think I saw Ken in the chat earlier. Ken, what are your volatility dots telling you to short here today? Ken's a big put trader.
It's a little annoying. Missed that SOSX bottoming. I wanted to get it around 3760s, but it had already went to 3780s by the time I pulled it up there. It's a little bit extended away. Now it's up towards 38. So SOXS getting a little bit of a bounce today. Need to get my charts set up right.
Jolene, anytime somebody says come on down, the first thing I think of is Bob Barker and The Price is Right. So yes,
You know it.
I mean, what else? What else would you think of?
Come on
struggling out of the gate too.
down, Ryan. You're the
like
next
coin.
contestant on The
I like
Price is
coin.
Right.
So coin is the one that we had kind of marked out here at 46.22 and also the 44.96. You can see it bounce from the 45s here area. Part of me wants to go long, but I don't want to be too early on this one. I'm not going to lie. Man, I think this risk reward I can deal with. I'm going to start small size here. If I can quickly get my fill, please. This is going to be a very, very quick trade in terms of stop loss. I went ahead and went short Coinbase. Let me get my stop loss here. Went short on Coinbase at 46.36. Stop loss is 47.11. I'm going to wait and see if this one wants to come back down to about the 45.60 wants to take profit. But again, very easily, quickly can lose $40 if it breaks above 47, which very likely may do right here. Don't necessarily like the wick, but I liked my risk reward. I'll let you guys know if I get stopped out on that one, but I'm also going to be focusing on the SPY. Let's see what I just got a BJ on my scanner, so I know you've been talking about that. A little bit of a flush to the downside, but let's come back to the SPY. Can't seem to get over VWAP at the moment. Free money on long. Well, I don't know if you mean to the long side or the ticker. I'm going to assume you meant the long side. I am out of coin. Well, I appreciate you selling me my shares.
Coin. I think he's saying coin long side is free money. Ken, I believe you were shorting coin earlier here, stopped out on that move up.
Oh, I see what you meant. Yeah.
I'm pretty, if I follow along correctly, that's where I think it is. That's what I think's going on.
Well, nice trade on coin. I'm waiting for it to possibly come back and test the 45.61s. Oh, you know what? There was another ticker, Costco. I believe it was Costco, yeah. If Costco breaks 510, you can visit 500s. Maybe grab some puts to the next week's. But SPY coming down. Did it make the? Did it test? No, it didn't. Never mind. But yeah, Ryan, we were talking about if a SPY wants to go ahead and break, you've got this nice little gap fill all the way down to about the 381s. If SPY wants to go ahead and paint that all day today or sometime this week, including tomorrow, obviously. But we'll see how it wants to react. Let's go back to the 15 minutes and let's go ahead and add coin to our watch list so we can easily get in and out of this one. All right, we're in the money by about 30, 40 cents, but we're going to wait to take our profits at 45.61. Not going to change it. If I lose $40, I lose $40. I'll be all right.
ARDX moved back through the 183 here. This is kind of what I'm looking at. Maybe a curl back towards the VWAP, which I've got it right about 199, 198. So ARDX curling here, no position. Would really like to see some confirmation here with some bigger volume, but I don't quite have that yet. So I'm going to be a little bit more conservative. We'll see if it actually takes out 187 here and if it gets any volume flow, any bigger volume flow.
Starter
close to release. Sorry, go ahead.
Are you okay? Starter on FAZ, F-A-Z.
Ooh.
This is a bear 3 times financial direction bet here. So I got to bring up my screen here. Just give me 1 second. Let me swap screens here.
ARDX through that 187 now, making its way back up towards the VWAP here, about 10 cents away.
FAZ, something different. I haven't traded this before, but I was looking for something leveraged in the financial bear area. And so here you guys see it. Took that shot right there. Started there at 53s, willing to add at the VWAP. Which is at 1850s. It just bottomed right now around 1842. Just wanted to get in a little bit. Didn't do a little bit of a spike. So let's see if we get back above the 65s. Nice little bottoming action here. Direction bear on the financials. Financials, I feel, have gone too far. So that's my bet.
The Crow says ARDX feels like a trap. The Crow, I completely agree, and that's why I'm trying to be a little bit slower about it. We actually came right back through that 187 here, so it looks like it couldn't actually take that high out. That you're exactly right. That's why I'm waiting on it. Were you guys talking about where you think the SPY is going when you were looking at the SPY chart?
Well, I talked about, I believe I have a bias to the downside and that we can go ahead and paint the gaps down below. If we go ahead and break 390, yes, that's about it.
So you'd be looking to go, if you break 390, you'd be looking to fill the gap down to what, like 385?
Yeah, so I think we can possibly go ahead and start making our ways to about 385s, and then if it breaks 385s, then we go ahead and possibly paint the 381s is my idea. And at the moment, we just continuously are rejecting VWAP, so you haven't broken the 390s yet.
Yeah, and so here's one of the things that I'm looking at on my daily chart for SPY. Right here's a clear downtrend. Yeah. We've really been kind of coming back up to this trend line. This one looks a little bit lower. Zunaid, I think that if you hold right here, or if you bounce off that gap, or if we trade back down, fill the gap, and then bounce, I think you're probably looking at this trend line as high as we can go.
Yep. 408s or so on the SPY is where that trend line I have, depending on where it wants to go. Right here. So, it depends on obviously where we test the trend line, but initially I thought about maybe like 408s when it was right here, but now it could be 400s. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, if somehow, some way the trend line come January 4th is at 400. Oh yeah, we're loading up on puts.
Yeah, and see, one of the things that I'm thinking about here, Zunaid, is if we're gapping down, right? So if we bounce at some point today, the next question that I would have is, well, where can we bounce to? And I want to have an idea of what some of those levels are. If we break down, that's totally different. Obviously, that's going to be easier to tell it. Yeah, I feel like.
And obviously we have a gap up as well that we need to go ahead and, gap above us is what I'm saying. Yep. If we go ahead and break these levels, what is that? About the 391.35s or so. All right, let's come back.
ARDX held 181, but still not above that 187. Still chopping around in this range here. No entry signal for me at this point on ARDX.
A bit frustrating on Coinbase because that came almost, what was it, about 8 cents away from our profit target, but instead it's making its move to the upside, making new highs, and now we can easily go ahead and get taken out here as you've got some call flow coming into Coinbase. So yeah, I'm going to expect this to just flush us out. Oh, lovely. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
All right, keeping an eye on drip also. That's also on my radar, just letting you guys know about it. I'll let you know if I do take it. Apple's been really strong here. We need to see when the market's going to turn around, but Apple's been really strong if you're looking for a leader.
Speaking of leaders, you've got NVIDIA that's hella strong here. That's green now by 0.5%. Looking to go long. That's insane. Yeah, looking to go long here at 159.13s. And then I'm going to try to grab some more if it wants to go ahead and test VWAP.
Speaking of leaders, what did you guys make of the news that Elon Musk has someone in mind to run Tesla in the future?
Yeah, Mitch brought that up earlier. Not surprised that, because he's got so many other things that he's working on with SpaceX and now obviously Twitter. I expected more of a downside move on Tesla when I saw that news, but it's been kind of chilling, just down a couple of percent.
Yeah, I think the rumor's been out for a little while now. I think, and then of course, Tesla's just been kind of going down also off of not really negative towards Tesla news, right? More negative towards Twitter news. That's the truth, and it seems crazy to think so.
ARDX, by the way, broke out of the bottom of that range. Crow, good call there on it feeling like a trap. I felt the same thing. No position in it. That one's breaking down. We need to wait for a setup there.
Liking this build up on phase. We'll see if it takes that next leg up.
Real quick, M. Sue Camaro. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, and I'm sorry. Please correct me. Says, how do you see the call put flow? Well, so one of the things I watch, Zunaid's setup is a little bit different, but one of the things I use is the calendar selected to unusual option activity here in Benzinga Pro. And then I filter for size greater than 100. So basically, these are looking for aggressive option orders, and I'm only interested in the ones that have more than 100 contracts. If I was looking for like an even bigger sweep, one of the things I would do is increase that size maybe to like 1,000. But for just flow, sometimes orders are broken down into smaller chunks. I use the unusual option activity calendar. And one of the strategies that I have is that if I notice that there are tickers that have option flow in here that match some of the tickers on my relative volume scanner, that's generally a good sign that there's something going on there. Good question.
All right, long drip there. Didn't want to interrupt there, but got drip on that pullback 1172. So taking a little bit of drip here. It's already to 1179. Just be careful. I saw a nice bottoming around the 67s to go off of. So it took the 70s right above it, 72 on the offer. Not bad little move there. And FAZ starting to make the move to 1860s. That's not looking too bad. Our entry's at 53 there on the first pullback here. So we'll look for that to kind of make that next move up. Now I want to see the market or like some of these banks start dropping. So let's see if the market can come right back down eventually at the 945 turnaround. We'll see what happens.
Come on, Baba.
Baba, Baba had earnings today. I can give you their earnings, but of course, another thing to mention about China is that they did some more COVID kind of restrictions again. So every time that you hear that the reopening's happening, well, it really might not be happening in China. So you got to be careful with things like that.
And we've seen a lot of that back and forth, right? We saw that with the casinos when they said they were going to open it up to tourists, but not for the Golden Week. And there's been a lot of back and forth in those headlines. It's dangerous.
I definitely agree so. All right, overall sectors from the open: technology, energy leading, and then defensives. Financial services are in the red, so at least I'm interested in those to get coming back down, but they might have come down too far in the pre-market. That's how it can sometimes be. So you got to get out of the first wave. Seems like the wave is holding up right now, especially even the SPY towards 391. We'll see what happens if we do get a 10 a.m. turnaround or a 9:45 turnaround.
We got asked about Lowe's here. Angelina, good morning, guys. Will you look at Lowe's for us today? Thanks. So Lowe's reported earnings yesterday morning. One of the things that I see here on the Lowe's chart, first of all, nice little move off the 180 recent bottom that we had, but we really stopped at this 221 level. This marks a double top that was also previously support. So that support is now turned into resistance. For an upside move here, this really needs to get cleared out. Now, it looks like Lowe's is just kind of back testing after that earnings pop here. So I would say as long as it really doesn't break down, maybe past the 205 level, we still have some potential upside to move here towards 221. A break above this 221, I think probably puts 238 in play. Would like to hear what any of you guys think on Lowe's for Angelina's question here.
I'm long Tesla here, but let me take a look at Lowe's. 210 seems to be a decent support area here, which acted as resistance, and then that could act as support right there. Let me quickly take a look at AMD because you've got some flow coming into that one, so I'm sure that's popping to the upside, and there it is. AMD moving up. We talked about how AMD is strong, but how NVIDIA is even stronger as that's coming up to the resistance area that I have, but it should go ahead and break through that one. Let me go ahead and check in on my Baba trade, and I'll check in on my Tesla trade. Baba trade, at the moment, it's break even. Could go ahead and stop us out here if it goes ahead and cracks above. Take a $14 loss. Let's go ahead and check out Tesla as we're long Tesla at 184.77. Is looking for us to possibly go red to green on this trade here. I saw some call flow coming into Tesla, and also the VU app is right there supporting it. And that's why my stop loss is right below about 183.23s. Baba got stopped out.
You know, the interesting thing about lows is with housing going down, I would imagine that more and more people would try to do, do it yourself repairs or do it yourself upgrades. And I would imagine that Lowe's and Home Depot would benefit from that. But again, that's going to fall into the consumer's ability to purchase, which I expect to continue to come in next year. Yeah, Lowe's really does need to hold that 210, Zunaid. That's a good spot.
Wanted to go ahead and short Carvana for the 849s. Missed my entry by a cent. And then there's a nice 40-cent move. Lovely.
All right, starting to see some resistance act on the SPY. We're going to see if it holds up here. You can see it on the 1 minute around right above towards the 391.70 area. So we'll see what happens here. It looks like we turned around right around that level. Let's see if we come back down. The down level that I'm looking for it to break really is that last 5-minute candle, kind of break the higher low trend, right? So the higher low trend break would be a 390.95 move. Let's see what happens. Until that happens, we're probably not seeing that downside action that we are, at least I'm looking for on the SPY. We'll see what happens here.
How about with the nice stop as we got stopped out somewhere around the 80 and 20 cent range. And obviously it's about $1.50 higher. So a way to respect our stop. Come on, Tesla. The question is, do I go now? We'll hold off on it. On the SPY, I'm going to go ahead and take a 392 calls on SPY expiring this week. Just a couple of contracts since it's weekly. Got filled at 139. And here's the SPY.
A nice little bounce there on the SPY. That's one of the things we just talked about.
Yeah, we're hoping for a little bit more of a movement to the upside. It's got to break this 392. But if it breaks 391 to the downside, I will be out.
Macy's took out its pre-market high. So we had this nice little formation that we see all the time where you set a high, it comes back in, and then it goes back towards that high here. So it looks like we're taking this out here. Let's take a look at the daily chart. This is a pretty big spot to take out here on Macy's. I would imagine if we can keep going, we'll probably test this gap here up to 23. Let me actually mark these levels off here. Macy's looks pretty decent right now. Can't even believe I just said what I said, but here we are. 23 to 25 looks like your next area here if Macy's can really get some juice. Encouraging to see it take out that pre-market high today on good earnings.
Carvana looks like a no touch to me, but that was mentioned in the chat. So no touch to me on Carvana. I can put it up there, but I have it on a different chart. But yeah, no touch to me. It needs to change its trend. It's just on a downtrend. Unless you're still short and you're just holding short, well, then that'd be a little bit different. But I wouldn't even want to also open up new shorts here because this could always have a nasty kind of short squeeze. And so I'm always careful when I'm shorting these cheaper names that have built up a ton probably of short interest as it's been going down. Now we're starting to get at least a little move there in that FAZ. Can we really get the move above the 1860s? That's really where I can really start getting this trend line break here. And then we're really starting to get the move there in FAZ. Still in the drip, but needed to come back. I could add down here. I've just been kind of slowing it playly. Now the SPY is taking that downturn there. Looks like close towards that 950. We started holding up that resistance here that I was looking at. Now it looks like a bearish pattern. Now it needs to, if this could come down really fast towards 90.50, that's really going to be looking good here. Looking for oil names to come off the tape to the upside. You guys can see ExxonMobil right now is in kind of a symmetrical triangle, just battling here. Let's see what happens. Does it break to the downside or to the upside on ExxonMobil?
CTMX, one of the other names from our list here, coming up to this 160 area. There's some size there. Let's see if this breaks. Okay, through here. See if it really gets some push here on CTMX. Next spot would be 160. What would we have here? 165 and 169. So we're just talking a couple of pennies from where we're at right now. But nice move here. Nice volume on CMTX or CTMX, excuse me. Did a good job holding that pre-market low as well. That's really where it bounced from. Let's see if this pre-market high is going to be. They pulled it right back through there. Maybe it will get some more juice next move through. We'll watch the level 2 there. Still good volume. Semiconductors are up. What I use to watch the semiconductors is SMH here. This is the unlevered VanEck ETF. About flat here on the semiconductors. I think we got a nice little up from NVIDIA, right? It's bouncing here, but can't go green just yet.
Kind of want to close my Tesla if SPY can't hold this area here. All right, I'm going to close my Tesla here. Don't have the strongest conviction anymore, so I went and took a loss of about maybe 10 cents or so on. All right, now I'm going to go.
Market's rolling back over to the lows here, Zunaid, so be careful with any.
Yeah, I'm trying to go. Come on, bro. I got to. Terrible fill on Coinbase. I was trying to get that so much quicker on the 4622s, but let me see if I can go here on coin. There's the test. Yeah.
Trying to get some short of Oxy.
Grabbed a couple of contracts on Coinbase short at the $46 puts expiring this week. I got filled at 187. 187 coin puts, 46 expiring this week.
Short some Oxy. Fat FAZ getting a nice little push there for me. Around 1870s, I'm going to take some off there. Let that push there towards the 70s. Right now, I'm at 1865. I'm looking for it to keep pushing. Also getting short on Oxy, so a lot of trades here. Drip. XOM going to the bottom side of that.
ENSC, nice little move here. I think, what was that, Jay Wild? Yeah, Jay Wild, nice call on ENSC. Sorry I missed that. I missed it when you actually called that live. Oh boy, nice little move there on ENSC, right through 274. 325 looks to be stopping it now. 334 was your intraday high from yesterday on ENSC. No position here for me.
Come on, Coinbase. Those contracts are up 5%, but we want more than that. I've got an order ready to sell more than half at 250s. Yeah, 250s on Coinbase. I'm ready to sell about 75%.
Miss Whitehorse, 0500 wake up was not happening this morning. I was up at 0600. Miss Whitehorse. It was brutal.
It happens. It happens. I remember I used to work 2 jobs just trying to get to trading. So it's not always easy. I know that there's a lot of people that push themselves just to be with us every morning. So shout out to those people out there that are the late night kind of workers that still make it here in the morning just to try to improve on their skills. So shout out to you guys. There's Drip starting to make that move. Oxy making that move down to 70.42. So that's looking good there. 50, what was it? 55 entrance there. Just want to see it crack through 70.40s. If it cracks through 70.40s, we could get that nice continuation.
Coin looks like it's trying to bounce again.
Yeah, I'm in tilt mode. I just went out and shorted 50 more shares.
ARDX needs a 183 reclaim to get interesting.
How's our SPY looking there? In the crack?
Not quite to the 390 downside.
It's trying to hold, but too early to tell.
Yeah, it did a quick move though down that way.
Yep.
At least it's looking better for the down.
And if you
crack.
like it to the long side, I mean, you're not bad in terms of risk reward right here. Obviously, I am biased, and as I mentioned very transparently, I am on a bit of a tilt mode here on Coinbase as I'm short 100 shares at 46.02, and I'm also short coin puts, or I bought coin puts, $46 puts expiring this week. I got filled at $1.87. But come on down, Coinbase. Come on down. Yeah, especially if the SPY cracks at 390, I think we can get a little bit of a support to the downside of a push.
Voodoo. Voodoo is birthdays tomorrow. Voodoo going to be 69. Nice. Mitch, any live trading tomorrow? Any indication on whether we're going to be on or not?
I got to get a little update on All Access. I'll get you that update.
I know we've got All Access. We've got about 3 companies. So I'm sure there'll be a little bit of time.
We'll see, Voodoo. We will try and make it happen for you, but like I said, Mitch runs the show here.
Oh, I don't know if I run the show.
I'm the
here.
captain now.
I don't know. I don't know if I run the show here.
Mitch, I'm just trying to pump you up, man. I'm trying to pump you up.
I wish.
Happy birthday, Voodoo.
Yeah, but
Voodoo, if you can here, let me.
All right,
Voodoo, guys. I was reading. What's up? You got something?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little bit of profit in phase as it gets through 70s here. If we can get through 70s, I'll take the profits. That's a little bit of a financial bear chart that I've never taken. FAZ.
SPY coming in for that 390 test that we talked about.
Oh, there it is. Never mind. Found it. Ryan, I know I'm late, but I went ahead and sent you that futures contract information that Voodoo has sent.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing. He sent it to me. I got it.
Okay. I just sent it.
But yeah, no, appreciate that.
Matter of fact, I'm going to star this so I can read it later on again.
Bounce right near that 390.12 area. Went to 390.14. If it takes out 390.12s, be careful. On the downside, could drag it.
SPY trying to bounce off 390 here.
Oxy going to take some off there. Boom. Just took the trade off there in Oxy because that one was a little bit closer towards the downside. And I still have drips. So I still have exposure to the short side. So instead of having both positions, taking some profits there in Oxy on the day, short there from 55 to 70, 30. Not too bad. Now I can work my FAZ and drip position. We'll see what happens there in drip. Can he get through 1190s? Then I'll take some profits towards the 12.
SPY doesn't want to break 390s, which is unfortunate because now it's messing up my coin short.
Isn't that how it goes? Dude. Yeah, it's frustrating when you're a little bit on both sides. It looks like that's what it is also in your case. You're like, you want to see two things happen. Maybe they're against each other. So you're kind of hedging yourself there.
Well, sometimes
figure out which one's the best bet.
So sometimes I am in that position, but this time I'm anticipating the break of 390. Haven't gone short yet. I'm waiting for it. And of course, I am short coin, which is kind of frustrating because it's continuously trying to go up, and we're making higher highs so far in the early 30 minutes of the session. But just flush, bro. Your CEO is selling. Like, what are you even doing? Which is funny because I've got a pretty penny in Coinbase right now in terms of the app that I'm going to get out, slowly but surely. But
XOM coming back up towards the top resistance. Don't want to see it push out here. If not, going to get out of the drip trade. I'm still in the green, but sometimes you get to this point where if you're starting to see reversals and reversal action, that's what I'm seeing in XOM. I'm seeing reversal action in the SPY. Got to be a little bit careful there. It was 4 or 5 candles straight to the upside right now in XOM. I'll show you guys that in the middle chart right here. You guys can see this. This is a little bit concerning for my drip trade, so I might have to cut it. Still holding that FAZ. Wanted it to get through 1870s. It got really close, 1869. You can see we're above the resistance here on the intraday, but I wanted to keep holding up here. If XOM can come back down and hold above or below this price action, we're still good.
William, you've been talking about BMY for a couple of days here. Looking at the BMY chart here, I actually do like this above 78. I really would like us to get above 78 before trying that here. We'll see if we can actually make a move towards that 81, but I do like this above 78. Some pretty stiff resistance right here, though. So keep that in mind. We're about $1.10 away from that on BMY.
Crow, do I think I can interview SBF? Dude, I would love to interview SBF, but unfortunately, I don't think that man's taken. Yeah, no. But real quick, I am, like told you guys, I was on tilt mode. I did go ahead and add to my short another 50 shares, short 150 shares on the 4620. I did go ahead and add to my puts here as well. I got filled at 175, so now my average price on the puts is about 183s. Come on, man. Just flush to the downside, bro. Like, why are we playing games?
Why are we playing games, guys?
Why are we playing games, Mitch?
I don't know, bro. Why do we play
Of
these
course,
games?
with SPY bouncing once more from 390s, that isn't helpful. What is the fact that it's below VWAP, but like just flush, just just.
I still see it bearish at
Come
least,
on.
man.
I do too, but
Your
not as
VWAP here is
strongly as I did.
391. So you might reject here
Yes.
at VWAP.
Yeah.
So we're also in kind of a channel on the 15-minute down, you know what I mean? And then we keep finding the bottom right around the same level. That's where we got to start being a little bit, wary. The big thing I also am not seeing too, and maybe if there's bigger volume on these bounces, we could be a little bit more concerned. But of course, what is the mode where this gets into kind of more breakout mode? I think that's 392 on the upside. That's the kind of, if you're a bull, you get it up there towards 392, and I think the SPY could keep going to the upside, but we'll see what happens. FAZ still battling here. Drip, not looking good. XOM trying to get above that resistance. Drip, drip, drip.
SPY rejecting off that 391 level. SATX halted. What's going on in SATX today? Ooh, big move from 26 to 36. What kind of, is this a low floater here? This must be.
All right, gonna set a stop and drip. Don't want to see it keep coming down here, so just want to make sure that we protect ourselves. 1168s, and I'll get out on drip with a very small loss. Going to focus on phase profits, as that one looks like it wants to keep going towards 1870.
SPY through 390 here.
Okay.
391, yeah.
391. So I'm sorry. It's rallying off 390 through 391. Thank you, Zunaid.
No worries. And I'm about to get stopped out on Coinbase. Lovely. It's about 20 cents away from stopping me out. Less than that.
DLO halted. Hold on.
All right, stopped out on Coinbase. I'm out. Let me go ahead and take a look at these contracts on the option side. I'm going to go ahead and sell all of those at a loss here as well. I'll tell you what the fill is here in a moment. Where's Coinbase, dude?
XOM coming up. I'm sure I'm going to probably get hit on drip right now.
I went and closed out my positions at $1.46 and $1.47 on Coinbase.
There, we covered a tiny bit. What you gonna do, Spot? What you gonna do? Okie dokie. There you go. Turn this candle, 5-minute candle red on the SPY. It's not too bad.
Come on, baby. Just reject.
It's a battle going on right now. I think the Bulls and the Bears are battling. Let's see who takes it. You know how you can tell kind of it's a 50% retracement of that recent down move from around 391.70s down towards that what we got down there towards the low there of 390.14 on the SPY. About 50% retracement. Now let's see if it continues towards the trend that it hit down, or does it go back up? Got out of that drip on that. That's the stop. It's a really, really tiny loss. We're still in the green on the day from the Oxy position. So I was actually happy that I took the Oxy short with the drip long. So that's not too bad. I was able to make some profits on the Oxy. Lost a tiny bit on the drip, but still in the green. FAZ looking for the 1870 break. Dun, dun, dun. FAZ, come on. Are you going to give it to us or not? We got there up 1, down 1, up 2, down 2, up 3, down 3. Oh, no. We shouldn't break there. Higher lows, higher lows. Need a recovery here. Not probably just going to take the profits in FAZ and reassess. Here it is. Give it 63s. If not, gotta go.
Come on, if you got a little bit of movement there, let's see.
Yeah, not liking it. Taking the profits and running there.
All right, SPY looking to break above VWAP if it can.
Out of FAZ. Took the little profits that we had. It wasn't much, but little cushion on the green side. Let's see what we got now that we're just sitting into the green. We can just look at the SPY, kind of be more objective, understand what we're looking at, and focus on the move. What are we going to get, the 390 or the 392 to the upside on the SPY? That's what I'm going to be looking for. Whichever direction that goes, that's what's going to determine my next trades. Now I can just hang out with you guys and wait till the SPY determines my next trades versus me just trying to look for stocks and stuff. Let's look for them. I'm going to be looking for the market to choose a direction.
Sorry.
All right.
Sorry I had to disappear. My cat knocked over my entire nightstand and a glass of water. And
Oh, I'm sorry, pal.
It's
Man,
that kind of day.
I'm tilted too, Zunaid. I am not having a good morning by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah,
I know, man. It's a tough day. It's a tough day, that's for sure.
Day in the market and out of the market.
Here's the SPY coming down a little bit. Sorry, go ahead, pal.
All good. Nando asking for a breakdown on AMAT, saying look at good, break it down. This is one of the things that I see here on the daily chart is we're definitely holding this $100 level. To me, for any type of long side trade, this $100 level is what I'm going to be watching. This first candle here has a low on the wick of 99.48. So set your stop accordingly if you're going to try to trade this to the long side. I see why you'd be interested in trading this to the long side. Perhaps we curl back up to this 112 level and maybe take it out. This actually looks like a pretty decent level. If you do take out 112, 120 is next. So for a potential trade here, trade maybe against 100 from 103, so 3 points of downside with potential first target here at 112. So that gives you, 8 points of upside, and then 120 after that. So 18 total points of upside, 3 points of downside. Structure your trade the way that your risk tolerance can handle that. That's what I see here on AMAT.
Do you guys know what the advanced and decliners ticker is on the SPY? I know what it is for the NASDAQ, but I'm looking for it on the SPY.
I don't offhand. I'm sorry.
Anyone in the chat, if you know it, please let us know.
Yeah, Miss Whitehorse, you're exactly right. It's because he wants attention. And I just sit at this computer for 10 hours a day during work, and he absolutely hates it.
Yep.
It's frustrating, no doubt. No doubt.
The life. All right. Still playing some games here. SPY, at least. Doesn't want to determine a direction. Energy going into the red. That still looks good for shorts. Noco Phillips. In a symmetrical triangle there.
Got my eye on Tesla in case SPY goes ahead and breaks the low, but right now it just does not want to. Speaking of which, you've got, I mean, this consolidation here on Meta between the, the 111.30s and then also the 109.78s. Interested to see which way this breaks, especially if the market can help us out. And there's the SPY once again above VWAP. BABA making new highs at 83s. T, man, T just doesn't move enough for me. I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry.
No, it doesn't.
You've got resistance around 1880 in my opinion, but it just doesn't move enough for me.
Man, Baba, what a move here on Baba.
Yeah. That $80 support held and it said bye-bye. Boy.
Beat on EPS, miss on sales, and just a huge move here.
I think it's time for some Nature Valley.
I might go grab some water and straight here in a minute.
Nice little move here too. Remember on TSM, we had that 82.50 level from earlier this week. We're currently at 81.93. So approaching back up here. Let me take a look here at TSM. God,
for me, it's a breakout above 30.
Swing something.
Yeah, for me, it's a breakout above 83, but we're a buck away from that. Let me lock in here on SPY again, see what it wants to do.
Yeah. The high of that recent high candle, Zunaid, from November 15th, 82.93. So I think I agree with you on that 83 spot. That 82.50 was from earlier this week, but 83 here on TSM would be good. No question. By the way, we talk about this quite a bit. Let's take a look at this. Get asked all the time about the floating island, and TSM produced one here. So we got this candle here. Normally what I would do in this case is I would mark off both the entire range of that candle. So in this case, we got what, 80 to 83. Now, this second day after this candle, we did pull back here towards 78. So that's about $1.50 beneath this resistance level. But today we've plowed right back through this. And looking at this chart, I would expect a resolution to the upside here on TSM. As far as trading it goes, if I took a trade here, I'd actually use options and define my risk ahead of time. And then I do a stop against 80 here, right? If we come back down here and we break this, especially if we break the low here, 78.70, I think that this probably won't resolve. But for right now, looks like we want to go higher than 83 here on TSM.
All right, team.
Buffett buy though.
Looks like you guys are over here talking about when does the Fed speak? When does the Fed speak? Well, one way that you guys can do and watch this is, of course, using Benzinga Pro. If you go to the economics calendar, you're going to see, well, different Feds speaking right here. And so we can see here Bullard at 8 a.m., right? Well, you can see Jefferson at 10:40. You can see different members speaking, Bowman, 9:15. Meister at 9:40. So it looks like we've gotten through most of them, but there are some that are not going to be public. and live. So just be careful with that one. I think the Jerome Powell one is not public, like live where you can see the stream. You have to actually be there. So that's going to be one thing that you guys got to keep in mind. Hopefully they don't say anything that really shakes up the market, especially on something like that. It was talked that monetary policy would not be spoken of at that event, but we'll see what happens.
And Mitch, one more little pro tip from that screen that you're on, if you could go back to that. With the Fed, we've actually made it really easy for you to track the Fed. You'll notice that there's a type field that you have, and Fed-related items are tagged with Fed. So, Mitch, if you would click that type column header, can actually click it one more time, can actually sort it from a descending order. So you can put all of those different Fed events in order and then review and track them. One of the other tips that you can do from this is you can actually sort by importance. So if you do the same thing and you click on the importance column header, you can actually arrange these in how important they are as set by our news desk. All they do is watch news and go over this stuff. So just wanted to add that there.
All right, SPY pushing towards that breakout spot. I talked about it, 392, right? Well, it looks like we want to push up today. So instead of me thinking that, well, maybe I should be thinking short side, I'm just going to let the SPY determine what I want to do. So we're going to determine right here, 392 is the level. What are we going to do on the 5 minute? We're going to get above that, or are we going to reject that? That's where I'm looking at right now. We'll see what happens on the SPY.
Okay, got a couple of questions on that TSM setup, so let's review them.
Go for it.
Right here, Shah's asking, Ryan, what options would you use? That's a good question. Chucky's asking, any option flow? Okay, let's take a look at that. So first of all, on my screen here, I have the calendar, the option flow calendar that I talked about earlier, filtered for TSM. You can see there's quite a bit of calls going on in here, a few put trades, but for the most part, calls. Remember, this is filtered for over 100. So some of these contracts here, these are 200 lots. We got a 500 lot in here. We're looking at about anywhere between 30 and 100K per trade. Now, looking at the chart here, the first question there was, what options would you use? I would be tempted to use the December monthlies just because there's some pretty good volume in there. The weeklies look a little bit lighter. So I'd stick with the higher volume contract. I'd use the Decembers, and I actually would look for the 85 contract. Okay, the 85 contract. Current ask on that 85 contract, 245. So that's what I would be looking at here, and then I would define the risk based on your risk profile there. Now here's the thing, W. We're asking when would you short TSM? Okay, so here's the thing. If you get rejected at 38 or 38, excuse me, 83, if you get rejected at 83 or this thing pops through it and immediately comes back, I think that might be your potential short. And I'd look for that 80 target, maybe even 78.
I'm long once again on Tesla. I'm just, man. Nvidia's a joke. Delusional bulls. Well, those delusional bulls are making money.
It's okay. It's okay. And that's how it is sometimes, right?
Yep.
No one said the market's got to be logical. Sometimes actually logic is thrown out the windows. I think it was Rob Roy yesterday said, I'll give you the best strategy ever. Just flip. Everything you want to buy, just flip it.
Did you ask him if he likes the cocktail?
I wanted to, but he got really quickly into his presentation, and I didn't want to interrupt for that.
That's
Ryan.
okay.
I was ready. I had the question ready, and then he just started giving the disclaimer. I was like, crap. Then AB threw me to the back. I was like, yeah, let me not jump back on to interrupt him for it.
For the first time, as long as I can remember, American Express is offering 3% on their savings account.
What is going on?
So if anyone wants to take advantage of that.
All right, guys, I'm going to really call out a company here that I don't know why the hell it's moving like it is, but SATX, be careful there, guys. That stock is just, I don't know what the hell is going on there.
AltFest, SATX.
Yeah, this is something else, though. This is what you call low liquidity and a lot of manipulation because holy crap, is this thing just jumping all over the place? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I just saw that.
Crazy, right?
I'm just pissed. Who was
Crazy.
manipulating it didn't call me first.
Right? It's on the like the hourly chart had that nice little pattern there, but if you go into a shorter time frame chart, you're gonna be like, what the hell is going on with this thing? It's jumping, that's for sure.
Capital on 3%. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with that company. SPY still playing games. What did it do? Reject that 392 move. So I feel like we're still in a little bit of chop zone. So I'm not trying to trade into the chop. One that looks like a cup and handles starting to come back towards the bull side today is Cisco. And then the longer term looks like a nice little pattern towards the upside move. This one actually doesn't look too bad for me here. Would have to come in here and then maybe add on a pullback to 45.90s, but doesn't look too bad there on Cisco. Cisco.
Come on, let's go. Oh, what happened to Carvana? Did it continue? Kind of, sort of.
Carvana. Carvana. We'll see if that company survives the...
Well, for me, it's like if you're going to go bankrupt, hurry up because I got to get me a car still.
That's not going to make a difference, though. It's
What do
going to
you
make it
mean?
harder. They're going to lock up inventory.
They wouldn't try to sell the assets to pay back investors and whatever else they've got?
It depends. Sometimes it takes months and months for that to happen, bro. And then
I'm
it's
not
a
saying
locking.
that, but
No, but it'll lock up the cars like a huge amount of used vehicles supply, which and essentially lowers the supply on the market, which would actually it might actually bring prices up.
interesting.
They have a lot of vehicles, man, on that
For sure.
balance sheet. It's not a small amount. And I see them all the time. I don't know if you see their trucks all the time, but I see their trucks all the time, and I'm just like, oh,
I
there it
don't.
is. Carvana truck.
I do not.
Yeah,
Here's
I don't see the
Tesla.
trucks.
Yeah,
I
I
see
don't
it
think
all
I've
the
seen
time.
a single one, actually.
I guess it's down here in the south.
Well, I'm in the south, but I mean, either way, you've got Tesla here
He
making
made
a
like,
move
"Nah,
to
I
the
ain't
upside.
buying me."
184.88 is where
I
I'm
don't
long.
know.
I tried to go long via some options on E-Trade, but it looks like their data is messed up because it looks like the bid and ask is showing something else than what the level 2 is. So something wonky is going on there. So it didn't let me get a fill. But here's our move on Tesla. I'm going to be a bit greedy, and I'm going to see if we can go ahead and get the previous close maybe on this puppy here. But it's just been an off day. I haven't won a single trade today.
Yeah.
Get a.
I haven't
Vespa?
taken one today.
What's
so
a
don't feel bad.
Vespa? I am not getting a Vespa. You're out of your mind. I just looked up what that was.
Can you imagine Zunaid cruising around in a Vespa?
I mean, it's cheap. Don't get me wrong. Hello, but like,
I can see it. No, there's something even cheaper. There's like what are those little like pocket bikes ones? Have you seen those?
I want to learn how to ride a bike. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, just get a bike, bro.
Marvel, what you got going on? Ooh, okay. Hold on. MRVL.
Macy's having a good
to
day.
the upside.
Macy's had a good day
PSM
today.
approaching that 83 level.
ASAT's nice VWAP bounce today. BJ, no move.
Seeing a
BJ.
bunch of options come in on MRVL.
Yep, literally just
MRVL
got
for the
into that
highs
one.
here.
4350 is coming in. I said I just got into that position here. 4350 is coming in. You've got Apple moving to the upside here a bit as well.
See what you saw was Zunaid, probably.
Zunaid,
wish,
are you
bro.
swiping up 404 contracts there? 4350?
If it was a 4350s expiring this week on the ask, yes.
Yep.
Yes.
My boy.
But like, fuck, bro. Sorry, excuse my language. My apologies. Tesla. Now I break even.
Spy, you
I
gonna
had a
get above that
feeling I can't.
392, or are you gonna play games here? What's up?
Poked above. Will it stay above is the question. Said nope, screw you.
No, no, no.
TSM off those highs just a tad here, but still looking good. Volume looks strong here today too on TSM.
Looking around, team. Looking around. You guys got anything? Let us know. Little scoot, scoot. I just longboarded everywhere in college. Maybe you just do that, bro. Just longboard.
No, I'm not a badass like that. I can't do that. Nor am I good with my balance.
Lensley says, I miss my little scooter. Had one for about a year. Loved every cold, wet day. Interesting. You like the scooter in the cold and wet.
Drifter
I'm
over
assuming
here.
that was sarcasm.
Just drifting. That's all it is. It's a little drift. I don't know, man. Stocks don't look that great. Apple's probably one of the strongest ones, but other than that, maybe Microsoft? Yeah, Microsoft holding up a little bit. That rejection of 392 again, that makes me a little bit like, yeah, I'll try a trade here now, guys. I'm gonna go with the SQQQQ. Taking a little bit there at the 52s. Willing to add on a little pullback. Looking for a reversal style trade off the 34s. SQQQ.
Hey, Matt. Oh, bro. That $100 bounce. Nice.
So
Very
that's
nice.
The SQQQ trade, team. We'll see if we get that reversal style trade there.
Nice bounce, man. From that 100, that was beautiful.
Reversal style trade off the 5-minute. When does this candle close? At 35. So at 35, I'll make a decision on adding, and we're trying to get it up back to the VWAP. We don't have to get it to break out. 47 could be the profit. 10 cents for a 50-cent gain? I'll take it. Nice little shakeout, bull trappy. Yeah, it did look like a little bull trappy at the top there at the SPY 392s.
If you believe in the downside, Apple around 149 can't seem to get above the previous close of 148.79s.
Yeah, Pat M. I understand this one. Like, you're like, what the hell? Or I'll say it for you. What the fuck? SQM selling off on the blowout earnings and outlook. Well, that's just how it goes sometimes. And the truth is, that's why I don't like earnings or playing earnings often. I did it in that little fantasy account, and it definitely trapped me into BJ right now. So that's just how it goes sometimes. And I think it's, unfortunately for you, I'm sure it's on real money, and it definitely hurts, Pat. But one thing that I would talk about, and it's from my own experience, not talking about yours, but from my own experience, I just learned that with earnings, you never know when the market's going to go against you. You never know. And so in my eyes, earnings are sometimes you can get the best earnings report. And if they report on the wrong day, well, it still goes down. And that's why I just don't like playing earnings. I feel like it's a fun thing when you get it right. But when you get it wrong, it's really detrimental to the account.
Yeah, I'm just kind of skimming that report right here, and Pat's right. This does look good. This looks like a great earnings report. I'd wonder what it says that the conference call is currently going on. So I wonder what they're saying on that conference call.
1 minute to close this SQQQ 5-minute candle. Go ahead, bro.
I was just going to say, Pat, I'd be interested if you're listening to the call, what you're hearing on that call.
I'm trying to get some INM if I can get it around 403s and previous close, but it's moving up to 427s, 421s, excuse me.
Yeah, earnings are face rippers. I agree with you, MD. They either rip your face like, yeah, or they rip your face like, oh, what happened?
And I can see why people would have wanted to take this trade to the upside too, because the daily chart of SQM looks like it was running into some resistance here at like 115. Well, we were at 100. Good earnings. That could have taken you right into that resistance area.
Yeah, I can't blame you for that outlook. And I actually like it long term, but I understand the downturn there. Here's SQQQs going up there to the 73s. Can we get it to the 47? Wasn't able to get that add, but the 5-minute candle is about to close. We'll look for pullbacks to 52 to add on this. Looking for the move to 47. 47's right around here. But we might, the VWAP. Let's see where it's at. 46.99. So right around maybe in the 90s, we'll take the profit and run. That'd still be a 4-to-1 trade. We'll see what happens there. SQQQ. Now I want to see the SPY come back down and start heading towards that 390s. QQQ is really the thing that I need to be watching now. And we want to see that just hold that top on the 5-minute. You can see it clearly on the 5-minute. It's the same thing. It's like just the SQQQ kind of reverse there. So we don't want to see it get past 283s like 60s. And we just want it to come back down towards the 281. That would make us a nice little breakout in SQQQ. But of course, this is my trade. You guys choose your own risk assessment. All right, we'll see what happens. My best trade has been to buy after earnings and pick a stock up after overreactions. That's not a bad outlook, Sabrina. Overreactions sometimes can definitely bring you opportunities. It can bring you stocks either, that catch a lot of the bulls and you can look for pullbacks, or let's say for the downside, in your case, maybe calling out stocks that get overreaction to the downside and then jump in on that downside hit. Not a bad outlook.
I'm going to try to, so full disclosure, I am just atrocious in terms of trading today, but I am taking a shot here on a couple of contracts on the 392 calls expiring this week, simply because it's near VWAP. So if it holds and we continue, I think we can get a nice little move, but it's got to break through the 392 that we've been talking about. And of course, if it goes to the downside, we'll get stopped out here. We're still long Tesla. That one's pretty much kind of like at break even as it bounced from VWAP, but we need a move. I am just getting chopped up and screwed left and right here in this market.
All right, team. I do want to go ahead and let you guys know about something that we're going to be doing. And this is just, if you want to take part, you don't have to worry about getting your email taken, even your name. But we are doing a feedback form that I filled out, and it has some questions on there for you guys to definitely give us some feedback here. We truly appreciate it. We got over 490 of you guys. And like I said, this isn't going to ask for your email. This isn't going to ask for your name. You can do this completely anonymous, and you can give some feedback so that you guys can determine a lot of what we do here at Benzinga and what content you want more of. If you guys are loving this stream right now, live trading, there's a question even on here. What's your favorite show? Take some shots. What are you guys going to tell us? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Or maybe you got some suggestions for new shows. Let us know in the forum. Or maybe why you watch Benzinga. Is it education? Is it live trading? Let us know. There's a lot there for you guys to answer. And remember, you don't have to answer all the questions. Just fill out what you'd like to give some feedback on, and we truly appreciate it.
Yeah, we really do value feedback. I second what Mitch says here. So anything you folks can provide helps us make this better for all of you.
Definitely.
Come on, SPY. Come on, SPY.
That SATX, that's such a monster.
That thing is my entire signals tool that displays halts. Look at this. My entire signals tool is just SATX.
Adding.
I guess we had DLO down there, but it's just SATX. This thing is just, it is wild. This is not tradable for me. If you guys can trade this, awesome. Would love to hear your strategy. But for me, this is stuff I just watch and pass on.
I'm going to get some grapes. This is annoying. I'll be back.
I added on SQQQ there. So we'll see what happens there. Definitely, I talked about it. If I'd get the pullback to that level, why not take the ad there? And now I'm in still at the 52, but with a little bit more. And on the pushes, we can definitely look for a nice little profit. So I don't mind sometimes to do that as long as everything's looking good. I'm getting pullback opportunities to my break average. As long as I can hold towards a good risk spot here, which is going to be, of course, the 46.40s underneath, then we're looking good here. I'm risking about 12 cents here for about 40 to 50 cent return. And that's what I look for all the time. 4 to 5 to 1. Those look great.
This is actually pretty good feedback, and I think that we can make an adjustment on this right away. Brandon is saying the only feedback I have is to maybe send the stream to the next program 1 minute early. Sometimes people are already talking by the time the stream loads. So
yeah,
you know what we can do, Mitch? We can probably wait to start doing like our spiel for like a minute or two, you know, having just general conversation or welcoming people in, saying good morning to everybody. And then by the time the stream loads for everybody,
the problem with that is that, let's say if it's someone brand new coming to the stream, they're just going to get a bunch of kind of random talk right off the hop versus into the content that's going to really keep them. So this is a battle team, but I appreciate the feedback, but I'm always going to also give you the feedback that why I think it's a good or bad thing, right? I mean, you guys can definitely also answer back on that. One thing is I always try to be transparent and just give you, you know, what I see. You guys let us know what you guys see. And we choose, you know, an answer that, you know, tries to satisfy both, really.
ENSC, possible bounce at 3 here.
I agree. We need to get a GoPro, a neck harness, put it on Buddy, and wherever Buddy goes, so does the GoPro. And we tune into the Buddy cam every now and then.
That would be something else.
Right? Wouldn't that be dope? Wouldn't that be dope? Like, yeah.
A GoPro on the cat.
Oh man. The Buddy cam.
this D-Lo, man, this is having a crazy move here today, but this is wild. Just huge moves. What happened to this yesterday? D-Local.
Tell you what, definitely the chop right now.
Oh, Muddy Water short.
It's a wipeout. Wipeout. Who surfs out there, man? I need to learn how to surf. Cat cam for the slow moments in the markets. We're gonna have to figure out.
You all think it's a joke, but that will give 1 million views.
I'm telling you.
You know,
sometimes get bright ideas right there.
Austin mentioning catnip. You know what's interesting is that catnip doesn't seem to affect him that much. He doesn't seem to be as interested as some of my previous cats were.
Have you tried the natural one? Like the grass, like versus dried?
Say that one more time.
So you know how catnip, usually you get it like dried?
Mm-hmm.
You can get the natural one. It's like green, still like the plant. You got to try that out on him. Maybe that'll work for
actually,
him.
that would be something else to try, Mitch. Pat saying, no, I'm not listening to the call. I plan on listening to the recording. Pat, I'd be interested in hearing what you thought about that afterwards. Especially if this is a stock that you're normally following or you have been following, I'd love to get your input on what they said on that call.
Man, the battle's on here. Just looking to see if the SPY is going to take that downturn. Hard action move. Come on. Volume's just getting nowhere right now. Slowly dying off is the volume. On the 1 minute, you can see it, how it's just declining. That volume needs to kind of get a directional outlook. That's why I usually look for those spikes in volume when we're getting those moves to see what's going to happen here. But it's just kind of on a slow chop type of day.
Zunaid's back.
Zunaid. He didn't hear about our lovely Buddy idea. I think he would think that was amazing.
He's muted and talking.
No worries.
What's the idea?
We're gonna put like a harness or like kind of necklace on Buddy, and we're gonna attach a GoPro.
Oh
So
man,
we have a Buddy cam wherever Buddy goes on the day.
oh dude, I love it. Reimbursement that one for sure, 100%.
Yeah,
I'm in.
yes.
100% in.
Next thing you know, we're taking a trip to the litter box, and I don't think we'll be too happy.
I was going to say, there are some
You know,
things
I
on there
didn't-
that you
I didn't
probably
think about
don't
that.
want, but
I didn't think about that.
I'm going to run to the washroom. I'll be right
Ryan's going to the litter box, you know. I would like to see broker integration for BZ Pro with TD and some other online brokerages. Well, add that in the form. There's a spot where it's just kind of long form where you can just add stuff. Add that. I'll give it back to the BZ Pro team. Sector rundown, says Sabrina. Sector rundown is what we give her. Let's go ahead. I'm going to actually share my other screen so I could do that for you. Usually I run that through my other screen here, so I'll just run that through you. Watching that SQQQ, of course, going to stay on the reversal style trade off of this bottom action. We'll see if we get to the move towards the 47. Really need the SPY to come down here in the Qs. We'll see if we get that action. Let's take a look at the stocks out there, right? What is moving up? Well, technology is up from the open. We'll see if this kind of turns around. Really kind of topping out here. What are some stocks that you guys can be looking at in this sector? Well, let's go to the bigger boys. Which ones are doing well? TSM, NVIDIA, those are doing well. ASML doing well. What's are not doing well? Well, I would say that ACN is on a downturn. You can see that one pulling back a little bit there. CRM down 3%. This one doesn't look good. Apple is up from the open, but down overall, starting to turn around a little bit. Microsoft looks a little bit like it's trying to turn towards the 241. We'll see what happens there in these stocks. Energy up from the open, but still in the red overall. And it looks like a little toppy there to me. Looks like it wants to come back down. We'll take a look at some of these oil stocks to see how they look. XOM, is this turning around? XOM is actually holding in right now. Chevron actually had a little bit of a pop there. ConocoPhillips, not looking like it's going into the red right now. So we'll see what happens in these. They still look like overall this sector looks like it's going into the red, but some of the bigger names still holding on as of right now. MRO, this one looks a little bit more of a bearish tape. We'll see what happens there. Defensives, how are those doing today? Well, from the open, I'm going to pay attention to what's from the open, getting a little bit of a pushback. You got some of these education stocks that push back today. EDU having a good day today. TAL, these are China stocks. So I would personally, I stay away from these, but it's up to you if you like these or not. Brewers doing not too bad, getting a little bit of a bounce today, but definitely we're starting to get more of these names into the red. So be careful here, team. Utilities definitely getting a quick move down. We've talked about that on pre-market prep, how we can see that. Industrial is finally taking a seat back down, CAT. And I will have to say to my man Zunaid, I'm sorry, man, that FDX couldn't get up towards that gap fill and started turning back around. I thought that one could maybe get the gap fill. Couldn't do it there, so started turning around. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, right? GE's been in such a strong uptrend. Will this start to break? You guys can see it pulling back right now. And this is a stock that I would definitely keep on my radar, because if it can stay on a trend like this, we might be actually in the kind of know to try to actually trade General Electric. But for right now, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on it. SQQQ is getting that move here. I want to go ahead and take some profit as we get into, of course, the 90s, going towards the 47. So I'm going to focus in here and bring it back to your guys' charts. Maybe Ryan, what do you see as top movers? Maybe we could take a look at the top movers on the day.
Yeah, so if we want to take a look at the movers on the day here, this is what I'm going to do. Just do gainers, regular session. I'm still going to leave the same filters on that I normally use for the pre-market. So the volume filter and the $1 price filter. Here we see some of the biggest movers here. It's still some of the stocks that we actually saw on the watch list. EVLT, this was being acquired, so there's really no movement or trade here. ARDX, if you recall, was on the list here. We actually really didn't get a good setup, even trading down to the 175 support. It just broke right through it. So we didn't get any type of long side trade here. CTMX also on the list here from the pre-market this morning. We didn't we haven't really got a move here either. This is kind of just hanging around here. No entry trigger despite having good volume on both of these names.
BBBY there, just to let you guys know. No worries. Just sold half of the SQQQ trade. Looking for the 47. If I can't get it above the VWAP, I'll just sell it here in the 90s. Not going to let it come back down towards the 4640s. Good trade on the day right here. SQQQ.
BBWI, this is Bath and Body Works. Crow, you've been on this here today. This one really not giving us a move either, right? We went right out of the gate, immediately broke down, still haven't been able to reclaim VWAP. Just kind of a rough market all around here today. Not a lot of setups, at least not for me. Nothing really great here. KPRX, this was moving here earlier today too. This is coming back in. Tiger was moving, we saw earlier. Tiger's still at the highs, doing a good job. He came back to the VWAP here. Tiger actually looking pretty decent. Pre-market high at 525. Just not a whole lot here. DLO, which we talked about. Baba, we talked about. JD moving with that. Macy's, we talked about. INM, you were trying to get in, weren't you, Mitch?
Not that one. Maybe it was Zunaid on INM.
I just went over the charts for INM. That's about it. Oh, yeah, INM. That is me. Sorry, I'm thinking of IWM. My bad. Yes, I was. I'm looking to get in at 403 and 383s, but obviously it said, screw you, I'm going up without you. So that's exactly what it did. So I didn't chase, and the one time I don't chase, it rockets to the upside.
Hands on the trigger, watching the QQQ action. Want to see a rejection here of the 70s and 80s on 282. QQQs wanted to come back down towards the 282s. SPY going through 390.60 is going to give me good outlook for a continuation through the VWAP here on the SQQQ trade.
You've got, where is it? I'm looking to go short at 391.11 if I can go ahead and get the fill. I'm also, did it fill me or no? I don't think it did. I'm also short the SPY, about the 390 puts expiring January 20th. If it crosses above 391.50s, I will be out probably. Netflix wants to go. Where does it want to go? To the upside. All right.
What a day. What a day.
It does have a gap to fill.
What a day is right. Hopefully we can get a better one coming up here. But guys, I'm going to hop and get back to my daily tasks here. Voodoo, happy birthday. Happy early birthday. I still need to go through your stuff. I'm sorry. It's been kind of a hectic week for me, but I will go through that. Appreciate everyone that's given us feedback. Appreciate all of your support. And if we have a show tomorrow, we'll see you tomorrow. If not, we'll be back on Monday.
Like always,
Mitch,
have a good one, brother.
Mitch, I'm not against trading you Christian Kirk, by the way. I really am not. But I don't know. I don't know how to make it work. It's much easier to make trades in fantasy baseball. I'm sure you'd agree with that.
Yeah, man. You just gotta tell me what you want, man. But you gotta figure out, because leaving them on the bench isn't going to do anything for you. And I know you're too wide receiver heavy. So
I was gonna say, what would you do if you had Deebo Samuel and Chris Olave?
That's what I'm saying. You got to trade them almost, but the key is getting back some value of something that you can use, right?
Yeah.
I understand that outlook too.
Yeah. Anyway, take care, everyone. Austin, take care. Mike, take care. We will see you again.
See you, Val.
All right, so gonna set. I'm trying to finish this trade here at the same time. Gonna go and get ready for something here for us to get into. It's just too much of a battle today. Too much chop. No continuation. That's a tough day to trade. I'll tell you that much. Whenever you get in this kind of action.
Yeah. Believe you me, I know it.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a stop here at 75. So 46.75. I have a stop there for SQQQ. Going to give it the chance to break down here on the Qs and then, of course, give me that rise on the SQQQ. But I don't want to get to the point where I miss out on some of this profit. So I just put a stop like right here. Oh, that was a horrible drawn line. All right. So we're like right here. That's where it's going to stop us out if it cuts through. Now I'm just giving it the chance to break through that 47 and the Qs to break down right here. SPY looking good. SPY's breaking down a little bit there. Come on. We'll see if we get it. All right, let's go towards what we're going to get up to next. So I'll let the chat determine. I think I might do a little bit of psychology. I think you guys enjoyed the psychology talk last time. So I'm going to look up a little video here to bring into some psychology action today. All right, let's bring up some videos here.
Come on, come on. Which way are we going, SPY? Mullen. So many people talking about Mullen.
Mullen.
Bro, it's like a quarter.
Let's probably do this one. This one looks good here.
It's a quarter.
Let's go to how to understand trading risk. Bum, bum, bum. Gotta get that ready.
Hey, would you mind sharing after you're done sharing this? If you could share access to that feedback form, that'd be great.
Yeah, I got you, man.
I'm short Amazon here off bounce to the after the VWAP, but it's just a frustrating day. 95s were there too. That's on me. Tesla's below VWAP. Tesla's also there. What are you gonna do, Tesla?
The battle's on. I got to 47, but turned around there. Qs are looking heavy. Come on. Come on, SPY. Come on down. All right, let's keep battling. We'll see what else is going out there, and we'll get towards that right now at 11. I'll get you guys a nice little video in a second, and we'll talk a little bit about understanding risk. So, yeah, 1 hour charts are my favorite charts, man. Those are the charts I like the most because it just gives you a lot of times good risk to return.
I might have to try that. I tried the 65-minute, but I don't think I like it as much.
So with the 1 hour charts, what I like is always looking for those kind of like, let's say, deep time frame, what I call a deep time frame pullback. And so like if a stock looked good in the morning and then it pulls back just right out the gates, that hourly like resistance or support, prior resistance becomes support. And then you see it come all the way back up, usually towards even sometimes the opening price, which just that trade alone is a massive trade usually. And it's usually like a good risk to return where you're risking in like, let's say maybe 25 cents to make, $1 on the upside. If you take trades like that, you only got to be right. Like, 1 in every 4 trades to even be break even. You're right 2 times and you're making good money. So I think that, it's all about figuring out what style of trades work best for you. But I like the 1 hour trades. You can go in with very small share size. or very even small, let's say, contracts, and you're looking for a bigger return though. And so you're letting the trade actually work towards that profit. And that's what matters there. So you got to be a little bit more patient. And so it's more patient, less trades, and slows down the trading also if you feel like you're getting into over trading runs.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. Waiting for the SPY to crack 390s. That's where I'm going to go ahead and get a lot more puts. But right now, I've only got a couple on the 390 puts that I mentioned, expiring January 20th on the SPY. We've got them at 1409. We're up about $20 per contract, but we want more. We want more.
QQQ's continuing down. That's a nice look there. Now let's see if we can break through the 47 here on the SQQQs, and we can actually cancel down the SQQQ. Look for this to kind of push above and then probably sell into that push. Looking to go ahead and take the profits, get the hell out of here. And a good day for me at the end of the day.
Nice.
Had one trade in the red today. 1, 2, so 3. SQQQ definitely the top trade of the day. It was a reversal. What helped me here was the ad on the pullback. Remember, guys, on this one right here, I got in at 52, and it was like right here. I let the trade kind of work out of the reversal and really start showing me that direction that it wants to go. Went up there to the 70s, and I said, can we get pullbacks to this prior resistance? That's where we can look for the ads. It pulled back right to there, gave you 2 wick opportunities there. I added again right around the same price. And then this gives me an ability to make a nice little profit when it gets up there. And what does it do also? It really signifies risk here towards the 40. And so I know exactly what my risk is towards my return. That's usually when I like it. It's already moved in my direction a little bit. So I'm looking for that move back towards the mean reversion VWAP trade. And a lot of times I'll just take all the money out right there on the VWAP. All right, not liking this action here. I'm just going to go ahead. There you go. Take it the last little bit. Not a bad little trade there. Good outs there. Took a couple of profits. Can't go mad there on SQQQ. And overall, good day. Was able to battle there on the SQQQs, use some different style of trades, move around. Oxy went short on that one at one point, and we're able to take quick profits. It still looks like it's in the red there. We'll see what happened on the day on DRIP. DRIP was one that I traded today, and I got stopped out on this one for a small loss, and it's gone nowhere on the day. So I just would have been stuck in that. So that's not too bad of a trade there. Tried for the first time this FAZ, which is a financial bear 3 times leveraged ETF. Was able to make at least a little bit of profit, but nowhere near what I wanted to make, which was a move above that 1870s. It did pull back towards the support and bounce, but we'll see what happens on that trade. SPY bouncing, wouldn't you know it, right near the bottom, playing a little bit more of that chop game. And with that being said, I'm kind of glad I got out of the SQQQ trade because I am done with this chop today. It's been a choppy type of day. And with that being said, sometimes you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when you're in the zone, and know when you're not. Because that's the biggest thing I've always talked about of day trading is when to be on the gas pedal, when to be on the brake pedal. And understanding that really helps you in the waves of trading. There's always waves and levels to this game. So hope you guys are learning here on live trading because that's what it's truly all about, is being able to give back some education to you guys. All right, I'm going to pull down my screen. We're going to start wrapping up here. Like always, you guys can catch us right here. We're not going anywhere. We got a lot to go to right here on the stream. We still got Benzinga Live. We still got stock market movers. And of course, I'm going to give you guys a little education. I will get you guys how to understand trading risk. This is going to be not a bad video. It actually got a lot of views on a different platform. It wasn't YouTube, but let's see if maybe you guys like it. So we'll go ahead and bring you that. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here with you guys, and we'll go right to it. And this isn't going to be the longest video. It's just going to be about like 7 minutes. So I'll be back, team, and then we'll take a look into the markets, how everything's going. So if you guys want to stick around and get a little education, you're more than welcome to. And like always, Zunaid, it's always a pleasure to have you on stream. It was a tough one. And like always,
It sure was. It sure
sometimes
was.
it's a tough one. Sometimes it's a little bit easier. And we're always going to be able to bounce back. See you tomorrow, my friend.
See ya.
All right, I'm going to take Zunaid down here, and then I'm going to put up that stream for you guys to check out here, how to understand trading risk by Money Mitch, of course. Let me know in the chat what do you guys think about these. You guys can also hit that form for feedback if you guys want to give feedback on even moments like this. If you guys like things like this, we can still do more of these. We just want to give some feedback that you guys and especially want more education content, stuff like that. We're all for here, especially at Benzinga. All right, so let me go ahead and put this up. Guys, check this out. Quick video, 7 minutes, and then we'll be back and take a look at the markets and continue going into Benzinga Live. That's coming up at 11:30, but I'm not going to let you down, and I'm going to give you guys some content to do a little learning lesson.
Hey traders, welcome back to the Money Mitch Beginners Trading course. Let's go ahead and let's jump right into it. Today we're going to be talking a lot about a better understanding of risk. Risk is so important. I always think that traders need to first learn how to preserve that risk, and then they can work towards their rewards. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the talk here. Like always, you know, one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get into this presentation here. Let's go ahead. A better understanding of risk. Risk is always one of the most important things to work on as a trader. Acceptance of risk really, truly centralizes the success in a trader. Reason why is we'll go into it right now. So most traders, you know, they just assume that they're engaged in a risky activity, so they're accepting that risk. But the truth is, most traders struggle with accepting the consequences really that come on the other side of trading. A lot of times, yes, we want to get our profits, but if we don't truly accept the risk when the trade goes against us, we're going to go into kind of more of a pain body mentality and try to find blame in the trade versus understanding that that was the inherent risk that we took apparent when we put the trade on. So it's very important to stop that mental defense mechanism. Everyone has it. And if you don't have it, I mean, give me a call because I want to trade like you. Like always, we're not machines, so we're going to feel the defense mechanism come. But if you truly accept the risk, and a lot of times this is going to be it knowing your position sizing, are you being way too big in that risk? And that's why when the trade goes against you, you're feeling these pressures. These are all questions that you must ask yourself. So one of the things is, you know, you have to learn how to have that specific mindset and let the trade unfold. The key is to really stay in the zone of the trade, understand both sides, the risk and reward, and taking the trade not based on an understanding that you're going to get the reward, but based on an understanding that you know the risk and reward side. So staying in the zone, staying in the trade, make yourself available, focus on what you're doing, stay objective. My trade is to do this. The strategy tells me to do this. The risk should be set here and the reward should be set here. And that's where you should be doing it because it's a planned attack, not a random subjective attack, but stay objective to your strategy. And at the end of the day, like I talk about, there's no expectation of winning or losing. We're always going to run into this battle if, you know, whether we're going to win or lose when we take a trade. But you should go ahead and get this out of your mind because that's not why we take trades. We take trades based off of probability. And winning and losing is just an outcome to that decision-making process. And so if we can go ahead and understand that, then we can make decisions time in and time out. But if you're always looking at it as a winning and losing mentality, that's when it really starts eating you up here. So let's go ahead and let's get into the next slide here. So one of the things that we need to do is always get in the correct mindset. The correct mindset is to start thinking and trading in probabilities. This is hard for beginning traders to really understand, but once you really start thinking that every time I put a trade, it's just based on probability, then you'll stop trying to make everything into a right or a wrong objective versus just taking the trade. And so one of the things that you need to work on is, of course, that state of mind, getting to your best ability, your peak performance. So get rid of that internal struggle to be right. This is a hard thing for new traders to learn. And that's what this course really is about, is a beginner trader learning to struggle with their emotions and get rid of that discomfort and fear in losing. Losing just means that the decision did not get the right outcome, the outcome that was expected. But that doesn't mean that you don't expect a loss at the same time. So the risk and reward is in every trade. And if you get the risk, you cut it out, and you understand that that was a process, not necessarily you're a loser or stuff like that. This is the mental game that you need to get over in trading. It's okay. I've had a lot of losing trades, but if you're able to cut them at the right percentage and get those big winners, then you're going to go ahead and end up in the green. Like always, we all must break the cycle, and the road we must all walk. A lot of us suffer with this mentality and thinking. What I really recommend is you really taking a second to really think about trading and understanding that we never know when we're going to be right or wrong. A lot of times you're going to hear us say on Pre-Market Prep and our other educational shows that you never know. The truth is, nobody ever knows. The only thing you can do is set yourself up to win. After that point, so let it be. The outcomes are going to come. Sometimes you're going to lose. Sometimes you're going to win. And this is when we need to go ahead and review our data to make sure that our strategy gets us in the winning mindset and the winning results that we need to go ahead and get the profits out of the market. Now, of course, this is easier said than done. So that's what I always recommend, is go back to thinking. Am I thinking in probability? Because if you're thinking in probability, you just might get towards that next level. So we all have cycles as we go to. Some of us win for a while, and then we take a bad hit, and then we're like, man, it sucks, you know? And then there goes your focus. There goes your mental capital. This is what you can't do as a trader. Some of us lose for a while and lose complete hope in the nature of trading. This means that you start losing and you start realizing, like, hey, is there really a pattern here? And there is, but one thing that can happen is that you can even step into a losing streak. This is going to happen as a trader, especially a day trader out there. So you have to understand the cycles, and can I stay within the probability and understand when to adapt? Some break the cycle of trading without even breaking the understanding of what it really took. I've seen this happen time in and time out, especially in the environment that we're in now. A lot of traders were able to jump on a trade, let's say of a pick from someone else, and were able to make a lot of money. A lot of these traders don't understand that they were able to actually break out of the cycle, but really not understanding that they need to start thinking in trading in probability. Even though you can have a good win, doesn't mean you might understand this thinking of probability. So like always, keep working on understanding risk, because that's really going to take you to the next level. And if we can keep working on understanding risk, then we can start taking and going after that reward. Our next episode is going to be all about reward taking, where you should be looking to take rewards and where you should be looking at support and resistance, because it's all about levels to this game. So if you guys like this, definitely hit the like button, hit the subscribe. We're going to be coming out with 2 videos weekly for the beginner trading course here. And really what this is all about, this is Money Mitch's way to get you guys to understand trading. So if you guys have a question, put it in the comment below and I'll go ahead and answer it on the next episode. Like always, guys, find me on Money Mitch or Story Investors, and I'll see you next time. Hit the like button and keep working on your skills, because we're all battling to be better traders.
All right, there you guys have it. Better traders, that we are indeed. Like always, it's not going to be easy. One thing I say about risk is really, it truly takes you to understand risk to really start getting into the profitability. At least in my experience, that's when I really started getting that next level up, is understanding that I have to keep mathematical probability in my favor if I'm really truly going to get into a profitable stage. And when I did that, one thing that I saw is that I always talk about it. At first, as a trader, your first job is to not lose money. That's when you're going to start getting towards more of that break-even stage. That's where you start really realizing, okay, now that I can be kind of break-even, I kind of feel like I understand some part of trading, right? Now the hard part is getting towards that next level where you're getting towards where I'm not losing money anymore, but I want to start making money. Well, I always say that at first it's a slow crawl. You're just trying to just first, play this game and play it the right way, profit to loss ratio, trying to take strategical trades, right? Nothing that's going to crush my account, taking the steps to get towards the success. That's when we go from the crawling through the survival stage into the thriving stage, which is what we're all trying to get to and really get towards where we actually are making that good profit. And sometimes, thriving for different traders is going to mean two different things. Sometimes it could just be some extra income versus full-time income. I know that some traders are looking to be full-time traders, but there's not always going to be that path for everyone. Certain traders can also just make some extra income for their income that they already are probably bringing in with another job. So if you're out there and you're thinking that full-time trading is the only way, well, I don't think that's right either. And I don't think there's really one way in finance. Now, the big thing here is learning what works best for you and what your mix is trying to be. Are you trying to be a swing trader, day trader, investor, or maybe all three? Well, you're definitely in a good place here at Benzinga, and we're going to keep trying to push you forward. But like always, you guys can give us feedback. We put up that form. You guys can hit that, and we'll take a look into the markets now. Let's go into the markets and take a look. SPY still battling right around these levels, still some chop right now, right? And so we got to be careful. We're still seeing some chop out there in the market. Technology is just slightly in the green. Communication services slightly into the green. But other than that, everything into the red. Defensives in the red, real estate in the red, energy in the red. And energy really starting to now look like it's starting to break there, as XOM looks interesting for me for a short here. But I would need to go short now. And so we'll see what I do there. MRO also looks like it's trying to break down. So we'll see what happens on those names. We'll see if Drip finally gets going, right? Well, there you guys see it. It's starting to get back towards the 1180s. Will it get up there towards 12? Doesn't look like a bad attempt there to get into Drip. And the SPYs has been going sideways here. So we'll have to take a look at what's going to continue to happen here. But not a bad day. Not a bad day at all. I'm going to wait till we get, of course, AB on for Benzinga Live. And then I'll try to, catch up with you guys a little bit later as we keep going through the day. One thing I do want to tell you guys is anybody an NBA fan out there? Well, if you're an NBA fan, I want you guys to join the roadmap today as we go through So Rare and my NBA fantasy basketball team, as I love a little hoop action. Can't go wrong with getting some free NFTs and taking a look into So Rare. So if you guys like some NBA action, go to Roadmap. That's going to be at 2 p.m. today. You'll find it right here on Benzinga. Let's keep going into the stock action and see what we're seeing in the markets. If you guys got a stock that you guys want to talk about, throw it up in the chat. I'll make sure that we get to it. Kalu, I see AST. Okay, AST. That's not a one that I look at often, but let's take a look at that. All right, ASTS. Space Mobile getting a little bit of a lift there. I did get a little push there towards the 685. We'll see if it gets through the 7 today. SPY looks like it's balancing out here again. It's just some sideways trend here. It's tough to trade that trend right there. Financial services do look like they're in the red. One that I wanted to look at to see if we were going to take a short was Goldman Sachs, and adding towards that. Doesn't look too bad there. It went down there to 75.50 earlier today. Might add that towards the competition account, and it is kind of looking good here off the 378, but we'll see what happens there. Bank of America, what's up with that one? Looks like it's trying to get back through 3690s, but rejecting there to get back above. We'll see what happens there. Will it start coming back down towards the 3660s as Bank of America pulling back fast today? All right, Drip looks like it's trying to keep going. SPY just going sideways, and that's just a little frustrating because when it doesn't pick a direction, it's almost impossible to kind of continue getting the lift. SRT8, I need a raise. Oh, always there for the raise. But you know how you get the raise? Give the value back to the people. That's what it's all about. That's what I'm here for. Let's keep going. So Rare, that's French Mitch. Yeah, let's keep going. Baba Baba, let's take a look at Baba. Let's see how Baba's doing after their earnings. It's up, not looking too bad there. Let's take a look there. These were some stocks that were tough call. Just a little while ago, remember, we were all the way down to 60 on Baba. And it seemed like, the end was in China stocks and it was just horrible. Zai was in kind of the reins again. And, he was bringing in the horrible guys. But look where the stocks were since then. That's how you can get that kind of bearish capitulation. And next thing you know, look where Baba's at. It's back towards 84. So you're definitely seeing these Chinese stocks come back. Let's see PDD on the day. PDD, yeah, definitely coming back there. Baba having a good day today. This is not a bad looking chart as it really starts getting that rise. But look at that push today from a bearish chart in the morning. And I'll show you guys the bearish chart. It did a reversal. So that's the bearish chart, reversal to the upside, and just broke out towards that upside. That's a crazy one there. If the SPY can come back through 392, that doesn't look too bad to continue. Let's take a look at Apple today. I want to take a look at Apple there. Apple did bounce, coming back towards the 149. That's what leans me a little bit more, that we're trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. How's Amazon on the day? Did it pull back enough to start getting a little bit of a bounce? Looking to see if we get a little bounce there. How's Google? Google looks a little bit better. That one's kind of trying to hold on here, looking like it wants to push from the 98s above here. Held the kind of 97.70 pullback. I'll show you guys that right now. Google not looking too bad here. Google trying to battle here. You can see the upslope here. It's trying to get back through this line here, get up there towards 98.50s. We'll see if it gets that little run, gets you that nice little 50-cent run. But the question is, how much further is it going to bounce back if we come back? I think that it could come back somewhat, but is it going to run? I don't know. The SPY is just too tricky today to kind of get a read. Baba is up $2 above the VWAP. Yeah, it's a little bit too far to kind of be chasing now, but we'll see what happens there. All right, let's keep going. Beach Bum says, it's time for my lunchtime. I can't blame you. Lunch sounds good. I'm actually thinking about it already, but usually you get a little bit of a later lunch with, of course, stock market movers at 1 p.m., but can't wait for that show like always. TSM was in the green, hanging into the green, trying to hold on to the pullback here on the VWAP. So if you're looking at that one doesn't look too bad on the day, even though I was kind of bearish on TSM. It looks like it's holding in right now off of the VWAP. Just bounced off of that around the 81. We'll see if it holds on to that. SPY still kind of looking like it wants to dump now. What's going to happen? Come on, SPY. Choose a direction for us. It's going to help us finally maybe make another trade here. 11:21. We're getting towards 11:30. Benzinga Live will be starting up in just a few minutes here as we keep battling. Let me take a look there. What is going on in BJ? Is it ever going to bounce? It's just hanging on there by a thread. We'll see what happens. Market's really getting dragged down, though, today. And it just seemed to me like this kind of was off of not really negative news from the Fed, but it just kept coming down. Well, I'll take a look to see if we got any other kind of big moves on the intraday. We'll take a look here. Of course, I mentioned that SATX a little bit earlier today. BBWI, Bath and Body Works, just been chopping around. Not much there. I can see a lot more red here than green, and that just shows me that, yeah, we are still getting some downside action moves out there in the market. Silvergate down 9% on the day. We'll see if that continues down even further on the day, but of course, that's a kind of Bitcoin stock. Taking a look at some other stocks to see what's going on out there in the markets right now. Just rolling through here. If you guys got a name, definitely throw it up in the chat. I'm going to keep rolling through some of these. These are the biggest kind of gainers and losers over the session on the regular session. Look at Wayfair continuing down today. That's not looking good there. And Wayfair definitely coming down fast here. Planet Labs. I haven't talked about this one in a while. Of course, this one's kind of that satellite stock. Hanging in there. Of course, AI and satellite data. This definitely just getting a kind of a big hit down and just continuing the trend from 530 now to 515 on the downturn there. Fastly going fast down. Bolero, man. What happened to the bowling? Everybody stopped bowling this weekend? I don't know what happened on Bolero, but Bolero looks like it's getting hit there. The earnings came out, definitely pulled back there. It was doing really well. So it just started turning around there from the 15. We'll see if it's able to turn around. FSLR. Let's do that one. Solar's having a decent day. Let me take a look there. It's one of the up industries on the day. And why is it up? Well, the leaders, right? Leaders kind of holding it up on the day here. FSLR continuing on the daily trend. And this has been a complete monster here. So let's get towards that one. FSLR here. I'll bring it up here so you guys can take a look at that one. Not a bad chart there as you're seeing FSLR continuing on the daily trend. And in the intraday, nice little push up there from around 156 up there towards 163. And so, of course, keep your eyes on some other ones like ENPH. I'm looking at that one to maybe make a nice little breakout. This one's not looking too bad. Look at the daily chart. Has a lot of resistance above it, but if it can get through that 310, 320s, it's not going to be looking too bad on ENPH. Not a bad looking hourly chart too. Looks like it's trying to get through 310. That's going to be a nice important level. If it can close to 312s, oh, you're looking at least good on my eyes for those ENPH moves. We'll see what happens there in solar stocks. All right, let's go. And we're going to bring on, of course, Benzinga Live. That's been coming up soon. So just stay right here, team. Don't go anywhere. All right, let's see what else is going on. Making the moves. Looks like MaxN getting a little bit of a lift. Financial services continuing to come down. Let me take a look here on the 5-minute. Looks like they're just battling right now. It's really all about the overall market, not really taking that next leg. And Digital World acquisition. What happened, D-Whackers? I thought we were going to get a big Trump push. Looks like we got a big Trump dump on us. Looks like it because it could not hold there. Getting whacked today. Back down towards 1971. Just sucks there. It looked like it was going to get the nice little push. Couldn't get the lift there. How's Rumble? Ooh, same kind of chart. Not what you want to be seeing if you were trying to play that play. All right, Baba, we talked about how that's doing well. Let's get out of the red. The red looks ugly today, man. Let's look at the gainers. I'm going to be biased here and just look at gainers instead of just kind of losers and gainers. Let's take a look here. Macy's, right? Macy's had earnings today. Not a bad day there for Macy's, continuing on another up move and still holding there. KSS was another one that I thought would have a decent after their earnings, and it's continued. Not a bad one there. We'll take a look here. Dole is kind of a value name that did report this morning, was getting hit this morning. Now coming back there towards 973, a cheaper name if you want to look for a play there. And it just looks like there's no kind of big names here, right? So you don't see the leadership kind of taking the nice little push up. Here's that KSS. Coles with a nice little push there, but no big leadership. At least that's what I'm seeing. How's NVIDIA doing? Is it being able to hang in there? It's slightly below the VWAP. So if you want to maybe look at one of them, that one's just hanging on by a thread. We'll see what happens today on NVIDIA. And I'll show you guys what I mean. We'll go to the hourly chart so you guys can see kind of how it's trying to reject here, this kind of old price point here. And so we need to just kind of look here. Are we going to come right back below this and come back towards that 156? Or are we going to come back towards 162? The battle's on right now for NVIDIA. You guys can see it right there. Bunch of wicks, 3 wicks to the downside. Let's see if it bounces towards that 161 level. All right, what's up, JDs? I really learned some new stuff. That's what it's all about. SATX, pump and dump. Dole fruit. Dole, you know it, baby. Target. Success swing paid very well. You take swings on Success, JD. That's brave. I'll tell you one. I haven't done that before, and I know that it works out certain times because it like Success tends to trend in a certain way, but I don't overnight it. I don't know if it's worked out for you, but it's good to hear about it at least. I always like to see, when others have success. doing something that I think is maybe a no-no. But hey, if it works for you, it works, man. SATX is just some I don't know what the hell is going on there. I've talked about it since the first moment I brought it up. I was like, yo, what the hell is going on with this company? Definitely something that I probably would want to stay out of because it's just too volatile for me. But it is pushing on the day and does have volume, but not big volume, right? You're not getting massive volume, very low volume in the thousands versus the 100,000s. So you got to be careful on a name like that. All right, that's going to do it for me. It's 11:29. I'm going to start wrapping up here. Like always, you guys can check out the future of crypto. I want you guys to go ahead and check that out. And I got a new way that you guys can check it out. You guys can check out the QR code on the top right corner. Just kind of scan that up. I'll even take the Benzinga off of it so you guys can see that there. And you guys can hit the QR code, or like always, you guys can just go to the link. I'll give you guys the link right here to the future of crypto and check out our event so that you guys can be in the know for who's building during this time. I know it's been a tough time in crypto, but I can tell you one thing. There are people still building. And of course, where the building goes is where I want to be, because that's usually where the opportunities lie. All right. Well, here's the link there. You guys can use the coupon code Money Mitch. Money Mitch 20. Go ahead and get your discount today, and I'll go ahead and play the future of crypto. And I'll see you a little bit later on Stock Market Movers. Like I said earlier, come to the roadmap team if you're an NBA fan. We've been having some fun time there talking about, of course, So Rare NBA. All right, taking down my charts, putting up the future of crypto, and I'll see you guys a little bit later. Don't go anywhere. AB's coming on right now. Benzinga Live coming up.
What is up, everybody? Happy Thursday. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga Live. We've got a packed show today. Here in a few minutes, my man Steve Kalasian will be joining us. Then at noon, we'll be joined by Mark Higgins from Beacon.io, an exciting interview. We're going to be talking about data in the hedge fund space. Kind of a different interview than what we normally do, but going to get some good insights into that space. See some data and some trends. And then at 12:15, we're going to be talking to Duos Technology. Excited about that one. The company reported earnings a couple days ago, so going to talk to Duos about what that company's up to. And other news, we will be talking what's going on in the markets today. Of course, as always, I made some new trades. We're going to do a check-in on the wealth-based challenge that we're doing as a show. If you have not signed up already, we'll get to that after the intro. But as always, if you've got stocks, you've got trades you're looking at, maybe not even a trade, maybe you're looking at a stock for an investment, drop it in the chat. We'll take a look. We'll discuss this trade idea. Shout out all the names I'm seeing in the chat already. Daniel Dominguez, what is up? Build it and they will come. Ain't that the truth? Field of Dreams. I've actually been watching little documentary about baseball. Ken Burns' documentary about baseball. They were talking a lot about Shoeless Joe last night, so that's top of mind for me right now. But let's go ahead and roll that intro for Benzinga Live. Get the show started. When we come back, I'll pop up my Benzinga Pro, and we'll get straight into it, straight into the stocks, straight into the charts. Smash the like if you have not already.
This is Benzinga Live. Spencer Israel and producer AB. What's up, everybody? How we doing?
Someone told me buy high, sell higher.
Let's get Matt Hammond on the show to talk some IPOs. Jake Wojacek from Trend Spider. We have a breaking news.
Alrighty, guys. I mentioned that I put out a trade today officially, not even on the wealth-based account. I don't even know if I've really made a trade on there today. I made a real trade with real money. We'll get to that in a little bit, but let's go ahead and pop up my Benzinga Pro, see what we're dealing with today. We had some comments from Bullard, the St. Louis Fed president. He's been kind of the most not bearish, the most hawkish so far throughout the past couple months. So anytime it seems like Bullard's talking, not good news. Q's trading down about 0.75%, we'll call it. Go to a 5-minute chart here. You can see Q's were actually moving higher from the open today. Open right here at around 930. Been moving higher. We're at 283 levels right now. I want to see the Qs take out the high of the day if you're bullish. If you're bullish, you want to see the Qs get up to that 284 level. We're at 283 right now. Let's go check in on our good friend SPY. How's the SPY doing? SPY down more than a full percent. So Qs tech actually stronger than the S&P 500 today. Energy, you can see getting hit today, down nearly 2%. We can see that if we go check our DRIP. That's our direction trip or double times inverse ETF. So the DRIP, DRIP, will move higher when the energy markets are moving lower. So let me here, just catching up on the chat here. Apple hanging in there. All right, let's check out Apple. Our good friend AAPL. Ooh, in the green. How's the rest of big tech doing? Meta. Meta's action off of the open essentially has been pretty strong, right? You've kind of just been moving higher here. Let's check in on some of the other big tech names. Amazon down about a full percent. Netflix. Wow, Netflix continuing to get hammered. Look at Netflix on the daily chart. Again, I was saying this to David Green yesterday. Netflix has been so strong that you got to expect a little pullback at some point. I'm not saying that, I still think the trend is bullish here in Netflix. You can see, right? You can draw a trend line. You can do whatever you want. The trend here is clear. It's just you gotta figure you're gonna have a little pullback at some point, so we can take this little from the bottoms here, really make a new. Yeah, I expect this to even could even come all the way back down to the trend line, which would bring us at around 270. So, short term, I wouldn't be surprised to see Netflix continue to move lower. But it's clear this thing had found a bottom at 180 and has been moving higher. I'm not saying that it's for sure not going to go lower than 180 going forward, but at least in the short term, Netflix's price action been pretty good. Baba, you don't got to twist my arm to talk about Baba. Oh my God, no. Oh, Aaron, you idiot. I sold my Baba out of my wealth base account, out of my real account too. Let's go over to that. Again, if you're just joining us today, I'll drop this link in the chat. We're doing a little trading challenge, paper trading challenge on wealth base. The challenge is going until December 2nd, I believe. I had a bunch of Baba in my account the other day, but I liquidated my whole portfolio. Let's go ahead and check that out right now. So yeah, you can see, man, I sold at 78. Now let's go back to our Benzinga Pro. Man, that was silly. But yeah, I don't even know why Baba's up 9% today, to be honest with you. China, a couple days ago, it was because, Q2 earnings. Shares of Chinese companies are trading higher amid strength in Alibaba, which gained following Q3 results. So yeah, we're looking at the daily chart here. This is one of the names that I've been watching since we've gotten below $100. Kind of eventually you're going to get to a point where it's pretty beaten up and people are willing to take on the risk. People are willing to say, okay, there's risk out there associated with these Chinese names 100%. There is more risk associated with the Chinese names compared to, with a Baba or compared to an Apple or with a JD compared to an Amazon. But people are now are now saying, okay, based on these prices, based on these share prices, I'm willing to take on that risk. And a couple days ago, Baba was trading up about 8% because Biden met with President Xi of China, and it seemed like, okay, things maybe, a lot of the fears about our trade relations with China going to diminish, are all these things going to happen, starting to alleviate. Now we've been up kind of 20% over the last week or so. Let's go to a weekly candle here. Yeah, this weekly candle is literally up more than 20% right now. You can see the RSI is starting to creep up on the weekly level, but still on the weekly level, RSI is not really getting close to overbought. So again, I mean, kind of like with Netflix, I think the trend is certainly there. The trend is certainly bullish for BABA right now. You hit lows of around 63, basically been moving straight up since then. However, after going up 20% in the week, and on the daily chart, you can see the RSI is getting pretty close to that overbought territory. You can expect a little pullback at some point when you go up 20% in a couple weeks. So I'm not going out and buying BABA now on this while we're ripping, unless I was really going to try to hold it for a year or whatever out. So like on our little trading challenge thing, I'm not going to go out there and buy some BABA today. But it is getting really interesting. I think investors, not even just traders, investors are starting to look at this and saying, oh, BABA down here at $85 and I can hold this for a couple of years and hope that, things go well in China. And if so, your return is going to be way better than, in that trade than, the overall market. I would bet that if things go well in terms of, China doesn't continue to crack down on businesses, U.S.-China trade relations stay all right, then in 2 years, BABA will be trading a lot higher than $85. I'm pretty confident on that. But again, there is more. Terry SM, anyone can join the trading challenge. Just hit that wealthbase.com/Benzinga link in the chat. You get $100,000 paper money. You can make, like 40 trades a day. You can't put the whole thing in one stock, but anyone can join. There's crypto on there as well. First place winner gets Benzinga Pro for a full year for free. That's a $1,200 value. So pretty cool contest we're doing. Excited about that. All right, guys, I do see, you can also hit the QR code up there in the top right, I think. Or that might be for I don't even know. Someone in the chat, let me know what that QR code's for. Someone do it and then let me know. But all right, guys, I see our first guest hanging out backstage. My man, Steve Kalasian. We're going to talk to Steve about what he's seeing in the charts, see what Steve's been watching. So without further ado, let's give Steve our very special Zinger Nation welcome and bring Steve on the show. Steve Kalasian, how's it going? Happy Thursday. Oh, well, I think we... Hold on, can you guys hear Steve? Or no, now, here, give it one more. I think you were good the first time.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, sorry about that. Hey, Aaron, good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, good morning. How's it going?
Going great. We had really big buy divergences this morning on the opening, and when I came on to my channel, I told everybody we had these big buy divergences. We were making new lows. I had big non-confirmation buy signals, Apple, AMD, the spiders, the whole Goldman off the lows. Goldman rallied 3 off the low. So it was really good morning. It was Christmas in November, as I said. It was a pretty good morning.
Yeah, so the overall market opened lower, but we got some positive action off there on the S&P. Then, we're looking at a 5-minute chart here, kind of sold off a little bit about an hour ago, and then now moving higher again. How do you feel about, the day? Do you think we've seen the lows for the day?
Oh,
do you think
we're heading for the day. The lows are
okay. So bullish activity, going out there the rest of the day, you think?
Yep. Yeah, I think you'll get some pullbacks here along the way, but I think the low this morning, I think the lows are in, and I think this is really healthy for the market, though. When we had this big push up to about, my target was 40.50, believe it or not. That was my first target. Second target was 40.80, and I didn't think they were going to get anything past that. The high was 40.50 and 3/4. When we hit that 40.5 level on the S&P, the Dow was about 1,900 points away from a number, and anything north of 6 is astronomical. We were 19, so we got this pullback here, and I think this pullback's going to last for another couple of days, and then we're going to resume right back up. So we're going to make higher lows going forward to the end of the year.
Got it. Yeah, and I know we've talked about that before, Steve, that you're kind of seeing, that low, or you think that lows are in for 2022, but heading into 2023 kind of could be a different story a couple months down the road.
Oh, I think those lows will get penetrated.
Yeah, and so then the question will be, once we start 2023, kind of when is that going to come? Where, you know, how do we play that once we get there? But we'll cross that bridge
Exactly.
we'll cross that bridge once the time comes. What specific names were showing some strength to you today? I mean, I know you're looking at the same names.
AMD, Apple, the 4 ETFs. What else? Boeing, Goldman. The hourly and the 60-minute time frames were screaming buy divergence this morning on the S&P. Roku, what else? AMD was probably the best one. NVIDIA also rocketed right off the lows. NVIDIA after the earnings, we had a monster buy divergence on that one. Also Meta. I mean, there was pretty much, I said it last night, I'm praying for them to gap down tomorrow, which is today, and I think we were gonna have this explosive move up. You had this non-confirmation buy signal, and so it was a beautiful buy divergence. Made new lows. The price action did not confirm the selling, and literally you blinked and AMD was up 70 cents off the low, you know, from the opening, and it was just look at NVIDIA and look at these spike ups here. It's just amazing. Goldman, Boeing, what else here? The Qs off the lows, the diamonds very powerful off the lows. So it was just an amazing morning on the names that we look at. We look at the same names every single day, but those names are, you know, make up the pretty much the biggest cap names in the space. So in the overall market, and people hit their goals probably around 9:45, 9:50 in the morning today. You know, it was just an amazing morning. There's nothing greater than, and then I had monster sell divergences on the SDSs, the SQQQs, and the TZAs. So that actually gave me more confirmation, right, that the longs that we were looking at, and those who took shorts in those names, I mean, the SQQQs dropped like $1.50 like that, you know. So it was a really good morning overall. And as I always tell people, if you can master the art of divergences, you've mastered the art of trading.
Yeah, and one thing that, like, I think I like to notice and look at too is, and definitely on the topic of divergence, is like when I'm looking at a name that's going against its overall industry or the ETF, for example, like if XLE is getting hit today, so energy is down nearly 2%. If I saw an energy name that was up like 2% on the day, I'd say, oh my God, wow, that's showing a lot of strength compared to its peers. Do you look at stuff like that, Steve?
No, I don't. Everything I do is basically off the technicals that I have, right? You know, I'm a technical nut, you know, so for me, I don't look at any fundamental analysis or anything like that. I just believe that the charts, the technicals don't lie, and you know, the methodologies that I have, that I teach, proven. And so when I see things like this, and I'm teaching ahead of time before it even happens, so I get on at 9 o'clock, I'm like, look at these buy divergences. These are the names I would be buying across the board. And you know, when they gap down and they slingshot right back up, you know, it's all based upon the technicals and the math behind it. So I'm a firm believer that, you know, I tell people all the time, you know, if you're a beginner, you know, divergences are the hardest things in the world to learn, but you'll get there eventually. But, you know, you got to stay with the process overall. But even the most experienced traders, you know, if they, you know, master the art of divergences and they see what we see here, it just is like icing on the cake. And that's what you saw this morning. You had a monster buy divergence on the opening.
Yeah, and I mean, so how do you just see when you say a monster buy divergence? Are you seeing that like in the charts, or do you have like other data you're looking at?
Well, I have my own charting app. You know, I built my own my own software. So basically, when the indicators I have, when I got that push down to new lows, I just looked to my left, and I knew already coming in that those numbers that I have were nowhere near going to make new lows. So basically, let's say, for example, the number is 75, but I needed that number to get down to 65, right, to make a new low. When we gap down, those numbers didn't even break, let's say 70, right? So for example, I knew that the price made a new low, but that number at 75, for argument's sake, should have been trading at 60 or 65 or something like that. And it didn't, and I knew this number was not going to get broken. And that's why you see the likes of Apple, every name I called out, just boom, gap down. The number did not make a new low and confirm the new low on the price. So when I saw those indicators not making that new low that I have, boom, right back up.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. I was just curious about kind of your methodology and figuring out that buy or sell divergence there. Let's see. Does anyone have, or Easy Mike's asking, do you ever hold stocks overnight?
Well, we try not to. But for example, that's a really great question. A couple of days ago, when we had that monster move up after the CPI number and Friday, I saw a really big buy divergence on the SDOWs, SDOWs for our, the inverse, and a lot of people in my community bought those for overnight moves. They went from like 25.30, traded up to like 26.80 in like a day and a half, 2 days, and a lot of people really took advantage of that. So we don't. That's not our mentality to go home long or short overnight. We feel that there's such significant volatility intraday to be just consistent every single day to hit singles and doubles all day long. I don't really. That's not my teaching to go home long unless there's a significant aberration like what we saw, which I explained earlier in the early in the conversation when we had that 1900 point deviation from the price action of the Dow to where my moving average was, and I said anything north of 6 is staggering. We were 19, so we a lot of people went overnight long on the SDOWs for a couple of days.
Got it. Yeah, and so and I think the more people are, from what I've found, like the more people are chart oriented or technical oriented, it seems like the less, or they're trying to hold less, whereas people that might be more focused on the fundamentals tend to want to hold for weeks or a swing trade or a year-long investment or whatever.
I'm seeing more and more people come to me from all around the world that want to learn technical trading. I think that they believe that technical trading is more for them versus understanding a company and the balance sheet and the fundamentals of everything. I mean, what was it? I think I did fundamental analysis twice in my life. The last time when my daughter was like 14, and that was several years ago, and we walked into a Lululemon, and I never forgot, the store was mobbed. I go, oh my God, I got to buy the stock. I mean, that's the last time I looked at fundamental analysis. Like, I couldn't believe that Lululemon was like mobbed in Greenwich, Connecticut, and I couldn't even barely move. I was like this. I go, Allie, Daddy's got to buy Lululemon and put in your account forever. I mean, it just, stock was like, I think 75, and it went to what, 390. We're not really in the game of fundamental analysis. I've been trading for 40 years, and it's all been technical related.
Got it. All right, let's see if we've got any other. Okay, D Factor wants to know if you've got any specific thoughts on Google.
Intraday or intermediate or long term?
I don't know. Give us a time frame. A D Factor who asked it in the chat. If you were looking at the chart right now, let me know what you would say for intraday or intermediary.
So I'm actually getting a buy reversal on Google right now. So I would be looking to buy the next pullback on intraday. So I think Google had a monster buy divergence this morning. It rallied about a little over $1 here. I'm getting actually a buy signal on it right now. At a buy divergence, but now I'm going to get a buy reversal on it. So I think the lows are definitely in for the day. And I think if this is intraday, if he's asking for intraday, I'd be looking to buy the next pullback. And I think Google is going to probably trade up in the next couple of days here.
Got it. Yeah, I think from what I'm seeing on the big tech names, I think some pullback here is pretty warranted, pretty reasonable. On especially on like the names like Netflix and whatnot that have gone up a lot pretty quickly. But
it's
I don't know
though they get these pullbacks like that.
Exactly. Healthy pullbacks. I don't think that's really means anything in terms of
No.
in terms of overall trend. Rick Knight saying SPY 1 month out.
SPY 1 month out. 1 month out would bring us. I think I think the S&P is going to close over 4,000 for the year. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if they get up to the 40.80, 41.25, 41.30 for the year. And then I think that's it.
Got it.
So that would be about 400 points higher from here, 300 points higher from here.
Let's see. Sorry, catching up on the chat here. Pullback is inevitable. Yep. Someone said they're shorting QQQ at 283.50 and selling the gap down. A lot of room to the downside. You got any thoughts on the Qs?
I think the Qs are setting up for a long in the next 2 days. Yes, I see what he's saying because there are significant gaps below, and gaps do get filled, but doesn't mean they're going to get filled this year.
Got it. All right, Steve. Well, unless we've got any other questions, I think it's been great to get an idea of where your head's at, seeing what you're watching. Excited to kind of talk to you throughout the. Oh, actually, I guess next week. Obviously, next Thursday we won't be on because it'll be Thanksgiving. But then following week, we'll be able to take a look at the markets. Man, I remember last year Thanksgiving, like the day before Thanksgiving, there was a huge sell-off from it was about the Omicron virus people were worried about.
Yeah, remember that one? I remember big sell-off.
Big sell-off that Wednesday before, and the market was only open for half the day, so we ended up closing down like 2 or 3% in like half the day
on that Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the Friday. Maybe it sold off on Friday too.
It was the Friday
after
Thanksgiving. Yeah, I remember that.
Got it. Yeah. All right, Steve. Well, again, tradeeasy.com. I'll throw that link in the chat for anyone that wants to learn more from Steve. So, yeah, guys, we'll talk to you soon, Steve.
Thanks, Aaron. Have a happy Thanksgiving, Aaron, and everybody, and have a great day trading.
You do the same. All right, guys. Steve Kalasian, tradeeasy.com. Always good to talk to Steve, see what he's watching when it comes to charts and whatnot. Baba, you guys want to look at more Baba? All right, we sold off. Great. You guys got me chasing in my wealth-based little trading account. Now I'm down. Oh man, I don't even know what I'm looking at now. Oh golly. I'm losing money. I'm bleeding in my account. You know what? Whatever. That's turning into a swing trade. If you're ever down on a trade, just say now you're going for a longer duration. That's the key. That's how you don't lose. You just go for a longer duration. Appreciate you, Easy Mike. Smash the like. Shout out everyone in the chat watching today. Come on, AB. All right, let's go. Let's check in on that on the wealth base challenge. I went from like 20th place. I'm in like 100th now. This is what happens when you try to trade too much. When you try to force your trades, it's never a good sign. So again, this is just a little fun trading challenge we're doing. All paper money. This goes until December 2nd. This is part of our FinTech deal day that we are doing. Shout out John. Look at John up in the top. He's got an 18% return in just a few days. Then you got Mike Wazowski. Is that the guy's name from Monsters Inc. here? Up about 16%. I don't know what are you guys doing? Are you guys buying like some cryptos or something on here to get up that high and that quick of it? It looks like it, honestly. Wow. Either way, so I'll show you guys how my portfolio is positioned right now. Up on some meta trade. I was short Tesla. Either way, I mean, I'm getting chewed up today. I went from about 20th place on the competition to 90th. Good news is, all right, there's 421 players. I'm 92nd right now. So if I spin zone this, I can still call my mom and tell her I'm in the top quartile tonight. I can say, hey, it wasn't the best day, but we're still in the top quartile. Again, winner gets a free year of Benzinga Pro, a $1,200 value, as well as a free ticket to that FinTech deal day, as well as the crypto event in New York City in December. It is going to be great. I'm going to be there. Luke, Hot Stocks Luke, who will be joining the show in a little bit, will be there. So if you guys have not signed up for this already, go to wealthbase.com/Benzinga. Completely free to sign up. It took me about 2 seconds because I did it You're 87. Why are we ripping up OP? I don't know. That's a good question. Sometimes Mr. Market just decides he wants to go up, and there's sometimes, I'm not saying there isn't a good reason today, but sometimes there isn't. Let's go back to our Benzinga Pro. We'll take a look at the overall indices, see what's going on. That's not Benzinga Pro. That's regular. It's our regular website. I do see also our next guest hanging out backstage, Mark Higgins, the co-founder of Beacon. We're going to bring Mark on in a couple minutes. I'm excited about this because we're going to talk about some things in the hedge fund space, some data. It should be a great conversation. Let's go to the SPY. We moving on. Oh wow! All right, yeah, this is definitely this is on a 5-minute candle. Something happened here. Someone in the chat. I'm live with you guys. I can't do it. Randy. You know why we're spiking up right now? All right, we're getting to the bottom of this. Woo! We're seeing some good action right now. I guess unless you're short. Who was that in the chat that just said they went short the Qs? All right, we'll get to the bottom. Probably some Fed comments. If I had to guess, some Fed dude is speaking out there somewhere. But well, I don't know. We'll see. It could be a bull trap coming. Who knows? We don't know what the market's going to do. If I knew what the market was going to do today, if I knew what the market was going to do tomorrow, I wouldn't be sitting here with you guys. I'd be sitting on a yacht somewhere on an island. But no one. I mean, I don't know. Well, we'll figure out if there is a specific news case, comments, or something going on here. Again, if I had to guess, some Fed speakers talking right now. I don't know for sure. Actually, we have a good way of figuring this out. Let's go to our economic calendar. Today is Thursday. All right, so it looks like Fed Gov Philip Jefferson started speaking a little bit more than an hour ago, so maybe he said something. I'm not quite sure. All right, guys, we'll get to the bottom of that. But in the meantime, let's get to our next interview. So we've got Mark Higgins hanging out, like I said, co-founder of Beacon. Website is beacon.io if you want to hop to that before we start the interview. But again, this is an exciting data company in the hedge fund space, doing some cool stuff with cloud computing, with figuring out how to kind of optimize data for different investment firms. So I figure be a good interview, a little bit different than things we normally do. But without further ado, if I get a thumbs up or something from Mark that he's ready to go, we'll go ahead and give him our very special Zinger Nation welcome and bring him on the show. Mark, how's it going? Welcome to Benzinga Live.
Good. Thanks for having me on, Aaron.
Of course. I'm excited about this. So before we get going, I want to just I want to give the floor to you to kind of give us a quick, 60-second synopsis of kind of what it is that Beacon is. You're the co-founder. What was the impetus to start it? What do you guys do? And again, our audience is mostly retail investors, day traders, and the like. So not really, mostly probably in the hedge fund space.
Yeah, I mean, so we're a financial technology company. We sell mostly to capital markets companies. So we work in the that big kind of wholesale trading thing, focused mostly on derivatives traders. So less people who are looking at charts, more people who are either making markets and complicated products for clients who have risks across all sorts of different markets: foreign exchange, interest rates, equities, commodities, and things like that. That could be the people on the sell side, like banks, like bank market making desks, or it could be people on the buy side, like asset managers or hedge funds.
And so, go ahead.
No, sorry. I was going to say, what we sell is kind of a combination of two things. The first one is a trading system that those traders can actually use to structure new deals and keep track of all the things that they've done, see how much money they make or lose every day, look at risk scenarios to figure out how to manage their market risk. And then the second part is development platforms. So these businesses are like big, complex analytical businesses, and they have a lot of quants and technologists who work in the businesses. And so we kind of give them the tools to be really effective at what they do.
Yeah, and I think like that is such an industry or interesting industry to be in and work at Benzinga. Kind of, not similar, but we do brokerage out and license data to different customers. I'm sure some of the same. Well, actually, I mean, I'm looking at or I saw you guys announced a new thing with TD Ameritrade recently. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. So,
TD. Okay. So
it's TD's asset management business, and so that's a really interesting space for us. They trade complex products as part of their asset management. This like managing funds for people, and so we gave them the tools to be able to go and track all their deals. And also they have their own internal research people who want to do all sorts of complicated analyses. And so we give them like a place to go and aggregate all their data in one spot and be able to do all sorts of complicated back tests and build tools for their business and things like that.
So is it almost almost like a consultant service where you would come in, assess a company or an asset manager's system, seeing what they're doing already with their technology and saying, okay, we can improve you here, here, and here?
Absolutely. So often we're just one part of the sort of big complicated technology stack that these guys have. And so we sort of slot in a way to help people kind of at the pointy edge of the stick, the front office, the people who are have to react quickly when the market's moving, or if there's a client has sort of custom needs, you need to structure some new type of product to satisfy them. We give the people who do that kind of stuff the tools they need to be able to manage their business quickly.
Yeah, and at least some of it, and you guys do some as far as the software for like risk management purposes for some of these firms, or help with that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So with derivatives trades, they're risky products, right? Sometimes people use them as hedges to reduce risk. Sometimes people use them to put on risk. And they have lots of complicated risks that are hard to measure. And so we kind of give them the tools to be able to represent their portfolio accurately and then be able to see what all the sources of market risk are for them, and then go and run scenarios, see what would happen in different kinds of scenarios. And then what did happen, so when they actually, made or lost money today, how did they make it or lose it? Like what happened? How can they explain it? That kind of stuff.
So was Beacon doing the risk management software for FTX and Alameda?
No. Though we do have a bunch of crypto clients. I think that's like a really interesting market for us, where maybe not quite as interesting now as it was like 8 months ago. But still, like a cool new asset class where there isn't a whole lot of stuff out there for people who want to go and trade derivatives on crypto stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, like under the same umbrella as crypto, you have just the alt investment space in general that's growing, right? You have companies like Masterworks that allow people to buy shares of paintings, or people can buy shares of rental properties or commercial real estate. Like I assume all of those companies that are asset management companies, they need technology like this. So what is essentially like, do you know like the total addressable market for financial services technology?
I mean, it's humongous, right? Like
it's massive, right? Say a number and it's probably that big.
It's so big that it's not sensible to talk about taking like a 1% slice of it or something.
Right.
One way we think of addressable market, because we're selling to capital markets companies, the comparable is like, how much do they spend on technology? So banks, for example, spend about $300 billion a year on technology in general. So that's one sort of way of measuring the addressable market, but it's humongous.
Yeah. What about so for regulatory purposes, like what's something that you're looking for or like excited about? Do you think is coming to the crypto industry? We touched on that. Do you want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think the sort of general theme, whether it's in crypto or in traditional asset classes, is that markets are getting more analytical, right? And so you need people who are smart, analytical people to be part of your business. Like I'm a quant. People like me are here's an example. When I started on Wall Street, I started in 1998 on Goldman's foreign exchange desk as a quant. And the main part of that business is like trading spot foreign exchange, trading euros for dollars or something. And back then that was a voice business where it was like, you call on the phone to do a deal and trade, you do a trade every half hour or something. To manage your risk, it's like, how many euros have I net bought or sold? You could keep track of it on a napkin. So there really wasn't much use for like quants and technology people in that business. And then that whole business turned electronic. Like, instead of calling on the phone, you just have an app on your desktop to trade. And so all that workflow of how do you price trades, how do you manage your risk, went from something humans did to something computer programs do today. To the point that like the people running those businesses now are the quants. So that, like, that's just an example of how in financial services, businesses have become a lot more analytical. And so they need tools to help those analytical people really be part of the business. And that's fundamentally like where our edge is.
Got it. And you think that trend is going to continue as far as that is going to be innovation that we'll see in the financial, services space, that there's a more and more reliance on data and analytics. And then as a result of that, more, kind of like, are they automated processes to kind of analyze this data, like just more products and services surrounding this data, because there's a growing reliance on it?
Yeah, like as you get, more transparent markets, better data, better analytics, what that means is that people can make more money with the same spreads, which means they can make the same amount of money with tighter spreads. And so bid-ask spreads just squeeze in. And then it becomes even more important to be analytically crisp when you're trading, because if you're not, you're just going to get picked off.
Right. So you've seen a lot of innovation in your career when it comes to quant trading and algorithmic trading and all this. Give me a hot take for like what do you think the next big thing in trading and investing is?
That's a good question. I think crypto is probably going to come back. I think people talk about the crypto winter. I think that's true, but it really is a new asset class that I think we're going to see it bounce back. And I think that's going to be like a really interesting part of the financial services industry, is like, how do you rope that in and avoid the things that happen with FTX and Alameda about, not structuring your exchange in the sort of normal way that exchanges are structured in other parts of the markets.
Yeah, and that's why, there's a lot of irony in this situation about how, SBF was touting the transparency of crypto and all this, and something like this could never happen in crypto because you have more transparency than the traditional markets. And then turns out there was, just as much stuff going on behind the scenes, if not more, in that. So I think, ironically, maybe on the comeback of crypto, like you're talking about, crypto might have, and the blockchain technology might have a role in this, making it transparent, making it more truly kind of decentralized, whereas the way it has been, it's been part of its selling point, but not really in practice.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think they just have to, grow up a bit as an industry and, do the investment in all the operational risk management stuff that traditional financial markets have, figured out 100 years ago. They just need to do it in crypto, and it'll happen. It's still a pretty early days in the crypto markets, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's like any growing industry, right? Where there's not regulations, you're going to have people, bad actors, kind of like SBF, that take advantage of it until it causes enough pain or whatever, until you need the regulation coming in. So it's like, yeah, that it works. You don't need regulation in crypto. I think that's part of what was so attractive to this space for a lot of people, is that there's not regulation in there, and it's all great and dandy until something like this happens, and it's like, oh yeah, that's why those banks
did it for the other one. That's why banks spend 30.
That's why they have risk. That's why they have risk department. Yeah, that's why they have risk department, man. So they don't just pay those guys in the risk department management to twiddle their thumbs,
Not all just bureaucracy for no reason. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So, and obviously you know that well, because you're helping these different asset managers build their risk compliance and different things from the back end on the technology. So yeah, moving on from that, what do you think, for our audience here, which again, mostly retail investors, day traders, I know probably not, people you're working with on a day-to-day basis, but do you think there are anything that you're seeing in your industry and your work that can be kind of tangible takeaways from what we're seeing? Like, are you seeing like, yeah, you think we're heading toward complete recession, or maybe you're seeing, business is actually okay?
For our business, we're definitely seeing things tighten up a little bit, just because, our clients are financial services companies, And they went from like a year ago having tons of open headcount to hire for, and everything's going great, to cutting all their open headcount to zero, to doing layoffs. So in general, like for our clients, the appetite to write big checks has certainly gone down, which is a bit of a headwind for our business too. So our clients are definitely assuming that there's going to be at least a decent probability of a recession next year.
I know. I just find that so interesting because I feel like I've heard that a lot from people I've spoken to, where it's like people are cutting spending with this expectation of downturn. It's like if everyone does that across the board, then people's companies are, and it's all just right. Everyone's expecting it, so it's funny. So, but yeah, and I think you mentioned, I guess that's nice that while you're dealing with those headwinds and stuff, you don't have the like you're not public, so you don't see that reflected in the stock. Is there any plans as Beacon grows and stuff to go public one day?
I mean, it's definitely always on the plate for companies like ours. I think the private markets are, way bigger than they were 20 years ago, and the sort of scale of business that you can get up to, and the scale of capital that you can raise in private markets without having the burden of becoming a regulated private company is, it's a lot higher. You can wait a lot longer to do it, but at some stage, it makes sense for liquidity for people who have shares in the company, and to access capital at a sort of retail scale. So I can imagine at some point we might go public, but not in the cards anytime soon.
Got it. Yeah, probably, especially in this environment, probably not the one you want to be pushing for that.
You want to be raising money in any market in this one, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Mark, this has been a great conversation. I've learned a lot more about what you guys do, about the industry as a whole. Is there anything you want to touch on? Any like recent news items with Beacon that we haven't gotten to yet that you want to?
Yeah, I think one thing that's really exciting for us is we just launched our app store. So we have clients who are using Beacon, and we now have an app store where software vendors can go and sell their own applications to our Beacon clients. So we're super excited about getting that up and running. It's something we've been dreaming about since we first started the company almost 9 years ago, and so great to have it going already.
Well, wow, yeah, I mean that's amazing. It's impressive to see what you guys have done, kind of who you're already working with in just 9 years. So, Mark, great job so far. Congratulations on the growth to this point. And when you are ready, by the way, when down the road, maybe we're in a different market environment and you guys are ready to go public, I want you to come back on this show to make the announcement. I want to be the first person to break that news.
All right, Aaron. Thanks very much. Great to talk to you.
No problem. Yeah, you too, Mark. All right, guys, that was Mark Higgins, co-founder of Beacon.io. I'll drop that link in the chat. Again, doing a lot of cool stuff on the tech side and for different asset managers. Again, thought it'd be interesting to bring a little bit of a different company on than we normally talk about. We're not not talking about with stocks as much, but the fintech space is something that is near and dear to our hearts here at Benzinga. We've been covering fintech for years and years and years, and we will continue to do so. All right, guys, I see our next guest hanging out backstage, so we're just going to keep it ticking, keep it moving today. Packed show as always. We've got Duos Technology CEO Chuck Ferry hanging out backstage. So we're going to go ahead and give Chuck our very special Benzinga welcome and bring him on the show. Mr. Ferry, how's it going?
It's going good, Aaron. How are you?
Good. Thanks for joining us on Benzinga Live today. So before we get started, we're just going to give you I'm going to throw up this banner real quick. You want to give us a quick introduction of what it is that Duos Technologies is, what it is that you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, welcome from sunny Jacksonville, Florida. I think folks up north are not quite enjoying the nice weather we are right now, but that's winter time. But so we're a company based out of Jacksonville, Florida. The primary thing we do is we build, install, and then operate a system called a rail car inspection portal. It's basically a large car garage sits on a set of railroad tracks, and we basically image and scan rail trains moving at full speed up to 70 miles an hour, top sides, bottoms. We can see upwards of 100 individual mechanical inspection points on those cars. Within a matter of minutes, we basically take all that data, a set of proprietary software, IT infrastructure, and artificial intelligence. We provide a very detailed report to the customer that they can then use to operate their trains safer and more efficiently. That's the net of it.
Got it. So I'm curious. I know the company reported earnings a couple days ago. What were the big takeaways from the quarter?
Yeah, I think big takeaways are. I mean, for the quarter itself, we were kind of analysts predicted we'd land probably between 3.5 and 4 million. We did land just north of $4 million on our top line revenue, so we're happy now. We put together about 4 good quarters in a row where we have set a set of financial targets, and we've hit those every single quarter or exceeded them. And then probably more importantly for the year, FY22, we're still on track to hit our guidance that we set for ourselves publicly, that hit the 16.5 to 18 million dollars, and that's about that's a pretty significant increase from the previous year where we landed 8 million. So it's over 100% increase year over year in our top line revenue.
Got it. Yeah. And so I'm curious, I mean, right now, I'm sure you guys have insights into what's going on with just the rail industry in general. I mean, a lot has been made about the supply chain and about transportation throughout the last couple of years with the COVID-19 pandemic. Do you see, rail growing from here, at least domestically in the United States? Or are we going to be seeing more and more rail transportation or less going forward?
Well, I think there's break it down into 2 main parts. So I think the freight rail industry, primarily the Class 1 railroads, if you look at them, they've publicly reported, pretty decent financial results despite, kind of the COVID and the hangover from COVID, if you will. I think on the passenger rail, because we do support on the passenger rail side as well. Obviously, they took a big hit from ridership over the pandemic. That ridership now is coming back on strong, I believe. And so that, along with the improving ridership, along with the infrastructure bills that have been approved and by the current administration, I think you're going to see an uptick in the passenger rail space, where you're going to see a lot of infrastructure improvement projects and projects related to what we do, and that is provide safety type information. You'll probably see that pick up.
Yeah, and I'm glad you touched on that kind of the infrastructure, because that was going to be my follow-up question. Was, do you expect to see some of this money that's we're past, that's supposedly going into a lot of the infrastructure to go into railways? Because I'm sure a lot of people talk about high speed rail, all this stuff, but what you guys are doing is more for freight trains, not as much passenger, correct?
Well, it is. We've traditionally primarily been scanning freight rail cars, but we have, and we've reported it publicly. We've been in a contract now for really the past year, for the Amtrak rail carrier. It's part of their efforts to update and upgrade the Northeast corridor, and so we're involved with them in providing our technology to help them with that overall infrastructure development. I think really just either in the last day or two, I think the head of the Department of Transportation as well as the FRA have kind of announced a new Northeast corridor infrastructure initiative and plan where they want to make sure that the monies that have been set aside for those kind of improvements are effectively employed by the FRA and DOT.
Yeah, and I mean, I know I don't really need to tell you this because you probably know it in the space, but it is. I'm glad that now we're trying to, we're allocating some funds, and hopefully Amtrak is going to update its system, like you said, because we really haven't for like a very long time. I saw a stat the other day that Amtrak's rebuilding, or it's going to put back in service its route from Nashville to Atlanta. And with its new, route that's going to be back in service, it's going to be 25 minutes slower than it was when that route first opened 95 years ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into that, and I'm certainly not a Class 1 or passenger rail expert. I don't claim to be. We're, that's not really our business to tell them how to run their railroads. But a lot of that revolves around how much traffic that both the freight rails as well as the passenger rails are trying to move on those tracks. So, I mean, if you just look at it, comparatively, time back then to time now, there's a lot of other factors inside of that kind of dictate that. But what is key? But what is key though is that the fact that both freight and as well as the passenger rails are always trying to get more efficient and safer, and I think that's really the effort here. Updating the infrastructure, for passenger rail, it has certainly been long overdue, and it's good to see that finally, there's some resources that are going to be made available for that.
100% agreed. So we'll move off of from the Amtrak, from the passenger rail, and go back to more focused on Duos Technologies. What can investors kind of expect? What can they look forward to over the next couple of years in terms of what you guys are doing to help grow the company, but also help grow, return to shareholders?
Yeah, I think the big thing for us right now is, I've been the CEO here for about 2 years now. We've talked a lot publicly about, kind of turning the company around. We've largely accomplished most of that right now. And I think that's starting to show in our improved financial results. I think from a business and commercial perspective, we've made announcements about it right now, but we've made some significant headways in the production of railcar artificial intelligence. It's gotten significantly better, more reliable, and we've been able to roll that out now to a number of our customers, making the solution more valuable. One of the next things we're getting ready to do, and we've talked about it publicly, is we traditionally have sold our product really in a CapEx fashion, where basically sell it and you kind of buy it and you own it. We have begun to roll out a subscription model that quite honestly allows us to add more customers aside from the ones we've had. So it adds car owners, car lessors, folks that move product on the rail line. It's a much larger addressable market, but it offers them access to this data, which is very valuable for their safety and the maintenance of their cars at a much lower price to make it just much more attractive to them. What it does for us as a business, it now gives us a steadier way to have good recurring revenue and backlog, and that's where we think the real value of the company will be derived back to the shareholders.
Got it. Yeah, I'm sure that's. I'm sure a lot of shareholders out there like to hear that. And yeah, so I mean, what can you speak a little bit more? You mentioned you've been a CEO for about 2 years and kind of turning the company around, as you say. What has gone into that? Like, what does that entail?
Well, I told people before, I'm kind of a serial turnaround artist, I guess. I've been involved in 2 or 3 different, we'll call it civilian businesses, and then turned around a lot of organizations during my military career in the Army. But really, what we've done here is similar to what we've done before in other places, and that is, first and foremost, is improve the operational and technical delivery into customers and make those customers very, very happy with the fact that they hired you. And so we've been able to accomplish that over the last 2 years. And so all of our current customers have continued to renew. So we have a 100% renewal rate of our services. And those customers are now actually ordering additional services and equipment from us. So that's one of the most important things to do to help stabilize the business. Second thing is talent. We've talked about, I think your previous interview there, you were talking about the ability to attract talent. We've been able to improve our ability to attract talent here at this company. And we've made some real upgrades. We have a small staff of 75 people. But within that, we've got some extremely talented engineers, software developers, artificial intelligence data scientists that have made some real improvements to the technology and the reliability of it as it goes out in the field. That's starting to show now in those financial results.
Got it. Well, that's good to hear. And yeah, I mean, attracting talent's like half the name of the game. And especially when you're working in technologies, you know more than me. It's hard to find good engineers, hard to find good developers. So when you got them, you got to keep them. And that's good to hear also, or good to know. At least I'll keep that in the back of my head that you're a turnaround artist, because we're up here in Detroit. So if things don't work out with the new Lions coach, with Dan Campbell, you could be the guy we call to finally come turn the franchise around.
Well, I haven't been in that industry yet. I've been in the power industry, the IT industry, and now this technical industry. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be. That may be a bit of a stretch for me. So we'll see.
We'll see. All right. Well, Chuck, is there anything you that you'd like to touch on that we haven't gotten to already in regards to Duos Technologies? Anything you think pertinent we get out to the audience?
Yeah, the biggest thing for us really is we're going to add now this subscription model, which is going to really drive our recurring revenue. Again, I think this next year we're going to see, we're going to lay some capital out for that. So that'll stress the top line a little bit. But then on a go forward basis, kind of in late 2023 to 24 and 25, we're going to change the nature of this business. And it's going to get some proper growth, and it's going to be mostly around that recurring revenue and overall value for our shareholders who I've come to know a lot of them and have stayed with us for quite some time.
Well, that's great. Yeah, and I think it's always a good sign when I see an executive, a CEO, connecting personally with those investors and with the shareholders. So, Chuck, thank you for hopping on Benzinga Live today. It's been a great conversation. Hopefully we get to have you back on soon. Next time you guys report or next time you guys have any news coming out, we'd love to have you back on.
That sounds great, Aaron. Thanks for having us.
No problem. All right, and enjoy the nice weather because I'm stuck in 35-degree. Where did you say you're at? Jacksonville down there?
This is why we live in Florida.
All right. Well, I'll have to. We'll do the next interview down on your guys' property because that sounds nice to be down in Florida right now.
Certainly. Okay.
All right. Have a good one, Chuck. All right, guys. That was Chuck Ferry, CEO of Duos Technology, ticker DUOT. We'll check out how the stock is doing. Actually, I haven't looked at the chart, but DUOT. We'll get that pulled up on our Benzinga Pro. All right, guys, let me know in the chat what stocks you guys. OP is asking Aaron, do you use Subway, Local Train, or High Speed Train in the U.S.? Dude, we don't have, first of all, High Speed Train. We don't really have, outside of a few major cities like New York and Chicago, most public transportation systems are not great here in the U.S. Go to the 1 minute chart, maybe. I don't know. All right, stock's pretty flat after the company reported earnings a couple days ago. But yeah, we don't really have all that. I don't know. We basically just got trains. We've got an Amtrak. I'll tell you this. This actually pissed me off. The other day, I was trying to get down to Chicago. See, David, shoot. I wish I would have saw that question a minute ago. I would have asked. I did not see that. The other day, I was going down to Chicago over the weekend because the Lions were playing in Chicago, and I wanted to go to the Lions-Bears game. Someone guess in the chat. All right, I was looking at a round-trip Amtrak from Detroit to Chicago. For context, for anyone not from the U.S. out there, we'll call that about a 300-mile journey, maybe a 4.5-hour drive. So a round-trip train ride from Detroit to Chicago. That was a rhetoric question, as USA is a development country. Are you trolling us right now, OP? I can only think of like a handful of U.S. cities that even have like a subway system or a local train system that's like worth its while. Boston is like okay, Chicago decent, New York good. I think Philly's is okay, maybe. I've never been there. All right, the question is, how much was the Amtrak round trip from Detroit to Chicago? Don't look it up. No looking it up. I was shocked. Oh, this will be a good one for Luke to guess, too.
I don't know the answer.
You don't know the answer. You'll be shocked at this. We just had a rail guest. We were talking to a train company a second ago, and I was saying I was looking at Amtrak tickets the other night, and I was shocked at how much they were to get from Detroit to Chicago round trip.
All right, how far in advance is it?
I was looking at like the next day.
My microphone's not on again.
Oh, shoot. All right, here, I'll fix it real quick. I was looking at the next day.
All right, we're waiting for AB on the microphone.
Does it work now?
Check, check, check. Yep, we are live, baby. Woo! All right, next day, Chicago to Detroit, round trip, Amtrak. I'm going to go with $350.
No, it was less than that. It was about 250 though, and I was just like shocked. I thought it was literally going to be like $80 to round trip myself from Chicago to Detroit on a train.
I know it's more than you guess.
The train's going there whether I'm on it or not.
Yep.
So might as well just take whatever money I was going to throw on there. See, $60 would have been way more.
Well, let's talk about this Pelosi news for a second though.
What's the Pelosi news?
She's not going for leadership in the new Congress.
Is that why the market ripped earlier? Is that look on the 5-minute chart here on the S&P 500? Is that here? I was trying to figure out what happened in this 5-minute chart.
Yeah, it could be. It definitely could be.
Why? I wonder why that's so construed as so bullish. I'm not saying it's not, but I'm just saying it's not like Nancy Pelosi has been like an anti-business, type like. AOC.
Yeah, but I mean it's such a small rip.
It's a small rip, but I mean on the 5-minute chart, like it's noticeable.
Yeah,
and I was trying to
noticeable.
figure out. I was saying there probably is some sort of headline. I thought.
No, you're right. Yeah, you called it right. It's big enough that there was some sort of headline.
Right, or
now it's starting to fade a little bit.
or a Fed talk, Fed comment or something.
Yeah.
She was fired. New FTX CEO was former Enron CEO. That has to be a joke, right?
No, that's true.
That's true.
But it's the post bankruptcy guy. So it's the guy who like unwound Enron and got it through the bankruptcy. Now he's doing the same thing for FTX. It's like his job.
Okay. That makes it sound a lot better. The way MD put it. But I did also see, I think it was like the people coming out of the Enron, like they got out of jail and like the first thing they did was start like some sort of like crypto compliance company or something.
So, wait, what's that again?
This was like old. This was like before FTX,
Okay.
but like a year ago, like some people from the Enron case got out and like the one dude like immediately joined like a crypto company.
Okay, that's funny.
I'll have to find the told you just a lunch break pump. All right, Luke, we got you on the show. I got to know, how are the trades, first of all, that we've talked about on the show past couple times you on, how are they doing? And second of all, what are the new names we're looking at? I've got a couple for you. Well, actually, I have I got a couple for you.
Okay.
Not even new stocks, but on the meta. I'm in with you on long meta. You don't know what my thesis is?
Yeah, take me through it.
This is a callback. Do you remember last year what happened, what the Christmas catalyst was for meta?
No.
Okay, so the day after Christmas.
Peloton sales?
No. The day after Christmas, the #1 app on the App Store was the Oculus app because that many people got the headset as their Christmas gift.
Right. That's interesting.
And Facebook like noticed the strength in that last year, how well they did in holiday, and now they're starting to already ramp up the advertising and stuff as the Oculus as a Christmas gift. So I was talking to my buddy last night because I was kind of pitching this thesis on him, and he's like, so what? Like they sell whatever. Like that's not that great of a bull thesis. But it's not just that. That's kind of like just the cherry on top for me. I think where the stock's at right now, I think where we're at in a macro sense. Like last year, it wasn't great news for the stock. But the very top of the market was the week after Christmas anyway, in January. So how well...
It was January 4th. The first day the market was open, that was the highest.
January 4th or January 5th.
Yeah, whatever the first day the market was open.
So the fact that the stock didn't go up off that last year doesn't really scare me because I think that was more macro related. Whereas this year, the macro environment's almost completely opposite, where you've got some money flowing back into these tech names. You get that on top of everything else, and I think it's a perfect little... It's a Santa Claus rally, but specifically to a company that I think is going to come out a winner of the holiday season.
Yeah, and again, let's talk through my thesis on Meta. It is my biggest single stock position.
Woo!
And then let's get into Hood a second in a second here.
Hood,
but
short Hood.
But here's okay, so that'll be a good one to talk about. Was I'm long Hood and some decent size. I was trying to buy all of SBF's stake, but. He wouldn't come down to 20 grand.
Nice.
470 million. But all right, but here's the thesis on Meta. As we start to see assets flow back into the stock market, and as I've been saying for a long time, I think that now is the time where you can start dollar cost averaging back into the market. It's the move that I've been making, not very aggressively, but a little bit. I've started averaging back in. I was a very large chunk cash, about 40% cash. That's high for me. Started to average back in. And so where do I think that a lot of these initial funds are going to flow back into? I think it's going to be into a lot of the very, very big tech that's gotten washed out with the rest of the market, right? When we talk about stocks like Meta, like Google, like Apple that are, 70%, 80% off of their highs, that's where I think we start to see some money start to rotate back into it. It's not going to be small caps that are leading the charge. It's not going to be growth stocks like our Pelotons, or that's sort of just a funny example. But it's not going to be those growth stocks that are leading the charge. I think that a lot of it is going to be your big boring industries, which that's great. We can own that. And then two, I think that you have more upside in a lot of this big blue chip tech stocks that have gotten washed out. When we're looking at Meta right now, we have a stock that's trading at an EV to EBITDA of 5, and that's not that they're trailing 12 months. That's their forward looking based off of the guidance and the analyst research that we've gotten off the company after a couple of these weak quarters. You've got it trading at a price to sales ratio, again, looking forward at 2.5, and a PE at 14. Right? These are all very, very, very reasonable levels, and that's assuming that 2023 is another year of slower advertiser spending. So that's where I think that some of these big stocks, like a Google also, that's another one that I added recently. I did average back into that one.
What do they do again?
Search.
Oh.
Yep. You can start to average back into some of those.
I don't disagree, and I think obviously not obviously, but I think like that the big tech companies, right, your Qs or whatever, like certainly as we get more bullish activity, like those will be beneficiaries of it. But and especially considering eventually like a Fed pivot, I do think that some of the more beaten down, like smaller cap, your Asanas, your Rokus, will outperform on the upside the big tech, the big cap tech names. Not in this market environment. I'm not saying right now, and I think right now, if what you're saying is you'd rather buy these names than
I want to buy the cash flowing companies, the companies that are cash flowing.
100% agreed right now. I'm saying 3 months from now, if the Fed pivots a little bit and that flips, then I'd rather own upstart Roku and Asana than Facebook, Apple, and Microsoft. But right now, I'm with the big names, and because you want the names, that's why like you had companies like Meta, like Netflix that have gotten these big bounces. It's because they have such strong cash flows that eventually the stock price is going to get down to a point where people look at the cash flow and say, yeah, I'll own that in any environment for that cash flow, right? Or at least as long as the Fed future rates are like below 5%, right? You'll own it there. But
and let's go back to the holiday stocks for a second here. So something that I hear among retail investors a lot is they take any sort of stock that makes more money at the holiday season, like let's call it Target or Etsy or some of these names, right? Amazon. They come up with this thesis where they're saying Target is going to make way more money this quarter than they did last quarter because of the holiday season, and they're buying into those stocks.
More money is better than less money.
But that doesn't work, right? All of that is already priced in. I hear this from so many newer traders and investors where they're just thinking like, oh, Amazon is going to have Black Friday and Cyber Monday coming up. I'm going to buy Amazon ahead of that.
Oh my God.
The only way that what?
So they've got a guy on CNBC. He looks a lot like Joe Biden, honestly, but he's saying he's selling Meta.
He's talking way faster.
He's talking faster than us? Oh, than Joe Biden. So he's talking. So CNBC's telling, you're saying sell Meta. We're saying buy. Check back in on a week from now and see, if you should have been watching CNBC or Meta.
All right, I like that. It's 112. It's 112 is the price.
112 is the price. Wait, someone clip this out. Michael Feehan, are you watching? Can we get a side-by-side of us talking about Meta and CNBC talking about Meta with the timestamp? But only post it in a week if we're right. If they're right, then
no, we'll post
forget this ever happened.
Let's go back to this holiday stock idea. That only works if there's some sort of anomaly in the product. Right, there needs to be like I remember Funko, I think, was one of the beneficiaries a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Where yes, everybody expected them to make more money going into the holiday season, but the outperformance was so vast that it caused the stock to trade higher.
And that's why I think okay, if you look at the Oculus headset sales by quarter for Meta, right? Like what you're saying, there's already a market expectation that they're going to sell more Oculus headsets in the holiday quarter than all the other quarters.
Exactly.
So the fact that they sell more isn't going to, confirm or corroborate my trade. I need them to sell more than the expectation. And that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking people expect them to sell more, and I think when it's all said and done, we're going to look and be like, holy cow, was Oculus the clear winner of the Christmas season? And to your point, we could, there's a benefit to trying to figure out what that winner of Black Friday, that winner of the holiday season will be? You said it was Funko Pops one year. I'm betting it's Oculus this year. Does anyone else in the chat have an idea? Have a different, whether it's a toy, a tech gadget, something else that will be a big winner?
Yeah, it needs to be like so crazily outperformant.
So okay,
like a Lulu is one of the ones that's on my radar.
So
as an example, the stock hasn't really gotten beaten up for it badly.
Oh, it got beaten up with everything else, not as much.
But yeah, it hasn't gotten washed out like a lot of
still
these.
Probably 40% off its size.
Yeah, I think its size around 500.
But speaking of anomaly, and especially in terms of earnings, I have a really, really interesting trade idea. Not really a trade idea, just something that I've been looking at. So LYV, Live Nation Entertainment. Do you know why it's in the headlines?
Yes.
Okay.
Taylor Swift.
Okay. So here's there's a bull and a bear case to be made off this. Which should we start with?
I can make the bear case.
Okay. And why? And really, why the stock has been?
I can't make the bull case. You'll have to make the bull case. How's that?
Okay. So let's start with the bear case then. So the stock's trading down today. Really been trading down all week. The company's been getting attention from some different congressmen. AOC tweeted out basically saying that this was a merger.
I was making the bear case. All right, fine.
No.
Oh, you're just giving the context.
I'm just giving the context. Yeah.
But this is part of my bear case.
Okay, so do you want to talk about that? You want to talk about the...
No, set your context.
I was just going to set the context. So Congress people have been talking about it a little bit, AOC. So this was a merger that happened between Live Nation and Ticketmaster back in 2010. The deal obviously went through, and now people are saying, oh my God, they have too much control. What do you think?
That they have too much control, or what do I think is the situation for the stock?
Yeah, do you think that's fair that the stock's trading down because of that? Do you think that's why the stock is trading down? Do you think it should trade down more? Do you think that risk?
No, I don't think that there's much risk there.
Okay.
I think that of all of the priorities that the government has right now, I don't think that that's on the radar. I could not imagine that is on the radar, especially after that deal just got approved. But I don't see much of a reason to own the stock. So let me go with the bear case. So you do have some of that risk that the company could get broken up. If it does get broken up, though, there's going to be two periods. You're going to have the way where there's a lot of speculation about operations getting separated. That's going to hurt the stock. But post breakup, I bet that there's actually value creation there. I would be okay buying the stock amid a sell-off about speculation about monopoly, breakup, etc. And then I bet that there's value that's created out of, let's call it two separate publicly traded companies that result or something along those lines. But again, bear case for the stock. You got that side. That's part of the story side. We look at consumer spending. Do you know personal saving is the lowest that it's ever been since 2007? Personal savings rate. Lowest it's been since 2007.
Yeah, but I think
that's going to catch up at some point.
I think that's bullish because the Fed. We'll go ahead.
I mean, entertainment tickets is a major discretionary expense.
Yeah.
Right. It's an expensive major discretionary expense.
Okay.
Right. So I think that's another reason not to own the stock. And then the last reason not to own the stock is that given in light of that, it's not an especially cheap stock by any means. We're talking about a company that's trading at a forward PE ratio of about 60 times, trading at a forward EV to EBITDA of 15 times. You have Facebook on the other hand. So I said PE for Live Nation is 60. Facebook is 14. EV to EBITDA I just said is 14. Facebook is 5.
Is some of that from like a deal they did or something or a merger? Or is that, I don't know.
Why is it valued that high?
I just know sometimes companies like PEs or whatever can get or ratios can get thrown off if they did a deal in that quarter, a year, whatever. But I know
no, because this is all forward looking, so it's taking just the combined enterprise value and then looking at.
I know that was another knock on the stock was like they supposedly are like a monopoly, but it's like okay, if you're that great, why weren't you making a lot of money, right? Like the company wasn't like blowing it away in terms of, but okay. Here's the bull case, and this is, again, going back to our anomaly conversation. So Ticketmaster or Live Nation has expectations for earnings. It has a set amount of money it's supposed to make. It has bigger concerts. It has smaller concerts. So the fact that it's going to sell more tickets for Taylor Swift, not an anomaly. But I think by just how much, I don't know if people are really taking into account. So Luke, we're gonna do some quick math here, and I'm gonna be very conservative with my math as to not.
All right, this is gonna be fun.
To not try.
I know what you're getting at.
To not try and overestimate. All right, so we're on Taylor Swift's tour website. I counted out. There are 52 concerts listed here. They're all at NFL stadiums. We're gonna say the average attendance is 50K. And again,
no, because they can't see the whole concert. They can't see the whole venue for a concert.
Don't they do
you
more?
You lose an end zone.
But look at all the people on the field.
You get field too.
I think it's more than the NFL attendance. I'm gonna say 50K. It could be more, could be less, because you have some of them like do like attendance of who's the most.
All right, concert capacity at Ford Field is 65,000.
Okay, and I'm saying 50,000. So I'm being very conservative here. So
I want to compare that though to our football.
Lions game last attendance or something.
So the capacity it's about the same. It's about a wash. All right, so leave your 50,000 in there.
All right, so 50,000 times 52. 52 times 50,000 is going to bring us to 2.6 million.
Holy shit.
2.6 million tickets sold. Now, what do you think the processing fee is?
Okay, wait. Let's do this. There's what, 200 million adults in the U.S.? So 1% of the population is going to go to the Taylor Swift show. That's crazy.
2.6 million tickets sold. Well, no, because think about how many young people are the tickets account for. There's really about 350 million people total in the US.
So it's 0.7%.
Still a lot.
It's still a lot.
Still a lot.
1 out of every 150 Americans is going to Taylor Swift.
So, and I don't know exactly how the ticket, I don't know if I buy a ticket for $100 on Ticketmaster and then pay another $10 fee, I don't know if Ticketmaster gets any of that original $100 or just that $10 fee. But even if it's just the fees for that 2.6 million, and it's just off.
It was $10 what the fee is.
I don't know. Mine was I can look at mine right now. It was $6 processing for a ticket, but then another service fee on top of that. It was it was a bunch.
Okay.
I think
so you're at 26 million in revenue so far.
I'm saying
on those assumptions.
I'm saying I think that at the end of the day, whatever quarter this is going on, you're gonna look at it and be like, holy cow, that was an anomaly, and we'll be like, yep, that was Taylor Swift. I think it's gonna have a meaning.
No. It's not.
All right, we'll see.
Because what is their quarterly revenue?
Let's see. I don't know.
No, what would you guess their quarterly revenue is? We're talking about $26 million right now.
No. See, I think it's more than 26 million. I think it's 2.6, all the service fees. I think you have to assume they get a portion of the actual ticket sales. I think. So
let's say it's 100 million.
I think total in sales, just in ticket sales, you're looking at 750 million. If you assume a 200 average dollar price ticket, which again, I think I'm being conservative on. I think it's higher than $200 average from what I saw. So $750 million of sales, what percentage of that? Say, I don't know, 7, I don't know. Either way, I would guess their quarterly revenues, 200 million. Way higher. A billion? Do they do $1 billion a quarter? No, 500 million. Higher than $1 billion a quarter?
6.2 billion last quarter.
In a quarter? All right, my point's broken. That's fair.
That was a fun exercise, though.
Okay, because there's no way this is accounting for more than that
was a fun exercise.
Even if it's a couple $100 million for that's probably meaningful. A couple $100 extra million.
Capital One will get more cards opened. I don't think it's enough to be super material.
No.
COF.
All right, so not needle moving. All right, but Bear Case won that argument. You saw it live, Bull versus Bear debate. Bear's coming out on top of that one, I think, a little bit right there.
All right, there's a lot of chatter in the chat right now. I see MD, I see Easy Mike talking about banks. Anybody have bank opinions? Here's my thought. I think the way to play banks in this general interest rate hike thesis is actually through the brokerages, which will segue us over to Hood in a second here. Banks have significant slowdown in operation exposure, right? Lending activities. They've got debt default risk exposure as well. So while raising rates or higher rates are great for banks, especially in a bull market, they still have to see operations slow down if we do get into a long-term or a prolonged period of downturn. And who knows what debt they're actually holding on the books. If you switch over to brokerages as an example, and why don't you pull up a chart of Hood? We've already seen, we're 3 quarters into now, seeing trading activity.
Is it all good in the Hood?
we're 3 quarters now into seeing trading activity decline. Right, the slowdown in operations that banks haven't seen yet, we've already seen on the brokerages. And one of the key ways where brokerages make money, Robinhood made about 1/3 of its money last quarter from this, is by lending customer assets, not lending them like an FTX. Yeah, but let's just talk about the earning. Basically, the brokerages are earning interest on all your uninvested cash. So if you want to play that interest rate thesis, I think that the brokerages are a decent way to play it. Stock prices already reacted to the slowdown in operations, and you've got less downside risk about bad debt being held.
Are you worried at all? And if things get worse than they are right now in the crypto industry, that there's more kind of contagion into the overall equity markets?
No, I'm not.
Okay, good. Because if you were, then I have a stat for you. Can I give you the stat anyway?
Yeah, give me the stat anyway.
All right, give me like 8 seconds to find it. All right, so last year, a year ago, crypto's market cap as a whole was $3 trillion. Crypto has lost $2.2 trillion in market cap from its $3 trillion peak a year ago. So 800.
Yeah, go to coinmarketcap.com. They got a great visualization of this.
800 billion is what like the total market cap is of crypto right now, compared to 3 trillion a year ago. The U.S. equity market last Thursday and Friday alone on the stock market rally added $2.7 trillion. So in 2 days, the stock market rally added as much market cap of a whole year's worth of destruction in the crypto industry. So people worrying that crypto will cause like stocks to crash and stuff, or that, if any bank, Goldman Sachs, has some equity or has some, exposure to FTX, not a concern. Like the equity market dwarfs the crypto market, not even close.
And the debt market dwarfs the equity market.
And the bond market dwarfs I don't know if the bond market dwarfs the debt market.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Oh, the bond market dwarfs the stock market. For sure.
Exactly.
Yeah. And by the way, so for Hood, here's why I'm kind of bearish on Hood, is similar with where I'm at with Tesla too. I don't think Elon has sold like the last of his Tesla shares needed to for Twitter. I don't think. Maybe SBF has already sold his Hood shares. I'm not quite sure, but I think
no, he is not.
I think until that happens,
I think we know almost for certain that he is not.
Just in terms of volume, that no one's done like a $400 million block trade like for Hood.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think in both cases, Tesla and Hood, there will be kind of this like overhead pressure, not making the stock go lower or even keeping it from going up, but just kind of muting returns until those things happen, until investors can just say, okay, that's not a worry anymore. SBF sold and got it out of the way, or Elon sold all the Tesla shares he needed to. I think until those two things happen, there's going to be kind of muted returns on these names.
Yep.
Because there's always going to be fears from people that are worried they're going to sell and get that dumped on.
You know what else is interesting is Robinhood for the first time, as far as I know. Oh no, not for the first time. They've been doing it sporadically this year. They've been publishing trade activity data. That's sort of interesting, isn't it?
It is. Did you also see the options news the other day?
What was it? No.
Offering now SPY and QQQ options that expires on Tuesdays and Thursdays as well.
All right, there you go.
Every day of the week now, baby. Every day of the week we got expirations.
That's fun.
That's got to increase Robinhood revenue a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not great for customer retention, but good for increased revenue, maybe. Let's see. There's one other thing I wanted to get to, Luke, and I forgot what that was.
Let me throw this out. Does anybody have a favorite stock right now? Either not for a day trade, but either for a swing trade or a long-term investment? I'm curious. Again, my name's Meta. I might be getting caught in a value trap there, but I do like Meta. Google, I feel better about. Hood on there as well.
I like Google here.
Hood, you have some decent upside.
Oh, I think I remember I was going to talk about. So with the banks, I'm actually.
So you got Lockheed Martin. That's a decent trade. Short Wayfair. That might be a decent trade too.
Do you see that on the screen? It looks like those books are on fire.
Oh yeah, behind us.
But there's a wintertime, baby. Isn't that awesome? I love that little fire thing.
What's the long Hood thesis, my guy? Oh, the interest rate. He already gave it.
Yeah. I already went.
That in a high interest rate environment, Hood will be able to make money off of cash.
And it's a genuine belief that Hood is going to be a solution for millennial and Gen Z finance and wealth into the future. Big focus on retirement assets. It's a big AUM play.
I will stand by that, especially if Hood, gets like the self-directed IRAs and stuff. I'll have no reason to leave the app. Like, it has a better user interface than my Merrill Edge account with Bank of America, and it'll do the same exact thing. Like, there won't be any added fees or whatever. It'll just be an easier app for me to use. So I can get behind that. And the other thing too is you mentioned what was it?
Short Wayfair. Whoever said short Wayfair, that could be looking interesting.
The other thing too, like you mentioned.
Oh man, revenue steadily declining.
3 quarters in a row of negative user growth. The markets have always been cyclical, right? Every bull market, every bull run, a bunch of traders come in and think, oh my God, I can day trade, I can make $1 million. This is easy, and then they get flushed out. So, with every quarter that's negative user growth for Robinhood, you're 1 quarter closer to the next bull run, the next time you get more users coming back in. It's just super cyclical. So right now, until markets get a little bit better, you're probably not going to get a huge influx of new users.
Dude, Wayfair might have to drop an offering.
Dude, probably. Let's pull up the stock.
So here's what I'm looking at. Wayfair, they have revenue steadily declining. You've got $332 million of cash. Cash flow from operations last quarter was negative $431 million. That's especially light. The preceding couple quarters, negative 115, negative 226. I will say they did have a positive quarter of cash flow last Q4, holiday Christmas season.
What's the there's like a key phrase you can search for in filings to see if they're like.
They did take $171 million of long-term debt last quarter.
Going concern.
But even after that, they're only at 332.
That's what we should do. We should command F their filings and their 10Ks.
No. I don't think there's any going concern. I'll check.
Going.
I'm in their concern. No, there's no going concern in there.
All right, not yet. But when does a company need? What does that mean? I've just heard that from people. Like,
going concern basically means that the auditors or somebody who's in charge of financial controls says we have concerns about this company's ability to operate.
Oh, okay. I just EKS, and I know we got to go, Luke, but this person's comment just made me remember my last trade idea for the day, which we don't need to talk about too much because it's probably going to be pretty controversial. But I know I showed you my predict it. Let's go to my dashboard. My new market. I put all my cash that I was up in on this. GOP 2024 presidential nominee, Donald Trump. I got in at 36 cents. I don't even think he's necessarily going to win. My thesis here is just that I think it's closer to 50-50 than people are giving credit for right now.
Wait, which one did you put it in?
It's GOP presidential nominee Trump right now is trading at like 38 cents. And basically, I'm just saying I think he should be trading at like 50 cents. Like, I think it's like a toss-up between him and DeSantis.
Yeah.
Whereas now
No. He should be trading, yeah. What's DeSantis at?
I don't know. Let's go to view market. DeSantis.
And I just slacked you my 2 predict-its if you want to take a look at
is
them.
at 42. And I know that's why I said, like, we probably don't need to talk about this too much because it's probably very controversial. But look, I have over.
No, we can talk about it.
I have over 1,000 shares. So if he ends up getting it and I just hold on to it, I get paid out more than $1,000.
Yeah, you get $1,200.
And this is all from like $200 that I put it on here. Also, predict it. Let me deposit money with a credit card. That doesn't seem right. But all right, Luke, it is.
Wait, take a look at mine. I just sent you my 2 that I have right now.
But do you want me to say them on the thing?
Yeah, pull it up. It's in Slack. You can share your screen.
All right, hold on.
Basically, mine is more of a Biden thesis.
Oh, I see what your thesis is.
Yeah,
that's a grim outlook.
Well, that's one. There's a couple. It's more pointed than that. So basically, the 2 politics gambling bets that I have on right now is Harris at 47th president of the U.S. I'm down about, what is that, 15% or so on that one. And then the second one is Harris in the 2024 Democratic ticket. I'm up about 15% on that one. So more or less, let's call it a wash. A couple theses here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, There you go. Predicted markets, fun for anyone just screwing around. I wouldn't actually use that as any sort of like investment strategy or anything. But if you've got a couple $100 you wanna,
it's fun.
Wow, ADW's got a hot take. He said DeSantis will not run. So if you think that's the case,
I think there's a decent chance DeSantis does not run against Trump.
I agree. But
I think it's political suicide for the rest of his career.
That is a hot take, though, right? Oh, either way, we don't have to get too much into it. It is 102. Mitch will be joining us here.
All right.
Guys, I've got a feedback form. It's a little Google form in the chat. It's just about how what you guys think we can do to improve our shows. Maybe me not mispronouncing words like that. But fill out the form, please. It'll help us help you guys get better content, and we would much appreciate it. Without further ado, Luke, you got any final words, any final thoughts?
Yeah. So here's something I'm going to be doing. We're going to be building a portfolio, a real money live portfolio at the start of 2023 for this show. So we're going to be picking stocks as a group. I'll manage it in between segments if something blows up or something goes crazy, but I'm not going to be too liberal with it. So stay tuned.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is there an allocation of the portfolio that can be reserved for AB YOLO trades?
Yeah, I've been thinking about the portfolio allocation a little bit.
I'm not asking for a lot.
We're definitely going to have a YOLO budget.
Okay, I want like at least like a 5.
Yeah, maybe like a 10% YOLO budget.
But then if we grow, okay, we'll talk about it. But all right, guys, smash the like for Luke. Always great to get Hot Stocks Luke on the stream. We've got Money Mitch coming up now. Again, hit that form in the chat. Give us some feedback. Right now, we're going to play you a promo for Future Crypto event in New York. You got to be there. I'm going to be there. Mitch is going to be there. Luke's going to be there. We're going to be having a party. We're going to be having a good time. Be there or be square. When we come back from the promo, Money Mitch will have you in good hands.
All right, team. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. And yes, AB was sleeping on that future of crypto. So if you want a discount, don't use AB20. Use Money Mitch 20. Of course, get your discount to the Future of Crypto event. And please fill out that form. Get your feedback in there. That's going to make us have a better show for you. Let's get right to the action today. Stock Market Movers, all about getting to the headlines and, of course, experts to keep you in the informational edge. Today, we got none other than, of course, Sam Stovall, Chief Investment Strategist at CFRA's Research. Excited to have the economist on today. We'll ask him all different types of questions in the Fed outlook, of course. If you have a question, throw it up in the chat. That's what it's all about here also on Stock Market Movers, that you get to ask questions to top leading analysts and economists out there. Let's get right towards the show today. We got a lot to talk about. Bullard talking out there. A lot of Fed talk, oil coming down, a lot of earnings stocks coming up here. We got a lot to talk about. Retail full in effect. Kathy buying some more Tesla. Wouldn't you know it? Let's get right to it. Stock Market Movers. I'm your host, Money Mitch. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. All right, let's get right to the market action. Let's take a look at the overall market action right now. This is on the 15-minute. You guys can see we just came right back through it. Today's level on live trading, I said, look for that 392. That's going to be an important level for us to break through and actually hold. We came up with it right here towards 392.20. And then what do? We put a topping right there. And then we started coming back down. And we hung out there for a little while, then came finally back through that level, really getting the spike back towards the upside. Of course, the SPY falling off the wagon a little bit today. when those numbers got released at 8:30. Did I expect to see us down to 392? No, I don't think so. But this could have been a washing out of some of the bulls that got a little bit of light-handed after they saw the downturn in the pre-market hours. And this is how this market is, right? Comes down pre-market, then goes up all intra-market. Well, that's just how it is right now. And it's a tough market when you're dealing with that much volatility. And we all need to be careful. Of course, today, a lot of Fed talk out there. There's 10 Fed speaking today. So you're not going to be short on the tape there to see some Fed talk. St. Louis Fed Reserve President James Bullard was mentioning this morning about the policy rate not being in the zone yet considered sufficiently restrictive. So keep that in mind. And that wording is a wording that I've been looking for in the FOMC meeting. And that is what Jerome Powell said he was leaning towards, of course, sufficiently restrictive policy. We'll see if they continue leaning into that. Now, of course, there's going to be more talk out there that keeps going around, so we'll have to wait and see. But oil stocks falling a little bit off the wagon here. Going to see what happens with these stocks. Do they really turn around, or is this kind of just a dip to be bought? We'll have to wait and see on XOM. Really a close back towards, let's say, 110, 109 isn't going to be a good outlook there for oil stocks. But, of course, WTI is what I like to keep an eye out. So if you're looking at that U.S. West Texas Intermediate, you guys can see futures falling down to an even low of around 82.66. So big dropping in the oil markets, of course. OPEC wanted to get the oil markets closer towards, of course, the topping of above 90. They wanted to get it to that 90. We got towards above the 90, and then what happened? It moved right back down. Of course, if we cut through the 80 mark on oil, I'd be a little bit concerned because even OPEC cutting production, not being able to sustain the price above that 90. And with that being said, we're just going to have to wait and see what happens with OPEC. But right now, it's looking like we are seeing that downturn in that oil run. It's been a big run. Of course, this could just be a pause, and you could get another spike. Can you post the challenge link again? I got you, Chris Woods. I'll get you that in a few minutes as we get through the show. I'll go ahead and I'll try to pull that for you, Chris. I just got to open up another link there. I'll take care of that. Let's get into different action today. Let's go right towards some of the action that caught the radar today. Of course, NVIDIA on everybody's mind. Let's take a look how it traded on the intraday so far as you're getting sideways action off of the VWAP. Let's talk a little bit right here. EPS coming in at 58 cents, missing the 69-cent estimate. Sales at 5.93 billion, beating the 5.77 billion estimate. NVIDIA sees Q4 22 revenues 6 billion plus or minus 2% versus 6.09 billion estimate. NVIDIA does have their data center revenues up 31% year over year. So that's the bright side of this earning report. The negative side was a $702 million write-down, and also gaming revenues falling 23% quarter over quarter and 51% year over year. Of course, this is mainly due to softness in Asia, and you guys are hearing it, right? There's still more softness that's coming from Asia and kind of COVID concerns that come out of Asia. So it looks like even today, there was more COVID restrictions with China. They've been saying they're going away from it, but we truly haven't seen that be the process here. NVIDIA did make a big run into this, so at least it didn't completely just break down today. We'll see if it does get back above the 164, going to the 165. Did do a little bit of a down gap, of course, on Wednesday. We'll just have to keep watch on NVIDIA to see if it can keep going. Cisco Systems, of course, also had a decent day. Let's take a look at that chart. Let's go to the 15-minute chart. You guys can see I was drawing kind of this trend line that I was looking at Cisco trying to come back up through. Looks like we're finally getting up through here, 46.38. This one doesn't look too bad. Their earnings came in here at an EPS of 86 cents. Beat the 84-cent estimate. Sales at 13.6 billion, beating the 13.31 billion estimate, and see full year 23 EPS at $3.51 on the low end to $3.58 on the high end versus, of course, a $3.53 estimate. So raising the full year 23 outlook there, at least for Cisco. and getting a little bit of a lift today. We'll see if this can continue. Can it close up there, especially past this kind of 46.50 area, going up to 47? Won't be looking too bad here as we reverse a little bit on Cisco Systems. Let's see if it gets up there towards the 200-day eventually. That's a move to 47.44. We'll see if it can get up there. All right, last one that I'll bring in here before we get towards our interview. That's going to be coming up next. Let's go to BJ Wholesale Club. BJ's Wholesale Club, Q3 EPS, adjusted EPS coming in at 99 cents, beating the 81-cent estimate. Sales at 4.79 billion, beating the 4.69 billion estimate. And they raised their full year 22 EPS outlook. And this is kind of one of those stocks that I feel like is just kind of probably the bad day to report, as it did get a little bit of a pop on the report. And then, of course, when the SPY started coming down and right before the bell, BJ just really kind of hit the tank button there. Through the 78, went down all the way towards around 71.88. And we're going to see if it's able to recover here, but still looking bearish on the day. BJ Wholesale Club. And, of course, it broke kind of that daily trend that it was holding up there. Had a lot of support underneath it towards the 76. As we saw today, that clearly gave up. We'll see what happens there on BJ if they're able to turn this around. And it really wasn't a bad outlook for the full year 22, with an EPS outlook of $3.80 on the high end versus a $3.30 estimate. It's not looking too bad there, but definitely it was not appreciated. Of course, the market kind of coming down here didn't help it. All right, we'll see what else is going on. We got more earnings stocks to talk about. We still got Macy's, Kohl's, Bath & Body Works. We'll get into a little bit of Alibaba, and we'll also talk a little bit later about the Fisker Ocean, the world's most sustainable vehicle, and we'll talk about why they celebrate that as they're starting their official production. But let's get right towards our interview today. Like always, that's what it's all about here on Stock Market Movers, trying to get to the experts to give you that informational edge. So let's get right to one of our favorites here, of course, Sam Stovall. Let's go right to our interview. All right, let's bring on Sam Stovall here, Chief Investment Strategist at CFRA Research. Welcome back. How we doing, Sam?
I'm doing great. Good to talk to you again, Mitch.
Definitely. It's good to have you on here. Now let's talk about what has been going on since you've been on the show. Of course, we had kind of a lighter than expected CPI, lighter than expected PPI. Today, we got a kind of a weaker manufacturing number. Labor markets seem to not be showing too much change. But what have you seen changed in the numbers?
Well, what I've been seeing is that we are indeed in a downward trend for inflation. The high water mark was in June with a year-on-year percent change in headline CPI at 9.1%. And now we're looking at numbers that are in the 7% area. And our belief is that we're going to continue to slide into 2023, looking at maybe the mid 2% level year on year. So don't be surprised if the word transitory pops up in people's vocabulary as they refer to inflation.
Now, why do you think that the market let up a little bit of this rally today? It seems like we did pull a little bit down, especially in the pre-market when those numbers hit. Was it those numbers that shook us, or was it maybe Fed concerns?
I think it was more Fed concerns. Fed President Bullard commenting that a 5% Fed funds rate was the low point in his estimation as to the terminal rate for the short-term rate tightening program by the Fed. And he was saying it could be as high as 7%. So obviously, though, it's almost as if the forecasters are playing leapfrog, trying to outdo one another as to how high the Fed is likely to go. Normally, the Fed stops raising interest rates when the inflation rate itself is below that interest rate. So, I mean, if we're expecting to see the headline CPI above at around 2.5%, and obviously that'll bring down the core CPI, core PCE, et cetera. and then also factor in the possibility of some lessening or even cessation of hostilities in Ukraine, then I think that we could be seeing yield on the 10-year note come down. We could be seeing the value of the US dollar come down, which really would allow investors to breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, it seems like there's actually starting to be some kind of talk of deflationary effects out there, and it's something definitely to keep in mind. I also saw that Bullard was talking about us being not at a sufficiently restrictive level. This is wording that I've also heard, of course, from Fed Chair Jerome Powell about sufficiently restrictive interest rate level. What do you think they mean by getting it to that certain level? What is the level that they're probably looking at?
Well, I think what they're saying is that they want to make sure that they don't make the same mistakes as the Fed did in the 1970s, where they raised rates, they saw the economy start to slow, and then they stopped and or reversed policy, only to have, like a fireman who turns off the hose too quickly, only to see the fire spring up once again. So the Fed wants to make sure that inflation is ended. And as a result, they're going to keep it higher for longer. What higher means? Well, when you look to interest rates going back in time, the average 10-year yield was about 5.5% since the 1950s. And so even the number that we're expecting, a little bit, about 4.5% being a high watermark, is still below the long-term average. But I don't think we're going to be reaching that anytime soon.
No, definitely. Now, one thing I'm definitely asking, and I feel like, a lot of people were thinking that it was coming into just about probably today, is Santa Claus coming to town for this retail season?
Well, he certainly came a little bit early. Believe it or not, I've been hearing some Christmas music already on the radio, thinking
Yeah.
let's at least get through Thanksgiving. But what we're finding is that the S&P was up almost 11% since September 30th. All sizes, styles, sectors within the S&P were in positive territory, along with about 98% of the 150 sub-industries. So you could say that we got a hint of the holiday cheer. I wouldn't be surprised if what we're experiencing right now is a bit of digestion, because when you look to the 200-day moving average, meaning the percentage of those sub-industries above their 200-day, we're at about 54%, but we started on September 30th at only 4%. And whenever we've been below that 5% level, 3 months later, the market is up like a coin toss, 50+% of the time. But at the same time, it's up normally about 6.5%. We were up almost 11. So we've borrowed an awful lot from the future. So I would not be surprised if, at least in the near term, we undergo some digestion of these gains.
Now, of course, everyone's going to be thinking about, and as we get closer, especially towards 23, is how long is it truly going to take to get inflation back to that mandate of 2%? Is it going to be, a year, 2 years, 3 years? Because on average, it takes about 2 years from around where we're at, right?
Well, it's going to take a while, and our belief is that even by the end of 2023, we will not be back to the 2% course PCE levels. So the Fed will probably be maintaining, anyway, a higher rate policy at least until the end of 2023. But our belief is the Fed raises by 50 basis points in December, not 75. They raise 50 again in February, and then they finish off with a 25 basis point hike in March. And so with us being between 5 and 5.25, they stick with that at least through the third quarter of 2023. That could allow enough pressure, enough strangulation, if you will, on inflation that would keep it at bay.
And it seems like we're starting to see more concerns on recession risk, right? It seems like finally I'm starting to see some of the eye tests really start meeting up where the numbers have been kind of leading us. But are we still concerned about a recession next year, Sam?
Yes, I think that's something you do be concerned a bit about. Going back to World War II, whenever we have seen inflation above the 6% level, we have ended up falling into a bear market with recession. And in some ways, you could say, gee, well, then why would we get off so easy this time around with inflation above 9% at one point? And the feeling is that maybe we do slip into an official recession in 2023 once we start to see a pickup in the unemployment rate. And with that in mind, you say, well, what period might it remind us of? And we had the stock market, the Dow, top off in January of 2000. The S&P topped in March of 2000, but we didn't fall into a recession until March of 2001. And the bear market itself did not end until October of 2002. So maybe this challenging period does end up lasting longer. Maybe we do end up enjoying a seasonal respite. The strongest 6 months of the year are November through April, especially after midterm elections. But possibly the summer of 2023, we might want to be happy to say that we sold in May and went away.
Now, of course, everyone's trying to figure out what's going to happen next year, right? Everyone's trying to figure out where inflation will be, what will be the ending kind of on the funds rate. But what are you looking at? What do you think is going to be more important to really start seeing the turn in, of course, first the Fed, and I think the markets after that?
Well, I think the Fed, you just hit it, that the Fed really is the most important factor because interest rates are important for a variety of reasons. One, because they affect corporate profits in terms of interest expense, especially if companies borrow quite heavily. Second, in terms of intrinsic value, what the modeling is done by analysts to say that the stock is worth. As interest rates rise, we find that the PE that investors are willing to pay tends to fall, not surprisingly. So depending on how high interest rates go, also has an effect on where we'll go in terms of multiples. And then lastly, the substitution effect. If most of the earthquake, if you will, in the fixed income marketplace has run its course, well, then investors might be saying, you know what, gee, a 4% yield on a 3-year note is pretty attractive. So maybe I'll start to shift some of my equity money into the safer treasuries that are now yielding quite a bit. We might end up, that's why interest rates are so important. So should we be able to look across the valley at the potential of lower rates, then that I think will encourage investors.
Of course, with the era of free money came a lot of these kind of tech booms, and we can kind of refer to that. But do you see a prolonged value kind of move as investors look towards, of course, PEs and try to focus more on financials? Do you see this is going to be a prolonged move?
Not necessarily. I mean, going back to 1980, we have had 6 bear markets, and in the 12 months after the bear market bottoms, both growth and value have posted similar returns, about 46% on average in that 12-month post-bear market period, but growth beat value 4 of 6 times. Of course, we're not dealing with an awful lot of observations, so some might say it's not statistically significant, but at least it says that it doesn't mean that growth has to go by the wayside. Also, historically, what I have found is that if you owned the 4 worst performing sectors during the market decline, on average, they beat the market 12 months after the bear market bottom 88% of the time, and did so by an average of 10 percentage points more. Conversely, if you stuck with the 4 best performing sectors during the market decline, 12 months later, that average underperformed the market 100% of the time. Even though the change was still positive, it underperformed the market coming out of bear markets.
Yeah, it seems like, just like we take a look at like beta, right? And how the volatility affects the ones that can go up the most, also the ones that can come down the most. So it's hard to get around some of those investments. Appreciate you, like always, Sam Stovall, Chief Investment Strategist at CFRA Research. We'll always have you back on, Sam. Appreciate it.
I look forward to it. Thanks, Mitch.
Have a good one. All right, there you guys have it. And I think, that's one thing that we need to be watching. And I think, I even myself got a little bit more into that bullish camp when we started seeing CPI turn around. And I do feel like we are getting inflation to turn around. Now, the big question here comes How far down the line does the Fed have? And how far down the road are they going to continue the hike rates? You guys heard Sam just talk about it. He sees 50 in December, 50, and then 25. Some people were looking at more like 50, 25, 25, 25. Well, that's what I think we need to kind of figure out. Is it going to be into March, or are we going to go all the way into summer where the Fed is still raising interest rates? Something to keep our minds open to. And I think that this is really, truly where you kind of determine when to truly get that big flip towards the upside. Of course, I was even leaning more to the bullish camp after the inflation, and I am going to tame myself down also. I feel like the Fed was doing that to us this morning. They were just putting the tame pressure on us, telling us that, hey, it's still not a raw bullish right now. And you could see a turnaround. Let's get back to the overall market and go towards some more earnings stocks as we go ahead and continue going. Hope that you guys appreciated Sam Stovall joining us today. Definitely smash the like button. Let's keep going. Let's take a look at the SPYs. You're seeing it up there towards 394.49, and we could be right back through 395, which was truly the support where he was kind of holding on. And we could be already back towards those levels as you're seeing the SPY just kind of slowly trickle on up. Let's go towards some other earnings stock. Let's go towards the next one that I want to take a look at. Let's go to Macy's. Macy's wasn't having a bad day. Let's see where it is trading up. As you guys can see, it continued going there to 22.72. Not a bad day there on Macy's. Let's give their numbers here. Q3 EPS coming in at 52 cents, beating the 19-cent estimate. Sales at $5.23 billion. Beat the $5.2 billion estimate. Macy's reaffirmed annual sales guidance, raised full year 22 EPS guidance, and now getting the nice lift on the day. This one actually had a nice little kind of VWAP bounce. And you guys can see this nice little chart right out the gates, got that little push, and especially a name that gotten beat down yesterday. Big reversal. That's how you can get caught in this market. And you got to be careful on a name like this. Let's say if you were short on a name like this and then you saw the rip, well, you got to be careful on a move like that. Now, one thing I will say is that this is now looking not too bad. You got all the moving averages below it. You're starting to get a nice little lift. Can start looking for pullbacks on Macy's, probably coming back closer towards the 2150s. It doesn't look bad right now. At least technically wise, this looks bullish to me. We're just going to have to wait and see if Macy's can continue on the run. And of course, this is department stores. This is Santa Claus coming to town, right? Well, we'll see if it can continue coming to town. Let's go to KSS, Kohl's Corp on the next one here. Kohl's here, Q3 EPS, 82 cents, beating the 78-cent estimate. Sales at $4.28 billion, beat the $4.06 billion estimate. Kohl's announces will not be providing guidance for Q4 and is withdrawing the prior full year 22 guidance amid recent volatility in the business trends, significant macroeconomic headwinds, along with unexpected CEO transition. So there you guys see there, definitely taking a hit. KSS is trying to come back, though. It's been gone sideways for so long. I think this one tries to make a move there towards 32.50s. Is this something that I want to be a part of? No, especially when they're telling me that their guidance right there, they're withdrawing the prior full year 22 guidance. So pretty much kicking that out the waters because I'm guessing that they probably already see themselves not meeting that guidance. Of course, that's not a guarantee, but I'm just taking a look at that. And when a company tells me a lot of worries and also not providing guidance for Q4, that goes to show me that they're either not understanding their customer or not understanding the economic or macroeconomic headwinds that are there, how they're going to be affecting their business. How much of their business will be affected? We're just going to have to wait and see, but definitely Kohl's not showing a strong trend there. All right, what's going on in the chat? How we doing out there, guys? If you guys have a stock you guys want to check out, definitely throw it up. And Sam Stovall is a legend in the investment community. Definitely, he's been on Wall Street since I can remember. I mean, I remember him going all the way back towards like 2000. I could see him in the market. So, hey, there you guys see it. There's a reason why I go to Sam Stovall and why he's such a great guest for us to have. But like always, let's keep going. Do they have a new CEO yet? I'm not actually 100% positive on that one, MD. I don't want to say yes. So I'm pretty sure if there's one that's leaving, they have one that there's an interim CEO and there's going to be one coming in. I got to take a look to see if there's who's replacing. I'll take a look, MD, and make sure that I get you that answer by the time we get to at the close at 3:30. All right, let's keep going. Let's take a look at what else is making a move on the day. Let's go towards the next earnings stock. Let's go to Bath and Body Works. This is one that I always get wrong. I always say Bed Bath and Beyond, but let's go to Bath and Body Works. Of course, you guys know this one. To me, this is the candle company because my wife, she definitely loves these candles, and they were trying to get her in. Trust me, they've been sending the sales advertising, and you can see this one pulled back here towards the prior price action. A lot of times I look for that kind of like it getting a spike, coming back towards the prior price action, and then catching the bounce. You guys can see right here, it cracked through 36, put a wick there, and then quickly recovered that. Now you're looking to push there towards 39.50, going towards the 40. We'll see if we get that run on Bath and Body Works. See if the candle will go ahead and light up towards that 40. Of course, these are pretty good candles at least. And they, of course, they have other products. It's a fun store. I mean, especially my wife loves to spend the money there. So at least I don't think they're going to be going too far off that. One thing I will say is that EPS beat, a 20-cent beat there on the EPS. That's not looking too bad there. Note there is a miss. What's a miss there? We got it. We got 2 in the mail yesterday. Says Hertz. Yeah, I mean, those candles, man. They're pretty good though. They're probably the best candles out there. They're probably better than Yankee candles. I don't know, but I'm sure I just started a new battle. Just found it, Money Mitch. No CEO at KSS yet. All right, perfect, MD. We'll take a look a little bit deeper as we get towards at the close and see maybe what potentials are out there. Let's go towards some other stocks. Let's go to Baba. Baba was getting the lift here as they got their earnings reports. Let's go and give their numbers here. I'll go ahead and read them to you. Let me actually pull them up here. I don't think I had the banner ready for you, but I got it. That's easy peasy here. Alibaba Group Holdings Q2 EPS at $1.82, beat the $1.64 estimate. Sales at $29.12 billion, missed the $29.45 billion estimate. Now, one thing about Baba, and I think it's really interesting, was that, man, we got a great opportunity when this thing gave us that kind of bearish capitulation there on October 24th. Ever since then, Baba's actually been going up since then. And so if you think about it, that was a 33% bottoming action there. Baba's gone up pretty significant here. And I think it is going to run into some resistance eventually. I'd be looking at somewhere around the 87, 88 area as resistance. But it's made a huge run lately. And with this earnings, made another move into the open. And one of the things that I would say is look how this turned it around. It had a real bearish 15 minutes going right into the open and then really quickly reverse that action right at the open and push right back up here. Baba with a nice little up move. Keep your eyes on a lot of these stocks. They have been making moves up. PDD has been one of the charts that never really got weak and just stayed strong. Now looking to try to make some new moves up. You need to delete the drawings for PDD. There's just too much there. But definitely keep your eyes. Weekly has it trying to come back up. A big important level above it towards the 72.50s. We'll see if it gets up towards 75. This is on the weekly. Will it start making that move? You can see the daily, how it's starting to run right into that resistance. Let's see if it actually takes the next leg up. All right, let's keep going out of the China stocks. Let's go to Fisker. Fisker is going to be an interesting stock to watch today and for the next couple of weeks. I say you keep this one on your radar. Why am I keeping Fisker on my radar? Well, a lot of it is what was released, right? The Fisker Ocean is celebrating today the official start of production. So don't want you guys to kind of miss out on understanding that I've been looking for this catalyst for a while. I'm not an investor in Fisker right now. I don't have a position. I have held positions before, but right now I'm just taking a look at it to see if this is going to actually start getting the stock moving. We can take a look at the daily chart also. You can see some kind of bottoming around the Will it get that run through 875 going to 10? That's what I could see here happening probably into December if it truly starts getting the lift. So I'm going to keep this one on my radar. Fisker's production ramp in Austria will see over 300 units manufactured in Q1 of 2023, with rapid increase of over 8,000 units in Q2. More than 15,000 units will follow in Q3. And in Q4, the company will finish the year with enough units to total 42,400 vehicles. And that's into 2023. That's what Fisker predicts for next year. Now, one thing to note also is that the reservations here in the United States market for 2023, there's 2 trims and they're both sold out. And I think that's an important thing to kind of keep an eye out for, is if they're actually able to meet their production, they have a lot of reservations. Well, maybe they can actually start getting the lift and price appreciation that they're looking for. We'll wait and see on Fisker Ocean. All right, the Fisker Ocean is definitely a car that I'm going to be looking to try to get a test drive in. So we'll look out when we can get one so that we can do a little test drive on the Fisker Ocean and different EVs, something that I'm definitely looking into. Let's go to ARKK as I want to talk about Kathy Woods, of course. Kathy Woods announcing that Kathy Wood-led ARK Investment bought over 3,800 shares of Tesla, adding to Tesla here and taking some more risk. Of course, she just continues to add the Tesla as the recent downturn. She started adding Tesla when it was at kind of this in-between spot, which is around the 250. Then she added Tesla around the 210s. Now she's adding it around the 185s. I think she's getting to the point where she's kind of ruining even her average. This is where she got to start being a little bit careful. And she needs to be kind of more in a wait and see mode, but she's not. She doesn't kind of wait and see. She tries to build up positions, conviction in some of her biggest names. Of course, this brings Kathy-led ARK Invest, ARKK, to now an almost 8% percentage as this top holding Tesla. Now, one thing that I want to note also is that she did buy also some coin. She did buy some coin, and you guys can see that kind of bottoming there. And she also went for SI, Silvergate Capital Corp. So I think she believes that Bitcoin's coming back, or maybe that it was an exaggerated move to the downside. So she's taking some Silvergate Capital Corp. We'll just have to wait and see how these companies respond. But definitely, I don't know about Coinbase, but it is getting a little bit of a lift today. So not looking too bad there in Coinbase Global. All right, let's keep going. We're going to take a look at what was hot and what was not. This is where we go ahead and get into the industries and sectors that were making moves. This is where we get into intermarket analysis. You guys can look up that term. If you guys want to be able to do this also, let's get right to it and take a look into the market. Let's take a look underneath the hood. What's there? On what was hot and what was not. Let's get right to it. As we take a look here, technology leading the way towards the upside today. What is making a move there? Let's go towards the high cap names. You guys can see Apple into the green, bouncing after getting flushed here right before the open, and then just going straight up in the open. That's how this market is, and it's just tough to see that action. And that's why it was a little bit tough to see that turnaround this morning, as I was still in the bullish camp. But of course, this morning kind of put me at ease and put me more in let's be market neutral. Let's react more than just jumping to the gun. We'll see if Amazon can make the move up towards 96.75. Definitely not a bad day there for Amazon. Looking at Tesla starting to make the move up after coming down all morning, finally getting out of that pattern and pushing through that 185. Baba, of course, had a really good day. We'll keep watch on that, but let's go out of technology. Let's go into some other areas. Let's go to consumer cyclical. Actually, there's some more I think that we need to talk in technology. Let's go to solar, because solar is having a good day today, and I think it's an important area to keep watch. FSLR has become the leader here. There's not many times that I actually kind of announced that, and I definitely do think it's leading the action right now in solar. When First Solar makes that breakout, look how ENPH is now following. Well, that just shows me that now First Solar is taking the first seat, and ENPH could follow. And keep in mind that there's other ones that have been beaten down, have been making their way back. SEDG went down all the way to 200. And since kind of October 24th has been back there towards a 41% move back towards the upside as it's back to 301. And we talked about run a while back here when it was at 24, 25. Now it's up there to 32 and looking to continue to make moves. Solar, big day there, guys. So keep your eyes on some of these. Another one that we've talked about for a while is CSIQ. We'll see if it ever really gets that nice lift there. SPWR, SunPower, getting that nice move. MaxN, another one that's been getting the lift lately. Keep these solar names on watch. They keep getting the appreciation they need. All right, let's keep going. Let's go to a different area. Consumer cyclical, department stores, of course, Macy's, JWN, getting that nice little lift today. Where's the Dillard's? The Dillard's stock already was ripping before this, so it did do a little bit of a pullback. Maybe it takes another step forward tomorrow as you're seeing these department stores. If they can continue getting a little push, maybe Santa Claus does come to town. Specialty retail getting a little bit of a push today. Of course, China stocks, a lot of these are in that Bizun, YJ. Look at these Chinese stocks, JD, Baba, Dada. A lot of Chinese stocks getting a nice little lift today with a nice little boost there. Now, what's on the red side today? Well, red side is utilities. Utilities, you can look at the XLU, or you could take a look at some of the leading stocks there in utilities, right? Well, let's go towards those leading stocks. Names like NEE coming right back down today. Duke coming down today. SO, Southern Company, Dominion Energy, all these kind of falling off the tape lately. I mean, look at Dominion's rise and fall. This was going up. This was coming up in 22, coming up in 22. And then look what happened there in September. Just complete collapse here. It's been down about 30% in Dominion Energy. And that just goes to show you energy is probably not the area that I want to be in. And this Excel even looks like maybe an opportunity for me for this to come right back down. XLU just looks weak also. Resistance above it. I don't think it's going to come back through that 69, but we'll have to wait and see on a stock like XLU. Industrial is taking a little bit of a pullback today. You guys can see that in Caterpillar and Deere. Actually, Deere's in the green today. That's surprising for me. Deere now starting to get the lift there. So interesting to see that one pull back and then get into the green again. UPS, one that I've been keeping an eye on. Would we get back into the green? FDX also, right? In the same similar area. Integrated shipping logistics. Caught the bounce today around the 67 mark. So that's a little bit of a bounce area. Can this come back up? We'll see. Can it catch the 9 EMA and get back there towards the 178? We'll have to wait and see in FedEx. All right, another one having a decent day there, a Honeywell. It's been trying to get through that 216. Has been a big move lately. We'll see if it does turn around. GE is another one that I'm keeping an eye on. It did get a little bit of a bounce today. Will these kind of actually fall off the wagon? All right, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there? First Solar is first again. Yes, it is. It's hard to think that, but for a while there, First Solar was kind of a hated name because it kept coming down, but big turnaround there. All right, let's keep going. We'll take a look at what else you guys are mentioning in the chat. Stefan B mentioning Carnival Cruise Line. Let's go ahead and let's get into it. And then in a few minutes, we'll be wrapping up and getting you to the roadmap action. And I actually want you guys to come over. Come check out some NBA action with me as I talk about So Rare NBA. But let's get towards what you wanted to look at, Steph B, which is CCL. Carnival Cruise had pulled back significantly fast here. And a lot of it was on the announcement, of course, of an offering. So you got to be careful when you get those offerings. And they're going to drag the other ones with it, right? Norwegian Cruise Lines, I would see this one dragging back down. Royal Caribbean dragging back down. So in my eyes, I'm not the biggest fan of Carnival Cruise Lines right now. It's just going to continue to battle. It needs to do some restructuring in 2024. It needs to truly get the oil markets to turn around also, because if oil stays expensive, their margins aren't as good. Of course, ships require a lot of petroleum, right? And so I think we keep watch. I think Carnival Cruise is going to make sense in the long run. You got to be careful, of course, for restructuring. They're going to have to get through a lot of debt concerns. But if they can do that and shake it up get it back through 11, especially keep your eyes on monthly charts. Monthly charts are going to let us know when Carnival really wants to get the breakout. Unity continuing. Let's take a look at that one. I was keeping an eye out on Unity. I was wondering if this one was going to make its way back. It did make some of its way back there towards 34.27. We'll see if it can actually come back all the way towards 36.50, where it just was about 2 days ago. All right, TSM. TSM was an interesting one, of course. It did make its way back. Looks like at least it got some appreciation now after cutting through the 79, and a big recovery there on Taiwan Semiconductor. How's NVIDIA? Did NVIDIA bounce back? Well, yes, it did towards the open, but now coming back down. So just be careful there as we're starting to see NVIDIA go lower. Can it rebound? We'll have to wait and see. All right, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there? We'll take a look at the overall market action. I did see certain kind of even lithium names pulling back today, so we'll see what happens there. Let's go towards energy. A little bit of a mixed signal there. Financial services also kind of got a little bit of a bounce today, so we'll see if they're able to hold on some of this bounce. Another area that I've been keeping an eye out, of course, is coal. Coal pulled back a little bit today. We're just going to have to wait and see what's going on in coal. BTU about 4% down here. Will it eventually make that run? We're just going to have to wait and see. That's a run through 29. Needs to hold 27. AMR is kind of sideways right now. Is it trying to just pick up a little bit of a pullback, push out? It could very much do it. We'll see what happens on these names. And of course, keep your eyes on the silver and gold. That'll show us signs that the dollar is coming back down and you can get another spike towards the upside. So I'd be looking for some pullbacks. Maybe that actually does happen and the dollar starts coming right back down and you can play this little pullback. We're just going to have to wait and see. All right, Cody trying to make a little bit of a move back up. That's not a bad chart to look at. I would definitely look at even like a monthly chart on this one to make it nice and clean. You can see here how you're pulling back here on the name. This is Cody. Cody's found a nice support there. This seems to like want to run off of a monthly chart. And so I would look at a deeper time frame on Cody, and you're looking for it to really get up there towards the 850s and 9. This is not a bad looking stock, but it's interesting. I haven't taken a look at this one before. All right, TJX, right? How did that one do today? Well, not bad, as it got a nice little lift here towards the end of the day. How did Ross do? Ross getting a nice little push there. Not a bad little move there through the 97.50. This is one that I'll keep on watch. Look at the daily levels right above it, 98. Look good to me if it can really keep pushing. Of course, TJX in the similar area, apparel stores, discount apparel. Look to see if they can continue going. If TJX can get through that daily high, especially from Wednesday, 79.40, I'd be looking for that Ross to kind of do the same and get through that Tuesday high, 98.37, Friday high, 11.11, 98.47. We'll see if it gets through there. All right, that's going to probably do it for me. If you guys got any stock that you guys want to keep watch, of course, you guys can go ahead and throw it up. In a few moments, we're going to get you over to the roadmap action. I see you, EV. Shop, GPS. I got you. I'll take a look at that, Jay Rice. I still got a couple of seconds here that I can look at it. Shopify. Shop till we drop. All right. Well, let's take a look there as this is pulling back here. I kind of like Shopify. You know, I want a piece of this company eventually because I feel like they're doing everything right. But the big thing is they need to find some kind of actually push back up towards the upside. I think that's going to be a move back above really through this kind of 42.26 going towards 43. And I'd even kind of just try to stay away from it in the middle action. This is the monthly chart that we're looking at. Now you can see how we've been going sideways through there. I think we need to see if we either get above that going to 50 or below that going towards the 20s. If it goes towards the 20s, yeah, I might take my shot in Shopify. Right now it is trying to get back. 43 is going to be an important level to watch for a nice little push. Weekly chart here. Well, you got kind of a little bit of a bottoming pushed up. Needs to kind of hold this and then get back up through 43. But I don't know if it's going to be able to do that, as, of course, this is kind of a higher PE name, growth name. We'll see if it's able to change its tune. You want to see also maybe Amazon get that push up, fill in that gap. GPS is an area that it's a tough go, right? I mean, this is a company that does get the lift usually seasonality wise towards December. Will it get the lift this time? Will Santa Claus come to town for Gap? Well, it seems like it's already has been a nice run since October. It's up about 45%. But the 200-day below it could run back there towards 13. I'm not going to call a big push on this, but it does look like it's trying to get back up there towards 13. This is Gap Inc. Look at the 5-minute. Nice little 5-minute pattern. Just pushed up through the 1245. We'll see if we get it up there. All right, let's keep going. I'm going to go ahead, and I like trading shop between 28 and 38. Yeah, can't blame you on that. If you can get it above that range, and it looks like a nice little breakout. We'll just have to wait and see. All right, let's go back towards the SPY, see how we're doing. Looks like we topped out around here, right towards where, I was calling that the 395 level. Would we get back above that? Well, we start going back into the chop action. So just be careful out there, team. I also was seeing NVIDIA looked a little weak there, and you're starting to see NVIDIA break down a little bit there. So I'd be a little bit careful with a stock like NVIDIA as we start making that next down move. Of course, this one had the earnings, had the chance to start making the move up. And I feel like it's starting to give up some of the recent gains. We'll just have to wait and see. But definitely, if it can get back up above 162, doesn't look too bad. But it looks like it's pulling back right now towards support. All right, what download is this? What's up? What's up, Brianna? No download. But this is, of course, Stock Market Movers, where we get you all the headlines and, of course, get you to the expert opinions that you want to hear from. Now, I do want to mention something that I want you guys to kind of fill out. If you guys have an opportunity, we are doing a little bit of a feedback form. This lets us know what you like here. And, of course, if you guys like all the action that I give here, or you guys appreciate everything I do at Benzinga, would truly appreciate it if you guys can fill out this form. It doesn't need to have your name, doesn't need to have your email, completely anonymous. So don't think that we're just trying to collect emails or anything like that. We're truly trying to get your feedback and improve like always. All right, let's keep going, team. We'll take a look at what else is going on out there. Definitely hit the form. After the show, we got So Rare Roadmap team coming up next. Want you guys to catch that as I'm going to be joining there, of course, at around 2:40 as I joined up there and talk about NFTs and So Rare NBA NFTs. As you guys know me, I'm not into every NFT because at the end of the day, I don't have that type of money to just be putting out for investments. But So Rare is absolutely free to begin with. And that's what I love. Some utility, true. And another aspect, of course, the fantasy NBA aspect, right? If you like some gamification, like the NBA, come over to the roadmap. That's coming up next. All right, vote Mitch as Twitter's next CEO. Let's go. Elon, give me a call. Can't go wrong. How do you start as a beginner? Well, Brianna, I would say come to live trading. Start learning from our trading experience. We also have a playlist that I've made, which is my beginner's course playlist, where you can start learning some. We even have educational schools right here at Benzinga. So there's a lot to learn. Hit the subscribe button, and I promise you, we will do our best to bring you that education that's needed. You could also go in the forum. Let us know what you want to learn. We're always here to kind of improve your skills out there, team. All right, let's keep going. We're going to get you over to the roadmap action. Let me just make sure we got that set up here. Redirect here. Now I got that set. Looks like we're also going to be getting into Nikes, Adidas, Azukis, and of course, So Rare. I'd like to hear what Nike's up to in the NFT space, but if you guys are interested, all you got to do is stick right here. All right, that's going to do it for me. I will see what's going on in some oil stocks. Will this come right back down? That's kind of where I've been doing the fantasy competition. I know that someone wanted to jump in on that. That's the well-based competition that Benzinga Live, the show right before me, has been running. I jumped in on that. I'm not doing too good right now. A lot of that based on BJ performance today, but I'm going to keep battling, taking some shots there. definitely will give you the invite code here so you guys can join that if you'd like to join here. There you go. This is just a paper competition account. If you guys want to join up with us, by all means, join in. All right, that's going to do it for me right here on Stock Market Movers. Like always, I'm going to get to those expert opinions to try to keep you in the informational edge. Really want to give a shout out to, of course, our guest today at 1:15. We had Sam Stovall, Chief Investment Strategist at CFRA Research. And I do got some great announcements for you guys. We're working on something big with Analysts for you guys for 2023. Let me know. Who do you guys like? Who do you want to see? Of course, we interviewed tons of analysts right here on Stock Market Movers and are going to continue doing so. Hit the thumbs up. I will see you guys at the roadmap. Yes, you there. I will see you at the roadmap. Don't miss it. Coming up right next. Let's go ahead and check it out.